day after Christmas, my son and I made international news because it's gone all over the world. From an incident at a hotel in New York City, the Arlo Hotel. My son was accosted, attacked, and racially profiled. Something that needs to change immediately. You know, we're on the front lines of bringing about change to stop this racial profiling right now. We're in a war. It's for the good of our nation, for everybody. That really has impacted me in so many different ways. One has to do with compositionally. It gives me a context to really speak on from a personal standpoint. Sometimes I've written songs about people that I never met before, but right now I'm writing songs about my son, about our scenario, about racial profiling, about social issues, but I don't have to have imposter syndrome about it. I'm a part of this story. As an artist, we have a duty to use our platform for something good. At least that's what I think. That's what Nina Simone said, and many other artists have stood on their platform and used it for change, for social justice and everything else. I'm no different in that. I believe that music can be a force for good. Music can be a force and a conduit for change. And I don't take that for granted. So my entire walk at this point has to do with, you know, speaking for the voiceless and using myself as a change agent, using myself, using my story as a way to actually bring change for the people who aren't even thought of yet, the kids who don't have a voice.
Was a gifted guy. When he would paint his brush strokes, they'd seem to reach towards the sky, but yo, the colors were the greatest part. The vibrancy, it'd shoot a hole straight through your heart. Like, am I looking at God? His mama did what she could for him. She worked a couple jobs to support him. She bought him new kicks if she could afford him. She loved the baby, but he needed to make some paper if he was ever gonna make it. She was screaming at him. So we got this dead end 9 to 5, this next security gig at night, and he would count the hours one by one, and as his soul was slowly slipping to space, he knew it had to be another way. And yeah, he had to get that paper made. And now the benefits weren't that great. Sell a couple bricks and he like, yo, we could be straight. It could always be the wrong night, run into the wrong guys, had to keep the peace on them. There's a couple of A's and just some leaf on them. Never been a gangster, just a dude that likes to doodle ruthless. The truth is, he didn't have a legal tendency. Stop rushing on his paper, Ricky. Brushes on the paper, Ricky. Too bad, but he could open in the gallery, the red and blue to shoot him. Altercation over his cell phone, another black man stole or didn't. They look into his pockets, they figured his vision. A bloodstained fist with an eye drawn on some loose leaf. Photo went viral on Newsweek. Dear Ricky, you should have done the impossible. Your decision to stay true to your art was honorable. We love you, we miss you. Just try to understand that the odds are stacked against you are a black man.
probably about 5 or 6 years ago when I started the group, it really was so that we could create some awareness around the situation, as well as to highlight the beauty and the potential excellence of Black life and Black music. So I really do feel like I have completed some goals, because since then, Black Wall Street's been televised. I've had many people come up to me and say, I had no idea about it, and then I saw it in this TV show, and then I saw it in this TV show. Why aren't we talking about it? So I think it is really, really important, especially for young people and people in general, to realize why the world looks the way it does. Many of us, as we're growing, we're not taught about the systemic racism that changes the way that our lives look and feel, and the segregation that we see just on an everyday basis. I think it's really important to speak about these pieces of history, because I think that they will help us to understand the bigger picture.
Falling over, starting over, starting over. Love is falling, starting over. Northern border, southern border, southern border. Love is broken at the border. Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. What you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. It's what we said it all true. If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. It's what you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is it all true? Can we forgive her if love won't? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? Forgive ourselves. Can we forgive ourselves? 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 If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves?
How did we come together and establish chemistry? I reached out to Van on Twitter. That's how it started. I tweeted, I want to make a record with @Van Hunt. And then @Van Hunt replied. And he said, let's do it. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, this thing really works. And and then I hit him in the DM and I shot my shot. And I was like, Van, I love your music. I've got a band. Would you be down to do some stuff? And he hit me back. That was the beginning of it.
And I was just like, man, these beat makers always on me, So I just thought he was a drum machine dude. But I like the name Nate. Nate's one of my favorite names. It's just so short and quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It gets the job done.
That's it.
Then we met, and then I found out he was an incredible musician, played everything, better than me at everything. Maybe except singing Sledgehammer. I'm a little better than him at singing Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think what makes performing in Brooklyn so special for me, it's a different vibe. The audience is a very savvy audience in Brooklyn, and they, it's an audience full of artists and musicians, and I think it's people who can really appreciate what goes in to making the music happen.
What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? disappointment. Love without pain would leave me wondering why I stay. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven, what would I do? Saving myself, ooh, but I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. Wanna make you feel the fire, wanna burn you with my bad days. Ooh, I wanna be unsatisfied so you can feel the heat coming from me, lady, lady, lady. What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Words without hate would leave me nothing left to say. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven, what would I do? Saving myself, ooh, I really wanna work it out down here in hell with you. 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 Here in hell with you. Here in hell with you. I'm ready for that, boy. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which are near me here. The lions I can see, think of this and grasp a helm. If when it's clearer, maybe time will lift the bigger fears. Fears reliable, it seems. Most of us are overwhelmed and overworked now. So it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Stand and deliver, to be counted with the others here. The riots I've seen, people can't control themselves, they're wilding out now. Space is a mirror, but perhaps we missed or didn't hear
As I recall, it seems people are just underwhelmed. They'll never see that far. In the chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, the chaos, chaos, chaos. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which I near me. The riots I've seen, think of this and grasp the helm. You're on the clock now. You're on the clock now.
My life in the sunshine. Woo! Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Woo! Sunshine. Get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. 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 feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hey, what's up, Brooklyn? I'm Medwin Pang, chef and owner of Hunger Pang Restaurant in Prospect Park South in the heart of Flatbush. Here we are at the Brooklyn Fair to pick up the 5 secret ingredients that you guys have picked for us for this episode of Chef Roulette. Let's go shopping. Hunger Pang came about and the name was just fitting. Food has always just been a really special part of my life. So let's see what the 5 secret ingredients are. What do we got? We got purple asparagus, loose tea, baby cauliflower, pork chops, and grapefruit. Grapefruit? Grapefruit. Okay, let's go get some stuff. So here's our beautiful baby orange cauliflower, which is one of our 5 secret ingredients today. When I pick cauliflower, I really look for nice, firm stems, not too mushy, no dark spots, smell, of course, and color. So that's 1 out of 5. Let's go get some more. Grapefruit, you like to be firm, definitely smell through the skin, and color. I'm gonna go with these guys. So our next ingredient was purple asparagus, but we don't have any purple asparagus here. So I'm gonna do what chefs do and just improvise. So here's some gorgeous baby broccolini. What I like about this, not only the colors and the flavors, but unlike fully matured broccoli, you can eat this whole thing. It doesn't have the fibrous stem that you do from a full-grown broccoli. Hello. Hi, can you tell me where I can find some loose teas, please? Sure. Oh, awesome. Thank you. So Brooklyn Fare has an amazing selection of everything, including their teas as well. It looks like we have about over a dozen to choose from. So I'm gonna go with some organic oolong, all right? So the last of the 5 secret ingredients was a pork chop. Here we are at the meat counter, where you can see they have beautiful prime dry-aged meats. Thank you, man, appreciate it. Have a good one. All right, we got our pork chops, let's go cook. I still don't even know what I'm putting out for you guys. Ha! So here we are, we're in the kitchen of Hunger Pang. We just got back from Brooklyn Fare with our 5 secret ingredients. They are the Berkshire pork chops, organic oolong tea, broccolini, baby orange cauliflower, and ruby red grapefruits. Let's get cooking. One of the challenges that people have with pork is that it tends to dry out when it's cooked. Brining is really easy to do, and not only does it help your meat come out nice and juicy, but you can also add a lot of flavor into it. We start with a sugar and salt mixture. We have juniper berries, allspice, mustard powder, and star anise. So all you do is just bring this up to a boil. So you want to let your brine steep for as long as you can to pull out as much flavor of your spices as possible. A good 15 minutes will do the job. Let it steep, and then you want to strain it and cool it before you add it to your protein. So now your brine's cool, and you just add your pork right into your brine. So through the magic of television, our pork chop is brined for 12 hours already, okay? So for the next step, we're gonna dry off the pork chop because with the oolong tea that we had got from the market, we're going to smoke it to add another layer of flavor. So there's the smoke. Just cover this, and in about 20 minutes, you'll have a nice smoky flavor in your pork chops. You want to start off in a hot pan. So while our pork is searing, we're going to break down the rest of our veg. We're going to start with this beautiful baby orange cauliflower. Being that it's so small and delicate, my choice of weapon are scissors. And we're just going to cut off these florets. Just take a couple of seconds. So because our cauliflower is so small, I'm gonna break down the broccolini to kind of match the size of that so that it's consistent and uniform. I got into cooking from my father. He had a couple of restaurants in Ireland before my family moved to the country, and then when we moved here, we lived just a couple of blocks away from where we are now. So food was a big part of our growing up, and it was something that I related to. Now we got a nice hard sear on one side, we're gonna flip it over. So you basically take the fat that's been infused with the thyme and the garlic, and you baste your meat, and that puts more flavor into it. I got it going at about 400 degrees. It should probably take about 15 minutes or so. And now for the final ingredient, the grapefruit. We're gonna call it 5 secret ingredient pork chop, okay? As it was coming together, it kind of just made sense to me because it reinforces all of my training. First, we're gonna zest it, okay? I use a microplane zester. You don't wanna go too deep. You just wanna get the skin. You don't wanna get any of the pith because the pith is, it's really bitter, okay? So there's our zest. So to make your supremes, you would just cut in between the membranes because it is pretty fibrous. And all you get is the flesh of the fruit. There's still a lot of flesh that's left in here, and from that we're gonna draw out the rest of the juice. So just basically just put it in your hands and squeeze it. That's part of the fun of cooking and why I got into it and love it as much as I do. So our pork chop should be just about ready. Let's take a look. So we want to let this rest so that the meat redistributes throughout the chop. So we'll just set this aside. So like I said, we're going to be making a gastrique. A gastrique, it's caramelized sugar and some kind of acid. So we're taking brown sugar here. Just going to let this cook a little bit and caramelize. With the sugar caramelizes a little bit, you can see the pan, the liquid getting a little bit dark. We're just going to add our acid to it. Okay. The acid is cooked off a little bit. We're going to add some chicken jus we have in house. We're going to set this aside, and we'll finish that in a second. While our pork is resting, let's hook up our veg. That should about do it. So here we have our broccolini florets, our broccoli stems, and our baby orange cauliflower. It's gorgeous. We'll just make a little mound of it here. Use our bone for garnish. So we have our grapefruit zest that we took off the skin. This will just go into the sauce to fortify it again. All right. And a little Thai bird chili just for a little bit of heat. Yeah, don't need too much, these things are spicy. We'll just spoon our sauce over our meat. Have our grapefruit segments. To remind people again what's in our dish. There you have it, our 5 secret ingredient pork chop, huh?
Well, you can really taste the smokiness in the pork. The sauce is really sweet and the tea really comes through. And the grapefruit adds a really nice freshness and acidity to the dish as well.
Okay, so now we're gonna make the second dish of the day. We have on our menu a tea smoked duck breast salad. We brine it for 3 days. And then we smoke it. The only thing that needs to be done here is we just need to crisp the skin. So I'm just gonna add a little bit more pepper. It's got plenty of salt from the brine already. So we're just going to add a little bit of pepper and get this in a pan, yeah? Put that down. And while that skin renders out, we'll start the rest of our salad. We've got some beautiful organic tomatoes here. We sprout our own lentils in-house, and then we also do pickled red onions, which we have here. We do just fresh sliced shiitake mushrooms. We marinate and dehydrate shiitakes here in-house as well. Let's start assembling the plate. So the dressings for the plate are orange ginger honey dressing, and then we finish it off with a balsamic tamari reduction. Just dress our greens here, add a little bit of our lentils, some of our pickled red onions, our fresh sliced shiitakes, tomatoes, and then we have a shredded cabbage carrot mixture for color, also for texture. When you use beautiful ingredients like this, you don't want to overdress it because the lettuce has great flavor in itself, so you want that to come through as well. And again, with any meat that comes out of a pan, you want to let it rest. It doesn't matter what it is. So while the duck is resting, we're going to build this plate, yeah? Lovely, no? This is going on the plate, just as is. Voila. And then we finish it with a little seasoned toasted pumpkin seeds. And then all we do is just take our balsamic tamari reduction, little drizzle, 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 drizzle. There you have it. Tea smoked duck breast salad. How you doing, dude? Dude, I made this just for you.
Awesome, it looks amazing.
Right. Hopefully it is, man. Enjoy, huh?
Looks great. I'll tell you what, the duck is really succulent. It's really, really juicy. What I like about it, it's a very, very, very light dish. It's amazing.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobi White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them up. Graffiti eggplant, beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than the normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Cipollini onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Awesome, it's really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
You have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man, thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Foodworks today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. We're gonna put these in the oven. So I think now we're going to put these in. We're just going to give them a little toss once or twice, and we're going to put these in the oven as well. I'll let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, Aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm gonna grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Take a little bit, a little smear, a couple onions, a couple asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle the onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on it. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. Finish, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. When I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And now it's just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then and bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like, when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. Toss it around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics, or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, or like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves, thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. That's why I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here? Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools in different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you're putting your soul into it and your soul's immortal, then it makes what you created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's almost a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. For life.
Saturday sad in the Saturday sun and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just, like, a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's... It's like a moment of, like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you possess, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I'm asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground,
All things that bothered your soul, baby, smile and go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside we left to feel. Feel never wanted to show you. They don't talk my dreams. The green twins with your eyes. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic-wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, I was like 11th grade, I think, and I mean, my folks were my mom especially was like really like supportive. And I mean, both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on. Because before that, I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but, so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible. And I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his Spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. We just don't exist in Hogwarts.
There was that one Asian.
There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian joint. Shout out to the Asian joint. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, so I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are your deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you're a Black kid in this country, especially if you're a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, you know, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar, right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And you know, we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all. Because I don't, like I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a black person in America. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them. Right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, It's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
The subject of photography became a big topic in my work, like how people use and share images, why we share images, why we take photographs. And as photography became more and more ubiquitous in the world, it just became such an interesting topic and such an interesting subject to work with. I'm Penelope Imbrico, and I'm a multimedia artist. There's an aspect of revealing what's inside the black box. There's this term called knolling, the act of like disassembling stuff and then, or bringing together similar types of things and arranging them flat on a table in perpendicular fashion, in a designy kind of aesthetic way, and then taking a photograph from the above. And so I thought it would be great to create a knolling table for this exhibition. This entire exhibition is also a kind of evolving e-waste intake center where people can bring stuff that they don't want anymore. They can also bring that stuff and take it apart and take a picture of it. One day I was here and there were a lot of high school students from Brooklyn Tech, and they just got so excited and they all came around the table and started taking things apart. Then they came the next day with their friends. And so it's been really great. And there is something so amazing about when you take something apart little bit by little bit and really understand what the thing that you carry around with and wake up with and go to sleep with is made of physically. I read some facts somewhere, like there's 52 billion tons of e-waste every year and only 10% of it gets recycled. To me, that's just insane. It's amazing to me how much e-waste there is and how little of it gets recycled. This project, Monument, is really about addressing the screen. Like when we're looking at a screen, we're actually not looking at the screen, we're looking right through it. So we have no idea what's inside it, how it works, and yet we're more intimate with this really than we are probably with our partners. So this exhibition tries to do two things. It's turning this idea of the black box inside out, and it's also articulating the physicality of the screen and making you actually really have to navigate that or understand that as a physical, liquid, messy object that we normally think of as being not physical and clean and slick. So the news has replaced the idea of horror in my mind. So these are live streaming newscasts. Some of them are live streaming and some of them are pre-recorded because some of the monitors won't accept cable. So we hooked up media players and we're playing pre-recorded news. So the web really affords us kind of study of looking across a certain kind of genre of photography and seeing what people are doing in that. There's a lot you can find in those images, and it's fascinating, how people take images and what they share and how they share it, and the sort of inconsequentiality of those images. Like people are not interested in what they look like as a photograph. They're made really specifically just to take a picture of a TV to sell the TV. So when I decontextualize them and recontextualize them into my work, I'm actually finding groups of things, phenomena that happen that say something about who we are.
The process of creating art out of found objects, upcycling, repurposing, I've always done that. It's bred out of necessity, really. It goes back to this compulsion to create. I didn't go to school for art. I dropped out of high school when I was in my sophomore year. I took a GED, I never went to college. But I always felt compelled to create. And I also was raised here in Brooklyn in a financially disadvantaged family, so we never had money. So I found things to make, literally in my environment. I'm talking about from the time I was like 5 or 6. So this idea of seeing something and being like, I can make something with that, it's out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I've always looked to existing things in my environment and tried to figure out how I can flip them to express what I have this compulsion to express, whatever it is. I'm Patrick Doerr. I'm an artist and musician, a poet, a writer, a creative. Been doing art in one form or another all my life, but I never would claim the title artist. If someone asked me if I was an artist, I'd say, no, I do art. I'm not an artist. I never wanted to commit to that because I didn't really understand what it was. I also felt that an artist was for a different type of person than I am. It's in the last couple of years I feel like I'm starting to really own what it is to be an artist and feel comfortable with referring to myself as an artist. Being sober allows me to wake up and not come to. Being sober allows me to have a discipline and a direction that I didn't have when I was drinking and drugging. I've been sober 16 years by the grace of God. This disease of alcoholism and drug abuse went through my family like a plague. Literally took my uncles, my father, my older brother just died a month ago from alcoholism. So I count every day as a blessing. And I drank and drugged from the time I was 14 to 38. And I had to hit a real bottom before I turned my life around by the grace of God. But you know, not everybody gets that chance. The recovery that I've had from drinking, from alcoholism and drug abuse has been a spiritual process and a spiritual awakening. It changed my perspective. I still have a personality that is compulsive and obsessive, but now it's about art, right, and music. My perspective has changed, and I've been given a second chance in life, and so every moment is precious. There's this idea that when I see something discarded, my first impulse is to want to pick it up, just to clean it up. You know, then the second is, well, what can I do with that? There's something that can be made from this. You know, we live in an incredibly wasteful society. So I think a lot of the stuff that I do, it doesn't start from a lofty concept. It's very much in the moment. It's like when I see rusty metal, when I see a discarded can, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead of time what I'm going to do with that. It's happening in the moment. This triptych this is about the divinity of Black women in particular. These are also about the goddess and fertility and creation. The models are all from Africa, so I was really conscious about making sure everything represented had something to do with creation and fertility and the goddess. So there's a lot of symbolism. All three, if you notice, have a cowrie shell over their third eye. Their gowns are from different sacred texts, the Quran, the Bible, Old Testament, and Buddhist Dharma. This is an ancient Celtic symbol for fertility. This is the alchemist symbol for creation. She's holding the Akan fertility symbol and the Ankh, which is a symbol of life. I am half African American and half Irish American, and born here in, like I said, in Brooklyn. When I was a little kid, we had one art book. It was called The History of Art. And I remember as a little kid pouring through that book, and the only part that really attracted me was the primitive art, the African art. I always felt drawn to it. And so as I got older, I just explored that more and felt that connection even deeper. When I do create sculptures out of found metal, that started with me wanting to have African masks and sculptures of my own, but not being able to afford them. You know, I'd walk and see a piece of rusted metal and think, I can make that into something that somewhat mirrors African art. I have, for the last 20 years, worked with young people and encouraged them to pursue their dreams. You know, this idea that you can be an artist. You know, you can be a young person of color from a financially disadvantaged background. You are worthy of being an artist. And I've tried to empower and support kids for that long, and I wasn't even taking my own advice. Started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite. So this leap that I've made in the last couple of months is really me kind of like listening to my own speeches of being worthy to be an artist. And God and the universe have been so affirming in these last few months. Things are really starting to happen.
Tap dancing is my way of communication and it's become my voice and it's become my expression. My name is Kazu Kumagai. I'm a tap dancer. I was born and raised in a small city called Sendai City, Japan, and I grew up there until when I became 19. I started when I was 5, but because I was growing up in a small city in Japan, I couldn't find any tap school. I went to NYU to study psychology, but I found the advertisement. There's a school called Funk U, and it's a school for training program for Broadway show, bringing the noise, bringing the funk. I started training with the great teacher named Ted Levy, and he told me almost everything to be a tap dancer, like musicality and not just about the step, but also history and the culture, and always like there's a masters around there, like Gray Bunny, Buster Brown, Jimmy Slide, and Gregory Hines. That's where I really started learning. Basically, like I make sound with this. There's a metal and the toe here. With just this 4 sound basically. You can make music like drums, like it can be like bass sound. It's like snare. This is a higher note and this is lower notes. From the masters, teachers, they always sing the rhythm first. Cidi ba ba di di ba. Then I can do cidi ba ba di di da. Cidi ba ba di di da. Cidi ba di di da. So my teacher always told me, one is your best friend. So don't lose one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Daddy started out in San Francisco, tooting on his trumpet, wild and mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go for Daddy, spread your picture on the wider screen."
My teacher told me, speak with your feet instead of like performing, express yourself. It's always related to the jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians.
It's a tingle in your fingers, tingle in your feet.
It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing.
It's a powerful beat. Yes, the rhythm of life is a powerful beat.
Come writers and critics, prophesize with your pen. Keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheels still spin. There's no telling who that's naming. For the loser now will later be winning. For the times there are a-changing.
The biggest difference I discovered when I started learning here was the musicality of the dance. Tap dancing is always related to the specifically jazz music. And it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians. It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing. Here walking the street, hearing the sound, it's the biggest inspiration for me. And also my emotion always change the way I dance and change the rhythm. Main thing I do is mostly improvisation and just like everyday life, it's like reading. Not always the sound is important, but space is important. Always the pulse, just like the heartbeat, makes the rhythm going. Good rhythm, wonderful life, and that's my belief.
Since I was kids, I always wanted to make some weird dream kind of feelings. I'm Maiko Kikuchi, Brooklyn-based artist. I'm making painting, collages, sculpture, and puppetry. All the time, my art is related to the daydreams, which is my big theme, continuous theme for my creation. So my collage is the tools for making my daydreams. One time I made almost 100 collages for one summer, which is my challenge. So I just needed to train myself how to follow my instinct. This is rough collage. Cut it out and then paste on the paper. That's a locket. I took one puppetry class, which is led by Theodora Skitteles, one of the really great puppet artists in New York. After I took her class and learning about the puppetry, I'm really into the expression about the puppetry. My performance face, this is actually my grandfather's face. It's pretty big. The trick is, it gets small face too. That's one of the tricks for the show. I applied for the Puppet Lab at St. Anne's Warehouse in Danville. Somehow I got in. I was so lucky. And then that was the first time I make my theater puppetry work in my life. First time I make the object theater, which is called Daydream Anthology. I decided to make something continue from the Daydream Anthology.
7, 8, 9, 10. You got it?
I recently make the 20 minutes short piece, Daydream Tutorial. So I combine the object and animation, and then like me wearing mask and perform. It's me showing how to make something.
Daydream tutorial.
But it's not like ordinary tutorial.
How to shape your face.
Repeat the movement 10 times.
Okay.
Here is an example.
I think me as an artist here, my like Brooklyn days, which is like totally different between Japan. So every time I kind of like feel a little like unusual or the things I'm not used to, which kind of makes me feel like I'm in the daydreams. So that's always caused me to like make my piece.
10 times. Here is an example. 1, 2.
Whenever like I talking about my like artworks, I always like wondering which part I should like begin, I should start to talk about. That's a really hard part, but I really enjoy how I create my artworks.
It's interesting because I have felt the most alive moments right after I thought I was going to die. I was in a strike and I almost got killed. Literally killed. It was almost normal to somehow witness a criminal act. Getting things stolen or being attacked or assaulted for reasons that at the time I couldn't comprehend, but it became like something normal in the country. I was covering via photography and videography like a bunch of the strikes that were going on in my country, because the only channel that it was covering a lot of what was happening, it was NT24. It's a Colombian channel. So I started documenting what was happening, and in the middle of the strike, things got really crazy. That was insane. I was 17 when that happened. I spent literally like 2 months in my house. Like my parents after that didn't let me go out. After that, I realized that my life was actually in danger. My name is Maria Angela, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm 21 years old, and I'm living in Bushwick in Brooklyn, New York. Perfecto. I finally talked to my family. I made the decision of like starting a new life here. I became very like lonely, and I just started documenting like the changes that I was going through. So like I have a lot of photos that represent kind of like that solitude. You know, I started just doing self-portraiture of like how it felt to like just wake up and like having uncertainty. I think taking a camera was a way for me to express myself. I started journaling a lot, and I started kind of like documenting what it was like, that process of becoming a young adult, like my womanhood in a way, my early stage of a womanhood. And it became like a lot of self-portraiture, but just of how empty and how sad and how nostalgic it was to just kind of start from a place where I sincerely did not have anything, and how that was like my only option. Like that was the decision that I took that led me into all of this. And for sure it wasn't easy, and it still is not, but what I do think it's really beautiful is being able to through photography, kind of like see the starting point of that decision and like have it all documented until now, like from 17 until now that I'm 21, just seeing that change, how I adapt, and how my roots still come from that little girl that grew up vulnerable, exposed, and like is stronger in a way. It is not much different at the beginning when you move from Venezuela to other country, because you have to like shred that skin, you know what I mean? So in the first year and a half, I was like going back and forth like, with people, and I felt like the need of almost disattaching myself in order for me to sincerely be able to adapt to my reality here in the States. It was so sad because I was moving forward with my life, you know. I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project, and then my friends over there, they're like, that must be cool, like I'm just here, like I'm just really trying to make it through the day. The other photos that I have here on my wall, this one, it's with my grandma. I was having issues with how to cope with my feelings, and I guess I started drinking a lot of alcohol, even though I was underage. Like I was just coping with a lot of that, and my grandma has been so understanding always, so sweet and so kind. And these two portraits, I did not took them, but I was able to do a talk at FIT about self-portraiture and photography, being able to encourage other people to find the beauty in their own things and in their insecurities, and to document their lives is really beautiful. I feel like something that I learned a lot from like migrating is that it showed me that you're not entitled at all, like not even in your own country, you know what I mean? Like what is really important is that we all get the same human rights, and that's something that has been incredibly violated. If all of those things are being taken away from you, if you sincerely want to make your life better, that's when you make your decision, and that's when the dream starts.
This more than just a poem, I'm more than just a poet, akin to stardust, and tell myself till I know it, yeah. That ain't lust for the fame or the fortune. I claim what I was born with, flame return and whirlwinds, cosmic vibrations that are dancing under my skin.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let
Hey everybody, this is Chef Chris Scott, the executive chef of Brooklyn Commune, and I am right here in the Prospect Park Farmers Market. It's a beautiful late summer day, and they gave me 5 ingredients to choose from to make a wonderful meal this afternoon. Let's take a look at what we got. All right, I got bluefish. I got some local tomatoes. I'm doing some green beans. I got, some pears. And then finally, I got some plums. Let's go cook. Hey guys, how are you?
Very good. How you doing?
Great. Just wanted to get a nice piece of your bluefish.
Sure. Now watch.
Have a good day.
Yep.
See you. Earlier today, we picked up some Bartlett pears, some local tomatoes, some Italian plums, some green beans, and some local bluefish. And what it's going to be, I'm going to sear the bluefish with a pickled plum and tomato salad. And then for dessert, a pear crumble. Let's get started. What you want to do right away is pickle the plums. Real simple cut, nothing fancy, nothing special. I'm just taking out the seed. I'm going to quarter the plums. I'm going to put them into a bowl. Plums are inside. Tomatoes. These are really sweet. All right, so inside the bowl, I'm going to add the salt, a little bit of sugar, the vinegar, chopped onion, parsley, and then here's a really cool trick. Take your garlic clove and rub it on the tips. The garlic is basically minced right there, right before your very eyes. Garlic and a fork. So we got that inside, a little bit of olive oil, right? And then the final ingredient in that are going to be the beans, which we're going to blanch right now in the water. A couple seconds. It's really all you need. You know, a lot of people always ask me what got me into cooking. And I guess quite simply, it was love. Everybody has this story about sitting in the kitchen with their grandmother, and I'm no exception to that at all. I'm going to cut them up, little dice, and then that's going to go directly into the bowl. So that's pretty. Pickled plum and local tomato salad. So we're going to let that sit. While that's happening, we're going to do the fish. I'm going to sear mine, and then I'm going to finish it off into the oven. Grab a pan, get it hot, and I'm going to score the back. What that does is keep the fish from curling when you put it into the saute pan. So the pan here is ready for the fish. I'm going to sear it skin side down. Kind of hold it in the pan just for a hot second. So once it hits the pan, you know, you kind of want to let the skin sear up very nicely. And you can see right there, the little slats that I cut, everything is nicely formed, flat. From this moment, I'm going to put it directly into the oven, finish cooking there, and then we'll start on the pears. So this dish here is a throwback to my youth, hanging out with my grandmother. She would make this dish with almost any kind of fruit. And the topping for that is so easy. I call it 1, 1, 1, and 1. 1 cup sugar. 1 cup flour. 1 tablespoon baking powder. And 1 egg. You just want the cubes to be somewhat bite-sized. You don't want to have to choke on it as you're eating it. So just get them inside. a little bit of sugar, a little bit of cinnamon, and just toss it up. And then put them directly into some baking dishes. Here's that 1, 1, 1, and 1 mixture. You're gonna mix it up by hand. And you want it to be crumbly. And then with that, put it directly on top. Little melted butter. And then this is gonna go into the oven for about 20, 25 minutes. And let's check out the fish. See, now that's beautiful, right? So again, real simple plating technique. Fish on the plate, salad on the fish. Little juicy juice around the outside, and bang. And then the pear crumble, and it's dinner time. Look at that, nice and golden. The juices are bubbling up. It's fantastic. Here's your meal right here. The local bluefish, the pickled plum and tomato salad, and the pear crumble. And don't forget that whipped cream. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. I love it. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple. It's just like a quick pickle. And I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms or zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Megret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
I'm Chef Ricardo from Laka Restaurant. We're here at Green Grape with Chef Woolley. We're gonna cook with 5 surprise ingredients. Let me see what I have to pick. Thyme, mussels, peppers, spinach, and steak. I'm gonna show you guys one of our best Haitian cuisine that you never had. This ingredient is gonna blow your mind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are back at Lakai with a 5 ingredient. I'm gonna show you guys one of Haitian best meal that you ever have. We're gonna start first with the appetizer, which is a morceau au sel. It's gonna be garlic, thyme, lemons, peppers. Let's get to it though. We're gonna dice those peppers. When I say morceaux au sel, it means it's like salty. It's cooking technique. What I'm doing right now is like home cooking. Something easy, you guys, everybody could do. First, I'm gonna heat my pan, drizzle it with olive oil, 2 cloves of garlic, nicely slice it, add your peppers, little bit of wine, add your already clean from the market mussels, little bit of salt, crushed black pepper, and every chef knows that. Steam it if you don't have a cover. Very simple second. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, that's all we need. Let it steam. It's gonna go with the mussel. And voila. Mind blowing. You guys have no idea. Our second dish is gonna be a steak paysan, which is peppercorn steak. We have a Haitian version of it. You guys gonna be like, wow. First we have a prime cut New York strip that we bought earlier. Oh my God. Did you guys see the marble from that? Let's lubricate our pan. It's gonna be fancier. Lubricate our steak. Salt it, both sides. We're gonna bed it with a bed of spinach. Right now, I'm keeping it warm. Then what I'm gonna do is that it's a peppercorn sauce. I'm gonna deglaze the pan and make sure like all the flavor contrast together. The heavy cream. Patient way to make sure we season everything. When you pan sear and deglaze, all the flavor contrasts. That's how you make the sauce. With the 5 ingredients, the mussels and peppers and thyme, I make a mussel goselle. Beautiful. With a steak and spinach, I make a steak paysan. I use the spinach as a bed for it. You guys, oh my God. You have to taste it. Can you?
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the section.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So you can. Some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. We're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1-to-1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. And they have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakuski. And zakuski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on, or a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out two things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil, and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakuski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
In the olden days, Brooklyn was booming with industry and the future was full of promise and hustle and bustle. Here we go. In 1903, the famous coal man J. Murphy said, I've had enough with trains. Trains suck. And war. War sucks even more. I want to do something exciting. I want to invest in a bar that makes breakfast 24/7. This man would become the owner of Downstream Bar in Brooklyn, which would be the equivalent of any large chain without the big blue cocktails or other locations. People had breakfast for dinner, breakfast for lunch, and of course, breakfast for breakfast. And it was passed down generation to generation from father to daughter and daughter to son and son to daughter until me. Wow, I was cute. My mom and dad got divorced in 1993, so I spent the summers working in dad's restaurant. I wasn't good at it, but honestly, no one cares when your dad owns the bar. After college, I got my best friend Miri a job at Downstream. She lived in the neighborhood her entire life, so when she started managing, she just had to walk from next door. And she got to meet my friends, Jorge, Omar, OG, and Chris.
We're a family to each other and a family to the community. Downstream has been a fixture in the neighborhood forever, which is why you should come to Downstream and buy a ton of food. We're located on the corner of Caton and Ocean, which is where you will also... Whoops. That was as far as I got. It's pretty good, right? Well, Mr. Galloway, thank you for stopping by so unexpectedly.
You asked me to come here.
Well, whatever. We're so happy to have you.
This menu is too big for a bar. It's bigger than the textbooks I had in law school.
Well, we're always hoping to give you more options because in so many cases you have so few.
God, we all look exactly alike. Like, will I still have a personality if I date you, or... It's occupied, for Christ's sake! Jesus.
Oh, Mr. Galloway, we so appreciate the support that you've given us over the years.
Your father was like family to me.
Oh, he was like family to me too, until he ghosted me 2 months ago and is never coming back to life. It's like, Dad, I miss you so much. And I also need some money. Mr. Galloway, I could beat around the bush all day, but I need $20,000 by the end of the week, which sounds like a lot, because it is.
Hi, good afternoon and welcome to Downstream. Mr. Galloway, our favorite silent partner. Oh, wow, what's that? Is it a very special cocktail for our guest?
For you, Jean, for you. Yes. No, Chris, I'll have an iced tea.
No drink? That's a first.
He's joking. I'm not a drinker. Chris is one of those funny gays.
I'm not gay. Just kidding, huge homo.
Amigo.
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
Estoy buscando trabajo de lavaplatos, tal vez aquí.
Escucha, amigo. Usted no quiere trabajar aquí, ¿entiende? Ahora, vamos, váyase. Vaya, ándele. Loco, qué bárbaro.
Here are the lunch menus.
Thanks. I've been waiting for these. Everyone has.
Sorry it took so long. I was having trouble rearranging the food we usually sell into specials.
Well, I mean, you didn't go to college for that, right?
Minor. It was my minor.
Is the restaurant gonna close?
I don't know.
But like today?
Do I need to flirt with someone right now?
Me. Ugh, I do not need this right now. 3 dates already canceled on this week. It's like, okay, universe, mom's not gonna get her hair back anytime soon. I just need a boyfriend before you go.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I mean, my mom is still so healthy and strong. She seemed younger than me sometimes, honestly.
Thanks for that, Omar. Great.
Shut up. Let me check it out.
What do you think of this guy?
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
God damn it!
Hi, Jean.
Here.
You look so well.
You look amazing. Wow, wow.
Stop it. Congrats on your new life.
Divorce is so hard. You can't always choose the people you love. I'll bet if you'd known better, you would have chosen a non-smoker for your freshman year roommate.
Of course not. I'm so happy with the way my life turned out.
She'd still choose me. I'm sure. I'm sure. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'll go too. I know you don't want to hear this.
Don't say it.
Just get him to give you $1,000 to close easily. Shut off the electricity, get everything in order so you can do your W-2s.
Fuck off. I'm not closing.
Okay, I guess I'll do the W-2s.
When you say stuff like that to me, I feel like you don't even like me.
I can't not give you good advice. I'm just trying to help you.
Don't follow me.
Everybody freeze. Put your hands in the air. This is a stick up.
OG, come on. You have customers out there.
I'm sorry, but I have to book this thing. I haven't worked in a year.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you're probably gonna need a new job soon.
Listen, I don't have good advice in general, but when all is lost, I just get mad. When everything seems to be over, just start screaming. That's how I booked that tampon commercial. Ah! Fuck yeah! This ends in chaos. Chaos!
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. You're not gonna regret this. Mr. Galloway, I don't want to be rude, but this is very insulting. It's not even manicure, pedicure, and tip.
Ella está haciendo estudios que no debería.
Me lo dices a mí.
Hi, how's it going? Everyone happy? Y'all about ready to order?
I respectfully decline your pity gesture.
I'm not going to take that back. I don't need a manicure or pedicure either.
I don't want to beg, but I need this money, okay? I took over this restaurant 2 months ago, and yeah, I could use some help, but I'll do better. I won't drink any of the inventory.
If I could, I would.
Monica, I think Omar really needs to talk to you right now.
Just tell him to hang on for a second.
I think you should take a moment away from this situation.
Monica, I have an urgent question about drink specials.
I'll have the fat farmer breakfast.
No, Chris, he does not get to order.
But I'm very hungry. I lost my wife.
Oh my God, I'm single too.
Oh my God, Chris, he got divorced. She's not even dead.
Still single.
Monica, the customer is always right.
Sí, Mónica. El cliente siempre tiene la razón.
Yeah, the customer is always right.
My father would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Don't be a jerk! Just think about what my family means to you and cut me a break.
Show me half the money in a week, and I'll give you the rest.
Come on. There's no way I can do that.
I didn't think it was possible for you either.
Jorgito.
Sí.
¿Será que los compañeros de trabajo se mantienen en contacto después de que un trabajo termina?
No. Si son muy amigos, se dan cumplidos en LinkedIn. Pero eso es todo.
This place used to be really something. I got hit on by celebrities, famous people. I was muy caliente.
Oh, my friend. You're almost fluent.
Oh, mucho gusto.
Por nada.
Yeah, I was. This place was so great.
Yeah. I made out with Marsha Parks outside for the first time. She knocked out my earring and she said I was bi because I was wearing an earring in the first place. Girls are dumb. Earrings are cool. Earrings are cool. Marsha Parks was a fool. I wanna skinny dip in her pool and take a dump in it.
Bad night, right?
Okay night.
You always do such a good job.
Oh, Monica. You keep it. Good night.
Who keeps putting these things up?
I don't know. Maybe it's team.
No one is getting elected by annoying the shit out of civilians. Remember when I dated Todd Leftweather?
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bad dick and worse conversation. But I wanted to stay with him so much and blah, blah, blah. I kept pulling away.
That guy was such a fucking bonehead.
Total bozo. Ugh, the worst. And remember when I was so heartbroken when he finally broke up with me and you were like, why? He sucks, fuck him. But it wasn't sad because it sucked. It was sad because I knew it was gonna happen. Sometimes things end, Monica. They just end.
Sister, quiet child, I'm told. Found outside with your bag of gold. In that bag, your family. Note to help and keep you pleased. Ah! Leave our love, will new sister grow. We'll tell each other all.
We are the ghosts of your long-deceased ancestors.
But you look so much like my current employees.
That's because in Dream States you can't make anything up. You just recycle what you already have. It's Wizard of Oz style. I'm Jay Murphy.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather and the originator of Downstream.
Yes, it is I!
Sorry, I'm allergic to fog.
Oh, ancestors from long before this. A, I'm so sorry that I didn't Google your pictures before now. And B, I have a huge problem.
You need to save our restaurant, our heritage, our family!
I don't know what to do! I can't let you down!
Monica, you must depend on the power of community. In 1946, there was a sewage issue, and many of our neighbors lined up one by one with buckets to take the sewage out.
Ew. But GGG grandfather, it's not like that anymore. Like, nobody cares about community. Everybody just cares about followers.
Enough excuses. I told you what you need to do.
That wasn't a real answer! Great-great-great-great-granddad?
Pobre muchacha. Huh. Debes estar muy estresada. Oh, Dios mío.
Hola, gatos y gatitos. Hoy será el día más caluroso del año en Brooklyn con temperaturas de más de 100 grados. ¡Shazam! Gatos, sigue así. A convenience store is having a field day as the community rallies around it after a tragic robbery. I thought we were for sure gonna close, and the community really came to use. We made 15,000 overnight. I'm gonna cry. 15,000?
Yo, put your hands in the air. This is a stick-up.
I got it.
Oh, qué bonito.
Monica? Monica, come on. Monica, honey, we have to leave.
Where you go, I go.
See you next summer.
See you, Monica.
Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one!
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one!
Hey. So I noticed you're in food delivery?
Yeah, I bike up and down BK like 20 times a day. You know, not to brag or anything.
That's so cool. Do people ever like try to special request you because you're so good looking and then you scoot up in your bike and hand them the food and your eyes meet and you fall in love over pad thai?
No, I just do what the app tells me.
Oh. Oh. Ugh.
Yeah, you all right there, bro?
Yeah, just like my mom's veins are getting so thin that they're getting harder and harder to find, so it's hard to give her shots. So the nurses keep having to squeeze her tiny little wrist to make one pop up. Oh my God. Nice spike though, really, really hot.
Mom, just tell Donovan to go fuck right off. We can't all be geniuses, and you already had me, so.
Buy one, get one.
Okay, so I have an idea, but you have to promise not to laugh.
I don't foresee myself ever laughing again in this lifetime. Buy one, get one!
Hey, hear that? Buy one, get one! So, as you know, the restaurant has fallen on hard times.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, but I, like all great leaders, have thought outside the box and consulted with various folks on how best to handle
Hey,
this.
that's a sexy fanny pack.
Fuck off.
Mom, just tell Donovan I love you, but I will rip the skin out of your body if you ever do that again. Just because you live 30 minutes away from us doesn't mean that you still have to do his laundry.
Monica, you can't let us down!
We need to fake a holdup.
What?
I'm serious. Buy one, get one?
Wait, are you crazy? We could all get arrested. That's illegal.
Okay, I know it sounds a little wild, but like,
just hear me out. Well, if one of us play a robber on a Monday afternoon, like how many guests have we had on Monday afternoons in the past couple years?
Since 2017, we've had 7 guests on Monday afternoons.
Great memory.
I used to do AP Physics. That ruined my life.
Designated robber will walk in. I'll be behind the cash register.
You can't use that thing.
Okay, you'll be behind the cash register. And designated robber says, blah, 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 I'm feeling low and I need some cash.
No solicitation. Lompot, choritrohin, fokir kichu jayena.
Okay, so with this flyer, you buy a cocktail and you get one for free.
Say it again in Spanish.
I don't think you'll understand it.
Sometimes things are better when you don't fully grasp the situation.
You are out of your mind. Get out of the sun.
Hold on, Mom. What's going on?
Monica has a plan to fake a holdup.
When I have a plan to be on network TV.
Hey, just hear me out.
Let me call you back, Mom. Tell Donovan to go fuck off. To go fucking fuck off! Many blessings, Mom. I love you so much. Okay, what's the plan?
So the robber's in downstream. Customers are saying, oh my God, terror, bullshit, my kids, whatever. Mary's behind the counter and you hand over the cash to the robber.
It's gonna be like 20 bucks.
Shut up. I'll put a full 200 in there. Ooh. Yeah, bitches.
Can I see that flyer?
Yeah, totally.
You've really lost it.
Okay, I think we can pull it off. Like, OG's an actor. I mean, I'm sure Chris has, done some plays.
Oh my God, Monica's calling me gay?
Okay, he's definitely done a play.
Duh, I've been the Beast in Beauty and the Beast 3 times. After I came out, I might add.
Oh.
Oh, hey, buy one, get one?
Oh, yeah.
Buy one, get one?
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Which is why we have to do this crazy sounding scheme where we act like, ha ha ha, I'm being robbed, and then collect donations from the community.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I don't think this is good for me.
Wow, the human mind is so fragile.
This is nuts,
This
right?
is not gonna happen. We're gonna get caught. I read the newspaper. People try to fake shit and then they get caught. Most actors try to fake shit and they can't, and they get paid to do it sometimes.
Oh, geez, stick with me. Oh, you're my favorite server.
We can hear you.
I mean, I understand the impulse. People are going online and they're buying followers. I know this because I have done it. I went on the internet and I clicked buy. You think I know 22,000 people? I don't know 15 people. Now, don't get me wrong, I think you're wrong, but I understand where you're coming from.
Never listen to actors. They're only speaking from their need for attention.
Yes, yes, I do need attention, but I'm also right.
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! It's all for the good of the company, Mary.
Okay, I'm going inside. I can't listen to this.
Wait, Mary, come on, just hear me out.
No, you're gonna get us all into trouble. Accept it, Monica. It's over. Jorge, it's all going to be boarded up in a week. Hello, Downstream Restaurant. Oh, hi, Nick. Yes, you could start showing the space. See you soon.
¿Por qué se está desnudando? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué pasó?
Just finish explaining.
Oh my
Do you
God,
all-
what the fuck? Bang, bang? No, Jorito, tienen que hablar con ella, pues se ha vuelto loca. Se está volviendo loca.
Look up and listen to me! Okay, the robber, having done the deed, says something like, stay down! This shit's still a robbery! And leaves. And our customers will back us up. Easy peasy.
Okay, but what if a celebrity happens to be there?
Yeah. Or what about a casting director?
Yeah. Or like someone really cute who maybe wants to date you.
What about the police?
The cops can't get anything done in this district.
That's true. I'm still waiting on like 3 wallets.
I mean, this is totally morally wrong. I can't believe I'm the one that's saying this, but it is.
Okay, like, in the olden days, when there was a fire, people would line up with buckets of water and put the fire out. And you know what? When there was a sewage issue, people would line up with buckets and take the sewage out. But it is not like that anymore. No one has loyalty. And I can't give up on this.
Please. Please. I can't let my family down. I can't let us down.
I mean, where you go, I go.
Well, show me a script.
Okay, why not, huh?
At least I get to wear a costume.
Are you an actor? Have you done any plays?
Oh, actually, I've done a few plays.
Okay, we done with this? Yeah, congratulations on your first drink ever.
Bebida número uno, baby.
Oh, sí, mami. So what's your story?
Shut up, Omar. She's my friend from college, not yours.
Sorry about her. I'm Mary, and I live a few doors away.
Oh, wow, I live in the same area too. How come I haven't seen you in Prospect?
Well, I've lived here my entire life. You've probably seen me, you just don't remember.
Oh, I would have remembered you.
Mary's gonna start serving here this summer.
Oh, wow, great, yeah. Very nice to meet you then.
Happy birthday, baby girl! Hey, just start giving her cranberry juice.
My wife. I love you so much.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna be together forever.
Okay.
Daddy like.
All right. If not for the debtors' prisons that I have been in and around the surrounding U.S. territories, baby, I would not have been forced into this. I would not have had these birds of prey upon my head. These debts are hard and they follow me now. God, this sounds like Google Translate.
Te dije que se iba a dar cuenta.
Yo culpo la actuación.
I told you we should have gone with a star for this role.
Oh, come on, let's put some energy into it. This room is so hot.
Listen, dude, honestly, just make up the lines. That's what all the greats do.
Okay. Put your fucking hands up!
I'm here from Vira Colony to check out the property.
Viral colony?
Oh, it's an app for detecting and destroying viruses.
That's morbid.
Oh, you know the half of it. It's like pew, pew, pew. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Oh, some. Yeah. You don't know the shit that I've seen.
Sorry, can you come back in a couple of hours? There's a.
Oh,
and it's
I'm gonna
still...
stop you right there. I actually have to see it right now.
Oh, okay.
Open the register! Open it, jerks!
Bueno, pensé que podría guardar algunas de mis palabras.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Put your hands up!
Dude, you're sweating.
I know, and not acting well. Look, it's just that my mom got put on respiratory yesterday, and she doesn't speak English very well. Oh, God, just take me too! Open the register, fuckers! Can you give Kelly or whatever her name is a rest, Omar?
Dude, if I would have had more lines, I wouldn't be so bored.
God, Mom, I just need to find someone before you die.
I was very lucky and found love early by falling in love with my next door neighbor. She was female and very lovely.
Well, good for you, Jorge.
Okay, you guys, as the unofficial acting coach on this project, please focus up!
Oh, gee, you're my favorite server, but like, take it down a few.
Everyone get down on the fucking floor! Now! I'm feeling good. Take the money out of the register and put it in this pillowcase. No one moves till I say so.
Oh my God.
You too, bub.
Please, sir, I have a son.
I have kids too, man. Tommy, Lacey, Georgina, Fred, Jackie, 5 kids.
My son's name is also Tommy.
Well, I'm not fazed by that information. Put the money in the sack.
Everyone, take him seriously. He may have a gun.
Don't test me, bitch. I'm gonna haul off and freak out and lose my shit. Fuck, 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 fuck.
I'm gonna go out for a sec.
You can't leave, this is rehearsal.
Oh, be right back.
He's probably gonna go talk to Mary. Fuck her. Please, just take the money and leave. I just want this to be over.
That was so good.
Oh, God. How's it going, Mary?
Hey, hi, great. Yeah, totally. Oh, the dust driving me nuts.
You okay?
Yeah, what?
I don't know. You seem nervous. What's his deal?
I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Like, what is anyone's deal who eats here?
I was just asking.
Oh my God, no. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just being polite.
I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Yeah, I like you too.
What?
I appreciate you too. Yeah, I probably have to go. I have my line coming out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you later.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say like 38 inches.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's just a robbery?
Well, I mean, I don't.
We're just people.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for joining us, Omar. All right, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Hey, hi. Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen of the U.S. While in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears. I heard something strange and pulled over on the side of Flatbush and Ocean.
Get down!
Jorge, that is so good.
Yeah?
Bien, hermano, yeah.
Thank you. I thought of my cousin when he ran over my tools with his car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, jerk. Who the fuck are you?
Let me answer your question. I am a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I am married with 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this store, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I am a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
I'll rework that.
I'm sorry. I just have to answer this one person. That's it. I'm sorry. Done. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I promise. Oh, my one line. No!
And I think we need to leave right now.
Fat chance, idiot. I need to make a down payment on my car.
Oh, Jorge, that is so far-fetched.
You think that's the part of the script that's far-fetched?
Okay, well, you want to write it?
Sorry.
My mom! I mean, my car is dying.
No matter what the reason you want to rob this place, I can't let you. This is a great restaurant serving American breakfast food at all hours, which at one point had a 3.5 star rating.
Oh, my phone's off. I turned it off.
So, you're gonna turn this space into an office for your startup?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. God damn. With this app, people are gonna finally realize all the sick shit that's in the air all around them, the cholera, the measles, all the... God damn it! Sorry, all the germy germs. What a time to be alive. Aren't you glad to be born in this era?
Scarlet fever? Who cancels because of scarlet fever? Like, how do you do it, Omar? How do you go on so many dates?
Dude, I don't like any of them.
But how do they not cancel?
I don't know, priorities. I'm a good texter, but shitty everything else.
But what are you saying? What are you doing? How are you making it happen?
It's different for me. I'm hot.
Whoa, hey. Wow, so many people in such a small space. Thanks. Whew, what a tiny, tiny room.
I'm so sorry. The bathroom is just down the hall.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just checking out the space. You just...
In terms of what?
Buying it? Hey. Hey! You are extraordinarily good looking. Look at this guy.
I'm so sorry. There must be some mistake. I mean, we're not leaving.
Oh, hey, there's no need to get tense. Your landlord said that your manager could show me around. Might be. I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I'm just trying to make an app that'll help the world.
I'm so sorry. You talked to Mary?
There was a woman, but I don't remember anything about her. Women are also similar to me.
Hi. Hi. I thought you were going to the bathroom.
Well, he wasn't going to the bathroom.
That's what he told me.
I feel like I'm turning this party into a wake. Ooh. I am just gonna see myself out. Adios, amigos. Gracias.
Shut the fuck up, citizen of justice who happened to stop by. Okay, the money's in the bag. It's in the bag, and the bag is tied. I'm tying the bag, and now I'm gonna leave, but before I do, I'm gonna shoot these security cameras out. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. You can all stand up when I close the door and go back to your lives just with less money. Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Monica, you're running out of time. So, when you are doing inventory, it is very important to double count so you don't miss anything.
Dad, I got it.
You have to listen. This is all hard work. There is no divine intervention. There aren't any miracles in owning a bar that serves breakfast food.
Dad, I know. Like, count the stuff. A penny saved is a penny earned. You know, don't do business with fucking idiots.
Crazy.
Daddy, I've gotta go. But I'll see you soon, okay?
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, God. It's not going on. No, don't. I got it.
And I can't think of any good reason why you would allow someone to look at the space in terms of buying it, unless you're trying to end this faster. Because you want to.
I just answered the phone.
Yeah, so said every traitor in history. So said Benedict Arnold, probably, because now I see. You're not my best friend. We aren't gonna buy houses next to each other, and we aren't gonna raise our kids together, and we're not gonna happen after this. You're fired.
You can't fire me! Fuck you! Fuck you!
¿Sabe qué, gordito? Creo que voy a empezar a escribir música. Si el restaurante cierra, convertirme en la próxima estrella de YouTube. ¿Qué dice? ¿Ah?
Ah,
How are the avocado tacos?
Oh, no. We stopped having that a long time ago. No.
Oh, no tacos, amigo.
¿O sabe lo que puedo hacer? Puedo dar clases de guitarra para niños, enseñar al próximo Justin Bieber, ser un gerente de talento.
Eres demasiado flojo.
No, puedo ser flojo y ser un manager. Por lo que sé, lo único que hacen los managers es mandar mensajes de texto, ¿no? Y yo soy bueno para eso.
Ahí sí estamos de acuerdo. You're right. Salud.
Well, it's true. You do look like a burglar or Catwoman.
Oh, wow, that's so nice. I love Halle Berry.
Whoa. Come on.
Oh, it doesn't really breathe, though.
Why don't you just wear a big striped t-shirt or a hoodie? All the bombers do.
But I'm not a bomber. I'm a robber. Oh, God, it's all wrong. All right. Which one? Bang? Or like, bang, bang?
Dude, I don't fucking know. Actually, yes, I do. Bang, bang. Dude, my customer's almost ready.
Let me try one more outfit.
God, I'm so fucking mad! I feel like a guy when technology isn't working. Like, I'm not gonna hit you, but I'm gonna hit everything else.
Well, now you see how I feel. I'm not gonna play your girlfriend being like, the computer will start again, so calm the fuck down!
I'm trying! I'm trying to fix it!
Fuck you! Your idea is to stage a robbery!
Yeah, that's my idea, babe. That's the plan, honey.
Stop throwing things. These are important documents.
Fuck you! Fuck your document!
Oh, I hate having to watch you!
Oh, please! You get off on mothering me.
You're wrong. I am going.
Oh, good. You know what? Get the fuck out!
Oh, yeah, I'm going now.
Yeah. Get the fuck out!
¿Sabe qué? Nunca más me vuelvo a comprometer a un trabajo así.
Sí. El problema es la lealtad.
Exactamente.
Una vez que uno se dedica a hacer un trabajo, se acabó.
Y es por eso que nunca voy a estar en una relación.
Es estúpido decir eso.
¿Cómo que estúpido, gordito? Soy sobrino, pero no soy estúpido.
Hello.
Hi, how can we help?
Well, how about the braised beef sliders?
Oh, hey, we don't have that either. Jorito, why don't you cross off all the items of the menu that we don't have?
Sí, claro. Yes.
And the Mai Tais are on us. Salud.
Excuse me. No, we don't have this one. Oh. And this one.
Oh.
Oh, God, I feel so fat. Omar made me feel so shitty yesterday.
Chris, I gotta tell you, I'm giving horrible service to the 2 customers still inside.
Oh, God.
Dude, I gotta go back.
No, don't leave me here.
Listen, all you have to do is blow off some steam. Throw a temper tantrum. Kick the side of a car until your foot hurts and you have to stop.
That won't help anything.
Listen, nobody has time for therapy. All I know is that in the service industry, everyone's always yelling about something else. So go to some cafe and unload it all on some poor motherfucker. Whatever makes you feel better. Go yell at Omar if you want to. I have to go back.
No, OG.
Those are everyone's tax forms!
Well, they won't need them now!
Yes, people still need tax forms. You still need your tax forms!
Oh, like I don't know that! Like I haven't done my taxes before!
Let me put them in alphabetical order.
There's like 5 of us, I can do it!
Stop it, let me do it. You'd be nowhere if I wasn't here.
Oh, don't make this about me! You wanna leave!
Yeah, because I could be anywhere right now!
No, you're still here because you like Omar!
I
are.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Omar! No, you called me ugly in public yesterday, so I can't yell at the other motherfuckers on the other end of my text, so it's you. You're the fucking person, so fucking call me to cancel, fucking don't jerk me around, and fucking say sorry for calling me ugly!
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I really needed to hear that right now. Sorry, everyone. Oh, this is totally like a me thing. My mom has crazy cancer. Ah! Sorry for being like so yelly.
They're from out of town. Is this the way all New Yorkers are?
Wow, everyone has been so angry. I mean, wow, this is really amazing.
It's gonna work.
I know.
Okay, the bar is done.
Cool.
So are you going home?
Are you going home?
Oh, you're making fun of me?
I'm not. It's just, where else would I be going?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd want to, like, watch a sports game or something.
Oh, sports. Yeah.
I'm just making conversation. I don't, I don't have any other thoughts in my head.
You want to come to my place? It's so cute. We can watch your TV.
I don't know. I've fallen for that before. I'm not going to fall for that again.
I need to brag.
Shut up.
What?
I'm sorry. I don't.
Ma. Boom! Boom, 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 boom!
Yeah. Monica! Monica! Why have you still not Googled her pictures?
Great Granddad, I'm so sorry. I've been Googling pictures of celebrities to try to figure out their personalities.
Celebrities don't have personalities. They have publicists.
Sorry.
Monica, your idea for a robbery was all wrong.
Wait, no. No.
I meant like a car wash, a cookie drive.
Bake sale.
A bake sale. Monica, you've totally fucked up!
I'm sorry. It's too late.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, hi.
Congressman Peters?
Hey, sorry, we just, we're really hungry, so we let ourselves in.
Are y'all open for business? If not, we could wait outside until you are, right?
Yeah, sure. I do hope you can accommodate my very specific diet, though.
Oh, please. This is New York. They eat nothing and drink everything.
OG's running a little late, so you get me.
Oh, well, I always prefer a female waiter.
So many would.
Shit, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Can I get you all anything to drink other than water?
Oh, no. If I drink anything else, I'll be on the potty all day.
That old boy's gonna look just like me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, he will. Unless, of course, your wife's been fucking another guy. I'll give you a second with those menus.
Pick up.
The fucking future president is in there.
Ayúdanos a salvarnos de su destino.
I'm so sorry I'm late. The future fucking president is in there.
He said that!
I'm calling Chris.
Fuck, why today?
Wait, no, it's gonna stop my call from going through.
Portado como un hombre perfecto, pero sería mejor, por favor, Diosito, ayúdeme a que este hombre conteste el teléfono.
Everyone just calm down.
First murder to reach him gets a ship drink!
What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
That's not a fucking
I'm sorry.
go phone.
Sorry.
God, who the fuck is this?
Fine!
Chris!
Hey, put your number in my phone.
No, that guy's got my phone! I'm the robber today! God!
OG, get off. Oh my God, we need to stop this robbery from happening. Everyone just calm the fuck down. OG, go outside. Monica, you keep waiting at the tables. Oh my God, I'll go out the door. This is gonna be fine. We're great. What the fuck do I do?
Just pretend to do work like you always do. We're gonna be great.
I think I'll do the farmer's breakfast. Steak well done, please. I love medium rare, but I can't risk it with the little one on the way.
Oh, how far along are you?
Any day now. Can't you tell?
I'm not really clear on the stages of pregnancy.
Well, it's very exciting because we have a history of failed pregnancies.
Don't tell me this.
It's my duty to demystify the miscarriage.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for your waiter.
Yeah, well, our last pregnancy was a real doozy because, well, our son was born alive. Well, better luck this time, huh?
Yeah.
I will have the same thing that my wife is having.
That'll be coming right up.
No! Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Please!
Yo, I see you, but I can't help you right now. I'm trying to stop my friend from coming into this restaurant.
I'm a casting director. Nobody will miss me if you don't help.
Oh, God. Oh, God, please don't tell me that. Oh, I'm coming. As a concerned citizen, I'm gonna help you.
Oh, God.
Dear God, if you get me through this, I will canvass. I'll donate money. I will go door to door.
Don't lose your shit right now. Stop sounding crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna decide who I vote for till I get to the polls.
Everyone get down on the fucking ground! Come the fuck on fucking down! Take the mic money on the register and put it in the briefcase.
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Oh, we all have kids, man. We all have kids. Put the money in the briefcase.
Everyone take him seriously. He has a gun.
Don't test me, bitch.
Please, just take the money and leave.
Hello, may I see a menu, please?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Everyone get down on the fucking floor, take the money out of the register and put it in this backpack.
Oh my God.
You too, Bob.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Wait, no, dude, no fair. I'm the one holding this place up.
Whoa, who the fuck are you,
I'm
motherfucker?
the guy holding this place up.
No, dude, I'm the one holding this place up.
No, dude, I saw it first.
Well, I saw it second, and first is the worst, and second is the best.
Don't fucking say that.
Oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry. For second is a total bonehead.
Oh no. Oh no. No, not now. Not now. Oh.
They just don't know why she felt just so. Just a word at the record store.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
I have to write a clickbait headline about an 88-year-old nun who washes homeless feet underneath the Brooklyn Bridge.
Do you only cover nuns now?
They're really big, though. It's a good beat.
Clickbait
clickbait about no. What's your clickbait headline so far?
So this is what I have at the moment. 88-year-old nun who washed homeless feet onto Brooklyn Bridge shares incredible life story about washing homeless feet onto the Brooklyn Bridge.
I don't know. It feels quite long. And also, is it homeless feet?
No, it's probably the feet of the homeless. Okay, this nun's story of service will inspire you?
Yeah, it's not very clickbaity. And I do think you need to get the feet in there.
Okay, I just don't really know how to get it in. Okay, this woman's service to homeless feet will inspire you.
Yeah, like one woman's service, she cleaned Brooklyn nun, life of service. Now she shares her story. Something like that?
No, Nora. I think I should just leave out the feet.
No, feet are what makes it clickbait.
And he'll find it eventually, right?
Yeah. Wait, we'll find what?
I got Cook a used guitar for his birthday, and I put a little bow on it and wrote a note and hid it in the kitchen. But it's barely hidden.
No, he'll find it. When's his birthday?
It was 2 weeks ago. He hasn't found it yet.
He will. Unbelievable. This woman I'm not even dating just broke up with me via text. She looked like that babysitter I had, Amanda. I gotta stop messing with these young chickadees. I need a mature woman.
Wait, who's Amanda?
Amanda, with the pigtails. She'd be like apple juice or grape juice. She was 14 years old. I was an 8-year-old butch. I knew I wanted grape juice.
Wait, she was offering you apple juice and grape juice from her boobs?
Right.
Why wasn't she just offering you milk?
It was about sucking her titties.
Oh,
it wasn't about what liquid.
Okay, she was pretending.
Yeah.
Okay, so some people are so imaginative.
Up, no. Back. No.
Wait, no.
Done.
Ow.
This is good.
You, Inga, how's this? Is this good?
I don't love it.
She doesn't love it.
I'm sorry. It looks wrong. Am I wrong?
It's your diner. Do what you want.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, let's just move it back that way.
We already tried that. No, she needs to get up and come help us. I'm already sweating. And where's Cook? Why can't Cook help us?
Look, it's too big for this space. I told her that when she bought it. Can we just put it in the storage room for now?
Hey, the storage room is out of commission until George comes by to fix it. Cook got stuck in there last week for a couple of hours. The door immediately self-locked. You can't get in, you can't get out. It's totally busted. Cook was so embarrassed. He was drenched in sweat by the time I found him. But don't mention it to him, okay?
Got it.
She needs to come put her hands on this table and help us move it.
Hold on.
So, this Brooklyn nun, she served the feet of the homeless. Now she's serving you her story by sharing.
Still long.
Okay, how about...
What about...
Yeah.
Woman shares incredible story about...
Celibate woman.
Celibate woman, that's interesting.
Or just say none. I think start with the feet. So, she spent decades caring for the feet of the homeless people. A Brooklyn nun's untold story will inspire you.
Very funny. I get it. You're doing a pirate bit? That's good. You know, who says men aren't funny?
Auga, ooh la la. Sweet tits, right? She just broke up with me. We weren't even dating. What is this? What?
Scratched cornea.
Interesting. And by that, I mean not interesting at all.
What? You know, this nun.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So slower, go on.
Brooklyn nun, got it?
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn nun washes homeless feet. Read all about it. You're welcome.
No one says read all about it.
Oh my God, when you think about what people do, like, you know, I need to do more for the world. I've never cleaned anybody's feet.
Me neither, but you should come with me for my next story. I'm going to interview this group of nuns who belong to the Order of the Brother of the Sisters of Holy Mount Carmel or something. Anyway, they've taken in this Syrian immigrant, Jamal Amari, and you could come, you could wash his feet or something.
Or something. Wait, but you're talking to the nuns? You're not going to interview him even though he's the one looking for, what is he looking for, refuge?
It's just nuns. All the time, nuns. That's my beat.
For fuck's sake.
What are they doing?
Missy bought Sheila a $500 VR headset for her first wedding anniversary.
Traditionally, you give paper on the first anniversary.
Well, VR is the new paper.
Kids today, huh?
They look like lunatics.
So, aren't you guys curious?
About what?
Well, I'm wearing an eye patch.
You mean the scarf around your head?
That's not how you wear a scarf. It is when you have a scratched cornea.
I think I know how to wear a scarf. It's around the neck.
Anyway, don't you want to know how it happened?
It looks like you tied it around your head and made a knot.
No, not the knot.
What happened?
My injury.
Oh,
No.
A scratch cornea kind of speaks for itself.
And I have a weird thing about eye injuries.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
I don't want to hear about them.
Anyway, I'm part of this secret society now.
Then why are you telling us about it?
Not so secret anymore.
It's a secret society marching band.
Okay, and they're gonna kick you out if you keep yapping about it.
And I have a thing about secret societies.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
I don't want to hear about them.
Well, this one is super cool, and it's super top secret.
Secrets stress me out, and I'm getting hot just thinking about a secret society.
Hot.
No, I feel uncomfortable in my body.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I need some grape juice. Get it? When I get back, we'll resolve this whole table business.
Anyway, it's really cool. We do impromptu marches.
Oh, God, impromptu.
No, it's fun. It's exhilarating. I carry a baton.
Oh, so you don't really contribute?
Well, you need someone to carry the baton.
Do you?
I don't think I've ever needed anyone in my life, ever. Not once to carry a baton.
I could have used a baton this one time.
So do you twirl the baton?
No, I just carry it. I don't know how to twirl it.
Oh, so like I said, you don't really contribute.
Anyway, it's very fun. We play music and we march around.
Sounds like a public society.
Very cute.
Thank you.
Oh, God, Jack, what happened to you?
I scratched my cornea because I'm in a secret society marching band.
And what's the punishment? You need to dress like some kind of archaic pirate?
It's not a punishment. Does it look that bad?
Just own it. I'm glad you found a community to be a part of, even if it is a super nerdy community.
They're not that nerdy. Actually, they're pretty cool.
Sure. For sure.
Anyway, I was at this girl's house the other day. Woman's. I feel like I can't say girl anymore. I was at her house the other day and...
She's dead.
How do you do this?
Just kneel down. Like this, look. Oh. It's kind of tough on your knees.
I know.
But that's part of it. Now make
I don't know if you can lean.
You can lean on it, it's fine. And just do like a sad face and look at the dead body for a while.
I am sad. I don't need to do a sad face.
Okay, well...
I'm always scared of her. Shh. She actually does look peaceful.
What?
I dropped my ring in there.
What?
It was when you told me to do the prayer hands. I've been playing with it. I put it in my hand.
Don't blame me for it. Get it, Lucille.
It's bad luck or
No,
something.
no, just fish around inside. It's fine.
Can you do it?
I'm not going to do it.
Please.
No. Lucille, just say a prayer and under cover of the prayer, reach in for the ring.
I only know Islamic prayers.
Do not say an Islamic prayer.
Okay, I think I know one. Our Father who art in heaven, thank you for this bread that we are about to eat.
It's crooked.
No, it's not. Hey, stop touching it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. You gotta invest in a quality clip-on so I don't have to go through this every single time.
Clip-on, please. I wish this was a sex party instead of a wake.
You and me both.
I'll take one blowjob, please.
I can't believe she's gone. Yeah, I could just count on Inga to just be Inga. She was obsessed with baking soda. Why?
She thought it was a cure-all.
At least once a day, she'd be on me to clean my nose out with baking soda.
She had me make a paste out of baking soda and lime juice when I had that bout with dandruff.
Did it work?
No, it made my scalp burn.
She thought it'd cure indigestion, clean your teeth, clean out your tub.
Maybe it was the baking soda that killed her. You know, I've only been to one other funeral for my Grammy.
Your Grammy? What are you, Anna Green Gables?
Here, look under here.
Don't move her.
Sorry.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Put it back down.
Are you sure?
It's awful. Just put it back down.
Check in there.
I'm not going to check in her crotch. Oh, God. I didn't shout next to a dead body.
Okay, underneath. Okay. Just feel around on her little hand, Inga. She's frozen cold. She's supposed to be though.
Hey, girls.
Hey, Lucille dropped her ring and it's underneath Inga somewhere. We can't find it.
God.
It was an accident.
Are you kidding me?
I said it was an accident.
No, look, that's my sweater.
Oh, no.
I lent it to her last week.
Well, who dressed her?
I don't know, but that's my sweater. I wasn't giving it to her. It was a loaner.
I don't think you're going to be getting it back now.
We wore it once.
It's a lovely sweater as well.
Yeah, I like the pattern. It kind of looks like vaginas, right?
Yeah, it's unique. That's why I bought it. I mean, she can have it. She looks great in it. First Inga. Now my sweater.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, it's just a sweater, right? Like, she can have it.
All right, ladies, let me try. I'm actually really good at finding small things.
Thank you.
I'm like one of those truffle pigs, you know, but instead of truffles, I find small things.
We look good. We look like James Bond and, well, James Bond.
I've always enjoyed studying a new tone.
What is that?
It's a Bond quote.
If you're gonna do a Bond quote, shouldn't you do Bond? James Bond.
That's a little obvious, no?
Well, I never saw a Bond film.
What?
I don't bother with that masculine bullshit.
Look, let's just forget about it.
No, just 1 minute.
Hey, ladies. What's all the fuss?
Lucille's lost her ring. It's somewhere in this coffin. And this is Dee's sweater, which she only lent to Inga, but now it looks like Inga's gonna be buried in it.
Oh, my bad.
This is your fault?
Well, the coroner asked me to provide an outfit, and that was the first thing I saw. I didn't know.
It's a lovely pattern.
That's what I said.
Looks great on her.
She'll be buried with your ring and my sweater.
Last minute gifts, yeah.
Hey, while we're here, why don't we take a selfie?
Okay.
Hold up, are you guys taking a selfie? I want to be in it.
Oh, you can see her kind of little double chin. Okay. She won't
I
care.
keep on expecting her to smile.
R.I.P.
Wait, take one with my phone too, guys. Okay. Say Inga!
Inga!
Louisa.
Hey, Mick.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
sorry it isn't under happier circumstances.
Me too.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for yours. I like the bow tie.
So what is this place? It's so weird.
It's a funeral home pop-up shop.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I read about it in the New York Times.
Oh, okay. Well, it's perfect for her, you know? No frills, not too fancy. I'm pretty sure there's like a cat that lives here.
Yeah, I smell that too.
Lucille, you shouldn't have your phone out at a funeral.
I know, but my nun article is trending.
Is it?
Yeah.
That must have been that clickbait headline that we worked on.
I actually think it was. Now the editor's given me the beat, but he's calling it none the wiser.
That's brilliant.
Oh, it's awful.
I think it's good.
Really?
Yes.
Before we get into this, I'd like to see everyone up on their feet. Yes, come on. I think we need to get into our bodies. Inga was always in her body. She had 2 left feet, but she was always in her body. Let's do some hip swivels. You can sit down. Look, I don't mean to preach, but how many funerals have you been at where everyone talks in platitudes? She was a good person. She had a big heart. She had big ears. Who was Inga to you?
I don't know a lot of you, but we all share this extraordinary human. There's always been parts of myself that I have kept hidden. And she always made me feel like so loved. And when she asked me to invest in the diner so she could get a bigger space, I said yes, because I felt like if she could make me feel like that, she could make anybody feel welcome. She challenged me to be more me. I guess she's challenging me again, because technically I now own a diner and I will be taking over. So you did it again, my friend, growing me even beyond the grave. I love you, Inga.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun.
What?
You know, that scene from The Godfather.
No, I don't know.
When the Godfather's in the hospital?
No.
And Michael Corleone, that's the Godfather's son, he's there, and he sees Enzo coming down the hallway. And he's like, who are you? Who are you? And Enzo's like, I am Enzo the baker. I come to see your father. He's in the hospital.
It's not ringing a bell.
No? And Michael tells Enzo to wait downstairs, and he comes outside, and he pops the collar on Enzo's jacket, and he tells him to put his hand in his pocket like he's got a gun. And then the bad guys drive by, and they see Enzo, who's really just a dopey baker, standing there with Michael. And they just keep driving. It's a great scene. So, you want to try it?
Sure.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun. You'll be all right.
I'm Enzo? What about that?
You did good.
What are you guys doing?
Come on, it's freezing outside. We're hanging out.
I'm keeping them. They fit perfectly.
I can tell, but that's still stealing.
Look who I found.
Oh, what were y'all doing? The Godfather? How'd you know? Oh my God, really?
We're doing The
I was
Godfather.
kidding.
This one's never seen it. Ow.
You know who's cute? Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a strong jaw. Just like, ugh. Plus he has big juicy lips, which is a good thing because most white guys have thin lips.
Thin lips don't bother me though. It's a thin dick I got a problem with.
No, I wouldn't know about that.
I was just gonna say the same thing. I've never had that problem.
Y'all never had a thin dick, or you don't have thin dicks?
I mean, neither.
Well, if my dick was too thin, I'd just go out and buy another one.
Okay,
Hey now.
talk about it.
Tough on the wallet, though.
Crazy.
God, I can't believe Inga's dead.
I know, I keep thinking like I need to call her and be like, Inga, the craziest thing happened. You're dead.
It's surreal.
So, Mick, what's gonna happen with the diner?
I don't know. I got an email from Luisa's lawyer. They're
Wow.
gonna have a meeting.
A lawyer? Okay. She's not playing any games.
Is Luisa gonna sell the place? Mick, should we be worried?
No.
Oh my God, she's gonna sell the diner. We're gonna be out of jobs.
All right, everybody, just chill out. I know how to play Luisa. I can play her like a trumpet. I have before anyway.
What about the lawyer?
I know how to handle a lawyer.
You do?
You get a lawyer?
What do you know about lawyers?
Plenty.
Okay, well, that makes you feel better.
I would like to know what the name of this freestyle group is you've got going on.
Is that the vibe we're giving right now?
Maybe you could call yourselves gentrification.
Not me.
Okay, grown-up Destiny's Child. So like, you know, Destiny's.
This is Destiny's mistake.
Yeah, Destiny's mistake. Yeah, Destiny's mistake. What about new shoes? Just like simple new shoes.
There's actually a group called New Shoes.
I didn't know that.
New shoes.
New? Like new? Like what's going on? No?
What? You know, I can't freestyle per se, but I can actually rap.
No. Oh.
And I can break dance.
Now that I believe and I actually want to see.
Wait, can you actually rap or?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to invite me to do it. I wrote two of them while I was in the 4th grade. Okay, so the first one is like, my name is LL Cool F and I'm here to say that I'm very special in a very special way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh my God.
She's talented.
Wow. I know it isn't the best, but by the time I got through 4th grade, I was so much better. And the next one that I wrote was actually good.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, I just need a second to remember it because it's, you know, it's sophisticated.
What? No, I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
Are you okay? Should we help her?
Okay, it's me. Now I know you're sweating. Put your hand under the blanket. Let's get to ping. But I ain't got no patience, so don't go slow. I'll be like chop chop lollipop. Hit the flow. I know.
She said hit the blow.
Wait, you wrote that when you were in 4th grade.
It was the 90s. I was highly sexualized. Wait, I got more. I got
now.
more.
We are
Yeah, wait. Give me a beat. Okay.
Yeah.
Now before things spiffle, let's hit the switch. I'ma make things sizzle. I'ma do it like this, and then I grab my crotch. you, yeah. You're wet as well, don't deny it.
Wow. You know, when I was little, I always thought the Beastie Boys were saying, "Listen, all of y'all, this is Santa Claus."
I can't believe they haven't made a Christmas parody out of that song.
Well, not yet.
Listen, I need to head away before this turns into a whole, secret marching band incident. So I'll see you later. Okay?
I'm gonna come with you.
Okay, good. Bye. I love you guys. That was awesome.
Wow. Looks like the party's over, ladies. Should be.
Shall we continue? Is that taking this party on the road?
Yeah, it's saying
It's a trumpet. Like,
But y'all good?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
All good.
Okay. All right. Love you.
Listen up, y'all. This is Santa Claus.
We understand. Farewell, ladies. So how you getting home? You want to split a car?
No, I'm taking a motorbike.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Cool. So you're not worried about the diner?
No, I mean, I'm gonna talk to Louisa.
Okay. Just talk to her?
No, I'll do more if I have to,
Nice.
but I'll handle it. You gonna be all right getting home?
Oh yeah, I'll just take the subway.
Okay.
Look at this. Very cool.
Yep.
You know, I once rode a motorbike in Italy.
Ooh la la.
All right, so I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to come? There's 2 helmets.
You kidding?
No.
Yeah. What do I do?
Well, you put the helmet on.
Hey, safety first. Is this gonna mess up my hair?
You'll live.
They sanitize these things?
What am I, the health department? Put your hand in your pocket like you got a gun. You'll be all right.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. Sad without her. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
Yeah, there wasn't really a plan. There was a flurry of text messages late last night. We didn't know if we should come in or not come in or whatever.
Yeah, some of us were like, let's not forget about the sexy bad bitch that was at the funeral yesterday saying that she's taking over the diner.
You know her?
Yeah, Louisa. She went to college with Inga in the early 2000s, and I had a fling with her about 10 years ago. It was a summer fling.
She's a bad bitch. Is she taking interns? I want to be her intern. I want her to be my new mother.
I mean, Mick, what are we doing? Should we start dismantling the diner? I mean, I'm trying to go through her stuff, but is that woman gonna take over?
No.
Can't we rent it from her and just run it like the four of us?
Am I one of the four?
I will handle it. I'll sort it all out.
We haven't found anything helpful yet, but we did find Inga's memoirs.
Definitely a first draft, though. It's not good.
Scandal.
But I'll read it. The year was 1989, and I was making my way through the islands of Greece. When I say making my way, I mean I was sleeping my way through. Then she crosses this part out, but you know I'm gonna read it. I was sampling the grape leaves, the cola cathode, this.
Yeah, nailed it.
Never mind.
Don't hurt yourself.
And lots and lots of pussy.
Pussy!
I've never heard her say the word pussy.
I would love to hear her say the word pussy right now.
Me too.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Hey, how's your cornea?
Still scratched.
How long does a cornea stay scratched?
Just sash like that, we scratched for a long time.
Don't listen to them. I actually like this whole pirate look that you're doing. I feel like you could lean even more into it. Maybe just get like a little pie, whatever you want to do, like a ruffled collar. Live your life.
Thank you. But it's not a look that I'm doing. I need it because my cornea is still scratched.
Okay.
Hey, last night was fun.
What? Why are you saying it like that?
Like what? What did you guys get into? I mean, I can't really see you two going at it.
Nope.
Nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Well, it was something. Mick took me for a ride on a motorbike.
A motorbike!
I want to go. So fun and so PG-13. I love it.
And very 1980.
It was.
It was like we were two hot Italian butchies out on the town. Anyway, what's a guy gotta do to get a cup of coffee around here, huh?
Order it.
Like every other time.
May I have a cup of coffee, pretty please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't order any food. Hook's been too sad to make anything that doesn't taste like tears.
Okay, who's gonna take the lead on the financials?
I'm already taking the lead on Inga's memoirs. I cannot possibly handle anymore.
I can do it. I majored in mathematics at the community college.
Mathematics?
Yeah, that's the long version of the word math.
Oh my God, she's here.
Okay. Nobody panic. I have a plan.
What is it?
I'm gonna play it smooth. Hi, Louisa.
That wasn't smooth.
Hi, Rick.
I need to talk to you in private.
Better.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Yes, in this storage room.
The storage room's locked, remember?
Shit. Everybody out.
Out!
I'll freeze my balls off.
Going outside.
It's out there. I am too pretty to be cold.
Okay. Everybody get in the kitchen.
I haven't seen the new location.
Well, this is it.
She certainly loved Kitsch.
What's that mean?
I mean, she loved stuff. She was a collector, a little bit of a hoarder.
Okay, what? You're calling her a hoarder? Yeah, she liked stuff. She liked nice stuff. She liked shitty stuff. She even collected packaging.
Yeah, that's the definition of a hoarder.
Yeah. All right. I guess you're right.
By the light of the moon, I tied her to the bedpost, and then I dripped hot wax all the way down her leg. Okay, wow! I can't read any more of that. That shit is making me horny. Whew, damn.
Hi.
Hi.
It's kind of weird being here. You and me. Little familiar.
Yeah.
It was quite a summer.
Yes.
I can't believe it was a decade ago. How is that possible? How is she gone?
Yeah. Oh, look, I feel like I was trying to start a fight just now. I'm sorry. I know you're hurting too. I mean, it's just that you've engaged a lawyer already.
I didn't have a choice. I don't live here. I needed help handling this place.
Okay. You gonna talk business? Hold on.
You're actually the one who brought up the lawyer, but
I'm gonna get comfortable if we're gonna be talking business.
I think I gotta get.
It's a lot of buttons.
I can see that. Are you trying to seduce me or?
No.
Okay. Comfortable?
Yeah.
Great.
Are you?
What's going on?
Nick took her shirt off.
What?
Yeah, she's wearing a white tank top like she's Fredo from The Godfather.
Ooh, that sounds like a real power move. And she says she's never seen The Godfather.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sell the place or what? You have to tell me what you're gonna do with the place, honestly.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna sell the building.
What gives you the right?
I own it. Inga was renting it from me.
This place is important to an entire community.
I'm sure there are other lesbian hangouts.
Not really. I mean, there's a Chinese restaurant, but it's small. It's a to-go spot. You can meet a friend there if it's cold or something and get your food to go, or you can, go there on a date and pick up some hot and sour soup to go, but there's no, you can't really hang out. It's like, it's not
I get
eating,
that
it's
it's
a
to go.
Right.
What's happening?
Nick is talking a lot.
She seems nervous.
What's the bad bitch doing?
She looks
sexy, right?
She really does. I've never been allowed in the kitchen before, and I just gotta say, I'm having a blast being back here with you guys.
This is my second home. No. You know what? It's my first home. That place where I pay rent, where I sleep, it's technically my apartment. That's my second home. I can't let go of this place. My dad died. He kept these water bottles. If the apocalypse hit, or if there's a blackout or something. And I've held on to the bottles. I'd shuttle them from place to place whenever I got an apartment. And recently, one of the bottles sprung a leak. It's a water bottle, and there's water everywhere. So now I'm down a bottle. I have 4 bottles. And, you know, things, you know, things go away and people die. And I'm not okay with that.
Can you smell that? What is it? Frankincense? No. Myrrh?
I'm getting burning flesh.
Lucille, that is a bit dramatic.
That's what it smells like.
Oh my God. Why don't you go and talk to the nuns?
Because I don't know what they're doing here. Come with me, come with me.
I'm not coming with you. I have to go and meet this immigrant. You can go, you'll be fine. Go, you'll be fine. I'll meet you after. Go with God, my child.
Is this making any sense? Are you hearing me? I don't. Are you trying to seduce me?
No, I'm not.
Kind of looks like it. I don't mean to. Oh dear. What? Is there something I can do?
I'm having trouble breathing. I'm like sweating and I feel disgusting.
All right, I'm
and-
sorry.
Don't give me that look. I'm stressed.
I don't know what to
I can't
do.
keep this
I'm
place.
sorry.
I'm not here. I don't live here. And my best friend for the last 30 years is gone. And I'm a little stressed out because I need to close this chapter in my life. Just give me some space, okay?
You need to breathe.
Oh, fuck you. I hate it when people tell me I have to breathe. It's the worst thing you can tell someone who's having a panic attack because clearly I can't breathe and my breathing just becomes more shallow when you tell me to breathe. And it's like saying relax. I can't relax right now. I can't.
Don't breathe. Okay. Over here. You know what? You know what I like to do when I'm having a panic attack? I think about sex. Think about sex. No? Okay. How about this? You said please, so I'm gonna. Do you remember this?
Wait, there's been a strange turn.
Mika's dancing? Dancing?
Was that her plan?
What kind of dancing?
Like.
Oy vey. That's her interpretation of sexy dancing?
I know you like this. Still got that panic attack?
What? You don't?
It's gone?
Bam!
Cocaine?
Baking soda.
What a crazy maniac she was.
She believed in its healing powers.
I know.
I'm still shorter than you.
We're doing this.
But it's still hot.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm really dizzy. You have to hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. You can do slow.
You're never gonna believe this. Now they're dancing together.
I gotta see this with my own one eye. Get it? Because I only have one good eye.
I feel like Inga would be happy if she saw this. Maybe. Or really angry.
I'm just laughing.
Well, this took a turn.
One could say this took a turn. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hello? Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Nora.
Hi, Jamal.
Hi. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I heard you were here. I just said I'd say hi and show some support or whatever.
Yeah.
I got snacks.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Like I should like genuflect.
No, that's no one's here.
I was like, I bet they're feeding that poor man gruel.
Yeah, it's been mostly gruel and spinach. Oh, M&Ms.
I tend to eat like treats when I'm stressed.
Mm-hmm.
You must be stressed.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
So enjoy the sugar. Truthfully, I eat treats even when I'm not stressed. I had half of those peanut M&Ms.
In the bag?
Yeah.
You've already had
Missing.
some.
Some are missing, yeah.
Some are missing. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Must have been a long trip.
It was like 15 minutes. Sorry.
That's cool.
But and it's just you and you have your little roommate.
Oh, he's very nice.
I heard he's a real mama's boy. So how long have you been here in the church?
17 weeks.
You sound so American.
Yeah. Well, I've been here since I was 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for 9 years now. Wow, I just realized that.
Wait, how old are you?
22.
I did not think you were that young.
Really?
Yeah.
This whole situation has aged me.
No, I didn't mean that you look like wrecked or old or anything. You actually have beautiful skin. Jamal.
Thank you. Thanks.
Beautiful.
Thanks so much.
You're glowing.
Okay. Thanks.
And then what do you do like all the time?
Well, I mean, it's actually quite active here in the church. Like, I do yoga.
Do you?
A few times a week. I've learned to crochet. Yeah. Which is something I never thought I would do, but here we are.
Turning into a nun.
I am. I am now the sister from Syria, I think.
What's the like most difficult thing like that you didn't expect being in here?
Never leaving. It feels impossibly suffocating to be stuck inside.
Do you feel frightened? Do you feel scared? Like maybe the ice will come in or something?
No. ICE, no. Because it's a sanctuary church, so I'm not afraid they'll come inside, but I cannot leave.
Right.
Because they could be outside. They aren't in plain sight. They haven't been yet, at least, but they could be out there, just out of view, waiting for me to come out, so.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But you obviously want to go outside.
Of course I do. Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's, it feels almost like I can't breathe in here.
Okay.
You know, not fully. Like I can't ever take a full breath. I would like to breathe the air outside, even just for 5 minutes. It's something you take for granted when you're free. You know, you can just go down to the corner store and it's normal. No one's
Excuse me. Oh, hi. My name's Lucille. I'm with the Brooklyn Seagull. I was hoping to interview you about being a sanctuary church for the paper, if that's okay.
Oh, that is so cool. She wants to do an interview with us for her school paper.
Oh, no, it's actually not a school paper. It's a paper. We write articles with clickbaity headlines, I guess, like find out why Hollywood won't work with The Rock, even though obviously Hollywood loves The Rock, so that's a bad example.
Who's The Rock?
Oh, he is an actor who used to be a wrestler, you know, like John Cena. No, Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know why I'm only thinking of actors who used to be wrestlers.
We love Andre the Giant.
Who doesn't?
Anybody want a peanut?
That's very cute.
Yes, that is one of our favorite movies.
Amazing. So is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, sure.
I'll keep it very short. So you're a sanctuary church and you're currently housing an immigrant, Jamal Amari, and I'm wondering how that makes you feel. Are you feeling hopeless at the moment?
Well, can I speak candidly?
Of course.
I mean, on the one hand, we are very happy to be of service, right? But the fact that someone, a human, is being forced to take sanctuary in our church, I mean, that's fucked up, right? And our country, it's separating families, treating them like animals, worse than animals, really. I mean, come on, that's fucked up. And the pain that's being caused because of it, it's gonna ripple out. It's gonna infect our entire society for generations to come. So, yeah, it is easy to feel hopeless, but we keep the faith. Yeah? We believe in the ultimate kindness of humans. Yeah, that's what keeps us going. Hope in humanity.
You said it, sister.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, this is no longer a sexy memoir. It's just a food diary. No, we had lemons in Sicily. Okay. We had a lobster over the bay in Cape Cod. Big deal. Nobody cares. I had a fancy seltzer on Arthur Avenue. Now it's just a list. It's not even a diary.
Wait, what is this? What is this?
It's a contract between Louisa and Inga. And it says in the event of death, Louisa has to wait 180 days before she can sell the building.
180 days?
She can't sell it yet.
What's 180 days?
Well, there's 7 days in a week.
About 28 to 31 days in a month.
How many in a fortnight?
Well, it doesn't say anything about a fortnight, but this is great.
We have to tell Mick.
Look how we did it.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Read this.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This buys us 180 days.
Yeah.
How long is that?
Nobody knows, but we'll figure it out.
All right!
Yes.
Yeah.
Woo!
I know.
Nora's calling me.
Congrats.
You want a medal?
Well, what do I do? She never calls me.
You pick up the phone, you put it to your ear, and you say, Jack speaking.
Jake speaking. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they'll love to help. I told you, they're really cool. Okay. All right, I'll get cracking. Well, folks, old Jackie's been called into the fray. Time to lace up my boots and get in the fight. Coach is putting me in. By the way, guys, I gotta tell you something about the eye patch. It's just a costume. It's part of my initiation for the secret society.
No kidding.
You had us fooled.
You mean you don't have a scratched cornea?
Thank God, right? Those are dangerous. All right, I gotta text the gang and tell them we're needed.
Oh, I totally forgot about this.
Buys us some time. 180 days.
Yeah. I gotta get my baton, too. Oh, I think I left it at home.
You gonna be okay? Holding on to the place?
I'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
So you'll tell your lawyer to hold off for 180 days. However long that is.
6 months.
Oh. Smart girl. I gotta go tell them.
All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm adding a little bit of color. Thank you. A little bit of color and curves to late night TV because I look like someone you know. Now today, thank you, we have a very nice episode in store for you called Mad and Bougie because I grew up pretty bougie adjacent. Like I really did. And it's funny because I look back and I be bougie adjacent. I remember being called bougie was a bad thing. Like you didn't want to be called bougie. And I actually was so against it. I was supposed to be a debutante and I dropped out of my cotillion at the last minute just in resistance. When in hindsight, I could have used all of those connections. Like the adult in me was like, that was stupid. Like I really just blocked my own blessings. I really did. And it's weird because I don't do struggle well. I really don't. I cry easily. You know what I mean? I'll take an Advil if my feelings are hurt, like straight up. But the thing that really gets me is that I don't do struggle well. I dropped out of that $10 a month fitness club, and I don't want to name them because that's not very nice. They know who they are. But too many things. The straw that broke the camel's back. I was in the locker room one night, in the shower, obviously butt naked, and the whole place just went pitch black. Like all the lights shut down. I freaked out. Like I instantly started crying. I was like, this is how it goes down in prison. And like my whole behind, all 3 holes just shut down like nope. And when I told my husband this story, he was like, there's 3 holes? Like, yes, there's 3 holes. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. I'm like look at that, I'm giving the audience an education. You didn't know that. But seriously, let me tell you something. I've never gotten dressed so fast in my life. I got dressed so fast, I didn't moisturize, okay? And thank you, you know that. Let me tell you something. I'm a black woman. I did not moisturize. Cocoa butter is an essential worker in a black home, okay? That's like the 11th commandment. Like there's thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not be, starts with an A, what is it? Ashy, thou shalt never be ashy. All right, I was shook. I was fighting my morals, but I mean, I was alive. Okay, that's all that was really concerning me. But listen, you guys, we have a great episode in store for you. Mad and Bougie, thank you. But let me tell you something, as we get going, I have a friend named Heather, and she loves to ask questions. So let's visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. How bougie are you? Let's see. Do you do the milks? Okay, which ones? Almond, rice, soy, sheep, or goat?
Oat. Not even any of those.
All right. Almond, rice, soy, sheep, goat, or oat?
Cow milk.
Cow milk?
I'm bougie and I like the oat milk.
I'm not mad.
It's the best oat milk.
Almond and oat is a favorite of mine.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I like almond milk. I like it when it's like flavored with vanilla. That's nice. He's like, I'm not with you. How bougie are you?
Oh, not at all.
Okay, but I got some questions, ma'am.
Okay.
I got some questions.
Okay.
Okay. Do you love Whole Foods?
Hell no. No.
Do you love farmers markets?
More than Whole Foods.
You drink rosé?
No.
No.
Y'all too young for that rosé life. You need another decade of disappointment for some rosé. Summertime. Do you live through summer or do you summer?
Say that again.
Like, do you summer? Like, we summer in the vineyard. Do you summer somewhere?
No.
Or you just have June, July, and August?
June, July, and August. Coney Island.
Coney Island. What's up, Coney Island? Do you belong to a country club?
Nah, just a nation.
Oh, what's a what?
Just a nation.
Is brunch an event in your life? Is it an event?
It happens, yeah.
any women in your family a debutante, or were you like an escort at that cotillion?
I don't know. I don't know what they doing to women in my family.
All right.
They might be out there whoring.
Don't worry.
Sorry about that.
Were you guys or anyone you know a debutante in a cotillion, or were you an escort at a cotillion?
I was an escort.
You were. I love it. Okay, what about you? No. Any kids in your family named Preston, Bryce, Madison, or any of the Aidens? Aiden, Jaden, Caden, Braden.
I have a lot of cousins. Okay. There's a Jaden.
Ding, ding. Ding, ding with the Jaden. Okay, were you or anybody in your family a debutante?
No.
Okay. And here's the last one. Did you go to any kind of private schools?
Nah, public schools all day. Elementary, middle, college, grad school. Go to a public university.
All right, so you know what? You're not bougie adjacent, but you in the suburb. You in the burb.
I teach at a very prestigious university. There's an element of bougie, but I still keep another community of students in Brooklyn that I also support. So 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
It seems to me that we see the world as young or old. But what about the in-between? Please enjoy this funny lady I call Mama, Holly Harper.
Yes, I am kind of old. I'm near the hill, yet I'm not over it. Still my back hurts, it's hard to sleep. Menopause knocks on my door and that bitch is in heat. Cause I still have all this, but I walk with a crown. And when I go to clubs, dear, I want to sit down. Where's the chair? Where's the booth? I survived all the bullshit of youth. And children, I'm old. Old, I am now young old. Once, I just couldn't see that if I stayed on my path, life would catch up with me, but it's hard. We're judged on sight. Let's face it, this ass is from CrossFit, but knees are from life. And if you live long enough, you'll see fads are for clowns. I choose style. I wore those trends first time around. They look bad, and I see thirst. But I'll give you a decade to realize it first. That comes with old. I am now young old. I have a few mixtapes much older than some of you. Sometimes this world moves too fast, but I make do cause I will never curse this like we're told. Cause we all know someone denied the chance to grow old. Give me some more old. I am now young old.
Over the years, I kept hearing about this other comedy nerd whose funny bone is big as her heart. She is the founder of the Black Women in Comedy Laugh Fest, and she is a true pioneer and a good friend. Please put your hands together for our comedian, Joanna Briley.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Holly, for having me here. My name is Joanna Briley. It feels good to be a blurred. I'm claiming it. We always got to have our own thing, you know? And as a blurred, I am having such a difficult time finding a guy, you know? Like, oh, it's so difficult. So I decided to downplay. I got the sequin on top, but I got the rugged boots on the bottom. You know what I mean? Because I want to look jazzy, but I want to let them know I go fishing. You know what I'm saying? Because I want a man that likes to go deep sea fishing, literally and figuratively. That's safe to say. But yes, I am an outdoors type of nerd. Like, I love the outdoors. I like deep sea fishing. I like to go whale watching, and not just at the mall. But I do. I love anything that has to do with the water because I'm a Scorpio, okay? And I'm one of the nice ones. I don't care what you guys say about Scorpio women, okay? I will not stab you in the face if you get me upset, is what I'm saying, okay? I do have a little trust issues, okay, a lot. I have a lot of trust issues, but it has to deal with the fact that I was an only child. Okay, my mother had 5 other kids, but I was an only child, you know. That's what I felt like growing up. I knew I was different. I guess I was destined to be a blurred. I went to live with my dad in Connecticut, and I joined the cheerleading team, okay? I was, they kicked me off. They kicked me off because I had too much rhythm, okay? I was jacking everything up. They was like, this girl is too good. At least I learned how to swim, okay, while I was there. One of the things my dad taught me when we were driving was how to drive drunk. Yes, oh my God, if you didn't know how to drive drunk, you was not his kid. I would say this, my family's family crest is a bottle of Henny and OE, okay, because they're alcoholics is what I'm saying. But no, seriously, I'm not an alcoholic. I go to meetings with my girlfriends at the bar, like, because that's what we do. That's what you do. You go to meetings. But yeah, you know, just during this pandemic, I come to realize that being a single woman is hard to date. So I was ordering so much stuff from Amazon just to see the delivery guys. I would dress up in little lingerie so when they deliver in the package, you know, they could deliver a package. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how it works. UPS, FedEx, post office, and then the new guy in the block. I don't know if y'all ever seen the DHL Express dude. Oh my God, he is so sexy with that bright yellow and red. Oh my God. I was like, oh my God, let me keep ordering from China. All my credit cards are maxed out because of Amazon. Because I turned into this, what they call it, urban prepper. That's somebody that preps for the future, the doomsday. I have a ton, a case of beans. You gotta have beans. You got rice. You gotta have rice. These are all the things, and I got tons of water. I told you I have a 3-bedroom apartment, so one of the rooms is just filled with stuff. Because I know I got batteries. I got batteries that need batteries. Because I want to make sure that I am prepared for doomsday. This COVID is a test. This pandemic is a test. It's coming, people. When they get rid of cable, that is when all hell is gonna break loose, okay? So what I did, I stocked up on DVDs. I got me a DVD player, okay, because I know I'm going back to the roots. Because that's what you have to do. I have an old computer, right? Because I know Neo's gonna come and he's gonna need that computer pieces. So I was like, I'll make sure I got the computer pieces that Neo's gonna need. Because you know, in all those movies, right, they find an old computer and they just need that one piece. And then they connect to the world. So I got that at my place. So listen, if y'all need to find me, my name is Joanna Briley. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Thank you so much for having me on Hella Late with Holly.
Yes, thank you. Now, as you saw with Heather on the street, she loves to ask questions, and I love to ask questions. And I have been blessed to know the very best people. Many of them are blurs. So please enjoy 20 to 1.
Hey guys, 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I just happen to know. So basically, we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask and they're gonna answer a series of 20 questions in 1 minute. Well, actually like 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. Hey everybody, we have Eugene Ash with us. Hey Gene, how are you?
Hey, what's happening, Holly? How you doing?
I'm doing great. It is so nice to see you. You are fresh off your win. What, like a day and a half, 2 days? Fresh off your win.
Yeah, a day and a half. And
Oh my-
NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Chocolate People.
That's right, for the chocolate people. And you won Outstanding Director, didn't you? Outstanding Directing.
I did.
Everybody, I've known Jean for a long time. I have to say, like, it's actually one of my most healthiest friendships.
Wow, that's very sweet. We're family. It's all
We
good.
are family. We are family. That's why I'm like, all right, we gotta make this. We gotta make this short for him. I know this brother is busy because family will cuss you out too. Okay, 20-1. Here we go. Who was your best friend when you were 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Yes.
Was Pedro Rivera. He was a Puerto Rican dude, lived across the street from me, and I liked his sister Wanda, so I became his best friend.
You had ulterior motives. Okay. What time were you born?
9:52
AM or PM?
in the morning.
Okay. Have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Yes, I did. I snatched a dude out of a window. He was climbing into someone's window with a knife in his hand, and it was a woman who I knew. She lived on the first floor of my building, and I said, "Brother, you can't go in through there." He was like, "Man, you know." He was like, "Shut up." And I was like, "I'm not gonna let you climb in the window, man. And you got a knife in your hand." And he just was like, he just punked out, came out of the window, and left. But I think he was going in there to, they had broken up, and I don't know what he was gonna do.
Okay. Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Oh yeah, Miss Centeno in the 3rd grade.
Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Faux show. More than I have. They didn't serve alcohol. That was the problem.
That's the problem. No, that's a real problem.
Yeah, I
That's
don't mess with dry weddings.
How old were you at your first kiss?
7.
And the last question is, what cartoon character would you date?
Ooh, would I date?
Mm-hmm.
Anne Margaret from the Flintstones.
Oh, because that was
She
Anne
had
Margaret.
that song, "I Love You, but I Ain't Gonna Be a Fool." She was sexy. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, baby. I'll be.
Oh, she was.
Remember that?
Yes, and there was a tambourine guy.
Yeah, she was like, "I love you, but I ain't gonna be a fool." I'm telling you, you can find it on YouTube. I defy anybody to say she wasn't hot.
Oh God. Well, listen, that is our time with you. This with Eugene Ash. You did our 20-1. We found out wonderful stuff about Eugene. But what's going on now? What's up for you next? Like, what are you doing? What's happening now? What's going on?
I'm ready to put more amazing Black content out into the world.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned. It's coming. It's coming very soon, but stay tuned.
Well, we are waiting. We are excited, and just congratulations, because Sylvie's Love is about as dope as it comes. And I'm just so honored to have you here with us. Thank you so much, Jean.
Appreciate it.
When I was a teenager, I went away to a pretty awesome Quaker boarding school. And it was there that I saw the differences between the haves and the have-nots, and that I was somewhere in between. But the haves, oh my God, they are hella funny. Please meet this perfect mom.
Blair, welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. So lovely to have you.
Hello. I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
Malaika.
Oh, 4 syllables. You're almost a gypsy.
Wow. So why do you think you were nominated to be a perfect mom for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
I'm always so shocked when my friends have time for these things. Was this Eva? We go back to Spelman.
No, it was actually...
Oh, Vanessa from Jack and Jill?
It was...
Oh, Stephanie from Lynx.
No.
Rennie from Girlfriends?
No, it was Leslie. I believe that the two of you are deltas.
Oh. Hush, 4 syllables. I'm an AKA. Leslie and I, well, our children, our besties, we bubble together, our 2 families, with my Madison and Bryce and her Preston and Penelope.
She had lovely things to say about you.
Of course she did. I will sue for defamation. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Actually, not really. Not at all. I just operate off a team ethos.
Ethos?
Potato, potato.
So it really does take a village, huh?
Oh, I'm not too fond of villages. You know, dirt, lack of Wi-Fi. My team keeps me centered.
Well, family is everything.
Oh, not them. My life coach, my therapist, my business mentor, my housekeeper, my trainer. I said him, I'm sorry, and my dog walker. I can't scoop.
Okay.
Yes, but see, my therapist, he hears things that my trainer can't understand. He's from New Jersey. I think he served time for something. I'm not really sure what. I hope it's nothing violent. I should check up on that. But see, my trainer, he knows exactly what part of my ass needs to curve for my costume birthday party this year. I'm gonna be a Playboy bunny. I know, problematic, hashtag me too. But we live one life. Anyway, my business mentor, he is so smart. And he summers with us at the vineyard. And his husband doesn't mind doing all the cooking. All the cooking. Good, helpful people are so hard to find. Teamwork really is everything.
So tell me more about your core beliefs.
Oh, struggle.
Girl,
Is
yes.
for the birds. One must simply marry correctly. It's lovely in here. Lovely. Well, that's my show, folks. I hope you loved it as much as I did. Thank you, and I will see you next time on Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night. All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. Hello, everybody. Hey. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much to coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, bringing you some of that necessary Black woman energy to late night TV, just because there's so many of us, right? So many of us. I have a great episode in store for you guys. It's called Rock Comedy. Because I've lived several lives, but a very big chunk of my life was waiting tables in music venues, and I got to soak up a lot of rock star energy. And the thing about rock stars is that they just have a kind of heat that draws you to them. And I can relate this because before everything in the world shut down, my favorite thing to do was school pickup at my daughter's middle school. Because there was this dad that had that rock star heat, and all of us used to crowd around him and listen to everything he had to say. He was like this big, almost like alpha dude, overly masculine, and he was always like, as a man, I feel as a father, as a man. And so one day, he was talking about how his back hurts, right? And I was like, hey, I work out. You need to get yourself a foam roller. He was like, all right, foam roller. So a little bit goes by, I see him, I'm like, hey, did you get the foam roller? He's like, yeah, I didn't like it. And I'm like, why? He was like, it was big. It was really big, and it was long, and it was long, and it was big, and it was on my back, and it was right there. I was like, are you afraid the foam roller is gonna get you from behind? And he was like, no, it's not like that. It's just, it was big. It was real big, and it touched me. It touched me right there, and it felt bad. And I was like, okay, pretend my hand is you. show me where the foam roller bad touched you. And he's like, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. You're making me feel self-conscious. And then I doubled down. I was like, look, you want this big, long foam roller. You want this big, long, and big foam roller. Just get down to the ground. You could have been done by now. Why you being a tease? And then he called 911 and he blew his rape whistle because I was saying some rapey shit, okay? So I saw him about a week later, and he was pissed. He was like, look, I didn't appreciate how you treated me last time. I felt disrespected, and I felt victimized. I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe you could remind me what you were wearing, and that could indicate how I treated you. You know what I'm saying? We dress for the role we want. I mean, did you give mixed signals? Did you even try to fight me off? All right, this was a miscommunication. So basically, I have a rock star in the world that hates my ass, basically. But I have a great comedy episode for you called Rock Comedy. You're absolutely gonna love it. Are you guys ready for a great show? Yes, I have a friend named Heather, and she always has lots of questions. So right now, we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. So we're gonna play Marry F Kill, okay? With some bona fide golden hotties. Bona fide golden hotties. But it's Marry F Kill Reserve, which means one of them you can have on reserve as your husband. We have Jason Momoa. We have Michael B. Jordan. We have Idris Elba. Ooh. And we have Lenny, my husband, Kravitz. I'm just saying no. Okay? So one is a marry, one is a F, one is a kill, or you can just send him home. One's a kill, but one is a reserve. Like, you're going to keep him in that glass box. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness. Jason Momoa. Mary.
All right now. All right.
Lenny Kravitz. You know what I would do to him.
We know. We know.
I've been a Michael B. Jordan fan since before.
Since The Wire? Since The Wire?
Yeah.
You've been a fan since One Life to Live?
Exactly.
Since One Life to Live, child.
Okay. So I would marry him. I think reserve. I don't know. Reserve.
You're gonna reserve Idris.
I was gonna reserve Idris, but yeah, I might have to say goodbye to Jason.
Okay, you're gonna say goodbye to Jason. You're gonna say goodbye to Aquaman. All very good-looking young women. All very good-looking. So one you have to marry, one you kill, one you F, and one you can put on reserve.
You want me going to order?
Yeah, well, just whatever you like to, who would you marry? Who would you marry?
None of them.
No, okay.
But don't you ask me other questions, then that's something different, but I wouldn't marry none of them.
That's cool. These are your answers. Your answers. Anyone you F?
Yeah, all of them, man.
All of them?
Oh, well, if they let me.
Hey.
Turn it down if they can give me the money. I'm taking the money from them, so.
All right.
I mean, if it have to be, they got money. Why wouldn't I? They ain't ugly, though. Maybe if I see them without the makeup, I'll make a clear, conscious decision. But till then, how I look on paper, I do them. You know what I mean? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Heather had questions, and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
The best songs in rock and roll leave a legacy for generations to come. One woman inspired by the great Tina Turner only sees comedy. That woman is my mother, Holly Harper.
For a while we all went for a clean-shaven man. But now we're back to that little something extra to just let us know he's a man. And that's a big mustache. So we're gonna flow the beginning of this song like a stream and rage the end like a hurricane. 'Cause that's how we do Big Mustache. Slick down all bushy,
Your stash is oh so carefree, porn star or boxcar, an undercover brother, zoo. That's the sound of the electric razor trimming down or shaping up. You are my grown up with your stash. I love your big mustache. It's such a smash with my body when we party. Baby, hit me with that stash. Skin tight pants with the Belgium here to France. You are rocking my world with your big mustache. Blown out fro with the leather coat you go. You be holding it down with your big mustache. I love your stash, your big mustache. Honey, come and rock to me like 73 and we can Champ and Burt Reynolds really put a hurt on me. Tickle me with your big mustache. Joe Namath, Jim Brown, get a ticket downtown. Visit the South with your big mustache. I love your stash, big mustache. Honey, take me for a ride on your furry seat bike. All that stash. Handlebars that really got me. Break me up like Kawasaki. Oh, one more time, yeah. That big mustache.
Sometimes in life, you meet a person whose talent and warmth is so undeniable, you just want to be a part of it. Please put your hands together for our comedian, Dave Lester.
Hey, I'm so happy to be up so late. This is not my normal thing. I'm in bed by 9:30, so I hope they play this earlier on. I can enjoy it as well. I was married. I got fired from that. Look, every job ain't for everybody. I didn't like the hours. I didn't like the people I worked with, and my boss was a bitch. So I left that job, and now I temp and consult because let's face it, temping ain't easy. I wouldn't call myself a feminist. I just believe that women should have things that they want. And as soon as y'all figure out what the hell that is, you let me know so I can assist you. I'm older now. I'm 47. I'm 47 black man. I'm 47-year-old black dude, which makes me 65 white man years old. It's different. I'm spiritually 87 because that's also how black people age. Just turned 40. For my birthday, I wanted to be a white man for 7 minutes. I wanted to be a white man. Yeah, I said it. I said it in 2021. I want to be a white man for 7 minutes in Midtown Manhattan, ordering something near Bryant Park on a Wednesday afternoon and not getting what I want. I have a very specific white wish, to be honest with you. And I don't want to be like a regular white dude. Nah, John Mayer, nah. I want to be an old white man. You know, those older white dudes, powdered wig, Ben Franklin, founding father face looking motherfuckers. Like, those are the kind of white dudes I want to be, because those white dudes get to do something I would never live through. They get to cuss out police officers and live. Have you ever seen an older white man cuss out a white cop? That shit is beautiful. That shit is art. To me, that's my NBA. You know how people watch the NBA and goes, what an amazing athlete. I wish I could do that. I look at old white men cussing out white cops and go, I wish I could do that and live. Look how he's cussing that guy out and telling him exactly how he feels about things. Oh my God, what a fantastic athlete. Look how high his disrespect is off the ground. He's amazing. I want some of that. What kind of sneakers was he wearing? He was wearing Air Privileges. I like those. I'm going to get me a pair of those. You can't get a pair of those? And why not? Because they only come in white. Oh, tell me I can't get a pair of those. Those people are not made in this country. I'm telling you, I can't have a pair of them. Okay. It feels unnatural for me to even be doing that. Dave Lester, guys. Have a great night. I had a great time here on Late Night. I hope you guys did too. Dave Lester. Bye. Ow!
Now, one thing that defines me is my love of asking questions. And if you're someone with enough heat to warm the whole solar system, well, I'm just in heaven. Please enjoy 20 to 1.
Yes, we're here with 20 to 1. a Q&A thingy I like to do with some very cool people I know. Okay, so basically we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask a series of 20 questions and get answers in a minute or two. I don't like to rush people. Here we go. Hey everybody, we have Hisham Tawfiq with us. Hey Tawfiq, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Holly?
Hey, I'm great. You look like you are out somewhere sunny and nice. I'm so jealous. Look at you.
Yeah, a nice day. You gotta take advantage of it.
But listen, everybody, Hisham Tawfiq, if you don't know who he is, such a freaking star. He plays Dembe on NBC's The Blacklist. And he's led actually a very, very interesting life. You studied with the Negro Ensemble Company, right?
Absolutely. That's kind of where, I won't say that's where I got my start from, but it was in the genesis of me pursuing acting.
You've been on some really cool Law and Order spinoffs, like Special Victims Unit and Criminal Intent. So like, you know, that's like the bona fide. That's like bona fides of like so many actors.
That's where all the New York actors go to get some jobs.
Absolutely, absolutely. But listen, I want to play this fun game of 20 to 1 with you, where I ask you some of nothing crazy, just like some fun questions. And usually 20 to 1, we'll try to get it in a minute, but it never goes that way. It always goes a little over, like 2 minutes. I like to give people time. Don't rush anybody in the Panini pandemic. Don't do that. So here we go. Ding on the clock. Who was your best friend when you were 10?
When I was 10 years old, my best friend was a guy named Ibrahim.
What year did you have the most fun in your life?
I think that had to be my last year of high school when I was a senior. So that had to be 1989.
Me too, holla. Hey, that was a good year. 89 was a very good year. I think this is going to answer itself. Have you ever helped someone in danger?
That's kind of been my life calling.
Yes, it has been. Have you ever peed yourself in public?
No.
Nobody's willing to come.
I mean, now that I'm getting older, I might have to get some kids, but I haven't done it yet.
Okay, would you rather break your leg or have an STD?
Damn, that's hard. It depends on the STD, I guess. But I would say
on your stuff, no one's going to sign it. You know what I mean? Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Absolutely.
Oh, all right now. So what cartoon character would you date?
What cartoon character? I think Betty Boo is pretty sexy.
What I said, she's the only woman I'm attracted to is Betty Boo. Oh my God, well listen, thank you for playing 20 to 1 with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Listen, what's up next for you? What's going on in your life? Like what's going on next? Either personal, life, social, whatever.
I'm expecting a baby April 16th.
What? You didn't tell me when I saw you a few months ago. That's wonderful. And I'm just so happy. You're so wonderful. Like all the work you've done.
Thank you.
We all just love watching you. We think you're awesome. And thank you so much for being hella late. I really appreciate it.
Some moms love to make snacks and always bake cookies. And some moms don't. Please meet a perfect mom.
Hey, Mandy. Welcome to Perfect Mom Studios.
What's up, honey? Hey. Whoops. I dropped something. Oh God, you got something to drink in here?
There was water in the break room.
Okay, but like maybe like some scotch? You guys like whiskey? Like please?
I'm sure someone could go to the store.
Okay, all right. Ah! Here we go. Mandy stays holding.
Someone's a party girl, huh?
Wine and just like, maybe like some spirits and then like, you know, like an edible here and there just to like take the edge off.
Right. So Mandy, tell me, why do you think you were nominated as a perfect mom in MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh God, because the bartender at the Rusty Nail is a fucking retard. I mean, come on, like, you're shitting me, right?
Wow. So do you eat there a lot?
I never ate there. But like, Bloody Marys that could kill a fucking horse, right? But like, Bloody Marys have like nutrition in it. It's like a tomato, there's like a thing.
It can be. That's not marijuana, right?
Of course not.
So tell me, how are you present in your children's lives?
I always make it home. I mean, like, come on, like, no matter what happens, like, no matter what's going on, like, whatever song's playing on a jukebox or like whatever's happening, like, I always make it home by 6 p.m. 6. And like, or at least I'm like on the porch.
And you don't think that all of this drinking is negatively affecting your children?
Bitch, my kids don't drink. Are you crazy? Do you drink?
No, you're drinking negatively affecting them.
Oh, negatively. Oh, God, come on. Like, what are you, child services? Like, wait a minute. Are you child services? Because, like, you didn't identify yourself.
I am not child services, Mandy.
God. Oh, God. What? God, really, Miss Fancy Pants? What? Like, you know, this is like exactly like, you know, this is exactly why I don't trust like matchy people like you with like all your matching shit. You know, like you're all like sneaky and you're like, oh, educated and you're like, full. Like, you follow the rules, it's too goddamn much. God, you know, the rules are just a suggestion. Oh, God, where are my Patriots? I'm not having any fun.
Me either.
Oh, God. Want a hit? Oh, hold on, I'm so rude. You want some? Come on. Whatever. Well, you guys, that's my show. Did you have a good time? Yes. Thank you so much for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb shit. Talking about, girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollars-ish. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you gotta protect in the dollar store. How much do a person gotta steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They gotta have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'll see you with the pills. You better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down. I'm like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't gonna fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Asia Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go. I see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these. And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out. Market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa! Slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dyeing? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Wish would have been different.
Fat kids smart though, ain't they? They all smart. They just don't run. They don't play outside or nothing. We're like, man, go outside. You try to tell my son, go outside. Nigga smart as hell. Outside. Outside. That's where the bugs live. I'm like, you fat f. You're right. He's trying to talk smart like that make up for his fatness. Father, I was wondering if you could deposit some type of financial contribution into my banking institution. Like how much you need, you fat ass nigga. He was when he was little, he used to ask for candy the same way. Father, I was wondering if at this particular juncture of the evening, might you see it fit that a young lad such as myself might be able to partake in a Snicker bar, perhaps? Like, shit, take two. You asked for that like a genius.
Babies are losers. Then they come out and they can't. You ever heard your mother say, when you talk to me, look me in the eye. Don't be putting your head down. Babies can't even look you in the eye without you holding up their big head, because their head is babies are losers. They can't sit up. They can't cook nothing for themselves. They always crying. And then the brothers be like, what's wrong, baby? How was your day? How was my day? I was with this dream-killing, non-talking loser holding up his tank ass dome. He got your big ass head. I've been holding your big earth science ass head, sun, up all day. My arm is numb. Don't hug me, Tony.
kids, intelligent kids, make some noise. Yeah, I got 2 kids. I got a little boy and a little girl. I hate playing with my daughter. It's not fun. She plays games I don't like. She plays Tea Party. What's Tea Party? I'm gonna sit at the table 2 feet off the ground getting cramps in my chest. It's me. She's sitting here and it's Pooh Bear, but Pooh Bear's facing that way. I'm like, why Pooh Bear can't look? I don't understand why he can't watch. She like, he ain't bring nothing. Mind your business. Playing that, we playing house. What's house? You mean you want me to sit here and pretend to do all this shit I did yesterday? I'm not about to rotate tires in your imagination. Are you crazy? Say, Daddy, I won't play house. I said, baby, what are the rules? He said, okay, I'm gonna be the mom. He said, let me guess, I'm gonna be the daddy? She said, no, you're gonna be the neighbor I buy cigarettes from. Like, why are we buying cigarettes in your mind? You can do better. Broken. The sad thing, we even playing house half the time. We play an apartment because she's struggling financially. She got 2 kids. I'm a grandfather. One baby is a bald-headed white Barbie doll. The other one is a Batman pillow. And I look at her like, what's up with you kids? Why you look like that? She's like, mind your business. They got different fathers.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a mother. I'm a mother, too. I don't know if there's any moms in the audience. I'm a mom of 3 beautiful children. And I love my babies. I love them. And I always feel like this. If you got kids, pour into your kids. Give them individual things. Show them that you love them. Like I've got my children. They all 8 years apart, y'all. 22, 14, and 6. Thank you. Call them again for me. But I kept it for the Father. See, 1 for the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You peeped it, 8 years apart. New beginning for all you church people. But the crazy thing about it is I gave my kids individual things. Like I gave them individual fathers. Of toys, you got your own family, you know what I'm saying? Got your own auntie, your own cousin. You ain't gotta share shit. I'm looking out for my kids' future, you feel me?
Or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb shit. Talking about, girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollar shit. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you gotta protect in the dollar store. How much do a person gotta steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They gotta have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'll see you with the pills. You better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down. I'm like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't gonna fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Asia Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go. I see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out, market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa! Slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dyeing? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Shit would have been different.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy,
There must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
I'm Chef Ricardo from Laka Restaurant. We're here at Green Grape with Chef Woolley. We're gonna cook with 5 surprise ingredients. Let me see what I have to pick. Thyme, mussels, peppers, spinach, and steak. I'm gonna show you guys one of our best Haitian cuisine that you never had. This ingredient is gonna blow your mind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are back at Lakai with our 5 ingredients. I'm gonna show you guys one of Haitian best meal that you ever had. We're gonna start first with the appetizer, which is a morceau roussel. It's gonna be garlic, thyme, lemons, peppers. Let's get to it though. We're gonna dice those peppers. When I say morceaux roussel, it means it's like salty. It's cooking technique. What I'm doing right now is like home cooking. Something easy, you guys, everybody could do. First, I'm gonna heat my pan, drizzle it with olive oil, 2 cloves of garlic, nicely slice it, add your peppers, little bit of wine, add your already clean from the market mussels, little bit of salt, crushed black pepper, and every chef knows that. Steam it if you don't have a cover. Let it steam for a second. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, that's all we need. Let it steam. It's gonna go with the mussel. And voila. Mind blowing. You guys have no idea. Our second dish is gonna be a steak paysan, which is peppercorn steak. We have a Haitian version of it. You guys gonna be like, wow. First we have a prime cut New York strip that we bought earlier. Oh my God. Did you guys see the marble from that? Let's lubricate our pan. It's gonna be pans here. Lubricate our steak. Salt it, both sides. We're gonna bed it with a bed of spinach. Right now, I'm keeping it warm. Then what I'm gonna do is like, it's a peppercorn sauce. I'm gonna deglaze the pan and make sure like all the flavor contrast together. The heavy cream. Patient way to make sure we season everything. When you pan sear and deglaze, all the flavor contrasts. That's how you make the sauce. With the 5 ingredients, the mussels and peppers and thyme, I make a mussel goselle. Beautiful. With a steak and spinach, I make a steak paysan. I use the spinach as a bed frame. You guys, oh my God. You have to taste it. Can you?
Hi, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue, and I'm here at the Borough Hall Farmers Market in Brooklyn to fill this bag with 5 mystery ingredients to make a meal for you. Let's see how it turns out. So we got golden beets, one of my favorites, parsnips, celery root, arugula, and lastly, sugar snap peas. Today we have 5 ingredients from the Borough Hall Farmers Market to make a meal with. And what I'm gonna make is a couple of dishes. One is gonna be a salad, and we're gonna make a light vinaigrette to go with that. With the rest of the root vegetables, we're gonna fire roast those, and we're gonna make a nice summertime borscht. I started to build a bed of coals, and now I just put our cast iron skillet in there to start preheating and warm it up. We're gonna throw some of the root vegetables in here to start getting them roasted off in the live fire, and we're gonna kind of blister and char the skins. Let's get down to prepping some vegetables. This is the parsnip that we're cutting up right now. Again, just a rough, quick chop. Like a lot of people, I started cooking in my parents' kitchen at a young age. My father was trained as a chef. He was in the Merchant Marine. The gentleman that taught him had been trained at the Cordon Bleu in France, so that was how my creative side in cuisine really got started. So these guys are just about ready. So let's check on our fire and see if the pan is ready to throw these in. And already it's giving out this kind of sweet, rich, earthy aroma. It's really beautiful. And then we're just gonna throw this back into the fire and let it go maybe another 10 minutes or so until it's nice and roasted and charred around. So we'll get ahead and we'll start to wash and separate some of this arugula while the root vegetables are roasting in the smoker. So just going through and kind of pulling and shredding some of these beautiful arugula leaves for our salad. And then it'll have the sweetness of the sugar snap peas, which will add a nice crunch. So we're gonna make the vinaigrette for our salad now. I have here a little red wine vinegar. So that's gonna go right in. And I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper just to season that up a little bit. And I'm gonna add it right to the vinegar because if we add it with the oil, you're not gonna really be able to dissolve the salt very well. So do that step first. Then I'm gonna put in a little bit of a light grain mustard just to kind of give it a little spice and to help pull it all together. And then lastly, a little bit of canola oil, just a quick vinaigrette. So that's gonna set while we take our vegetables out of the smoker and start working on the rest of our borscht. And there we are, beautifully roasted, nice and tender, smells fantastic. So we'll let that come out and rest a little bit, And then we'll throw together the last elements of our borscht. To help pull this dish together, we're gonna pull out the old boat motor, as we call it in the kitchen here. This is called an immersion blender or a hand mixer. So it's just quickly shredding all of these root vegetables into nice little pellets. So I'm cheating, I'm breaking the rules. This is a little celery. This is gonna help garnish our borscht and give it a little extra pop of color at the end, even though these are ingredients that did not come from the Borough Hall Farmers Market. A nice fine dice, and then we will plate up our food and go to town. Just gonna take a nice light drizzle of the vinaigrette that we made earlier. Just a light glaze, you don't wanna drown the greens, just a little bit to coat them. We'll stir it around real well. It's a nice flavorful bright dressing, so a little goes a long way. So we'll do that. Just a little salad like that, and then we'll plate up our borscht in a minute, and we'll have a little lunch. Now we're gonna plate up our borscht, and this has the golden beets, the celery root, and the parsnip in it. And then we have a little bit of garnish that we made for it, and just a little bit of some other fresh veg that we're gonna use to give it a little punch of color. And then we have green market luncheon. So today at the Borough Hall Farmers Market, our 5 mystery ingredients were parsnip, arugula, golden beets, sugar snap peas, and celery root. And what we made with them is a sort of a takeoff on a borscht with the root vegetables. And with the beet greens, the arugula, and the sugar snap peas, we made a fresh salad with a mustard vinaigrette. Signing off from Chef Roulette, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue in Gowanus, Brooklyn. Come and visit us and taste the smoke.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. I love it. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for, a nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple. It's just like a quick pickle. And I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, in like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually, we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our bee greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms or zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Magret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the section.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So you can. Some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. We're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1 to 1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. They have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakouski. And zakouski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on or, a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out 2 things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil, and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, you know, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakuski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
Hey everybody, this is Chef Chris Scott, the executive chef of Brooklyn Commune, and I am right here in the Prospect Park Farmers Market. It's a beautiful late summer day, and they gave me 5 ingredients to choose from to make a wonderful meal this afternoon. Let's take a look at what we got. All right, I got bluefish. I got some local tomatoes. I'm doing some green beans. I got, some pears. And then finally, I got some plums. Let's go cook. Hey guys, how are you?
Very good, how you doing?
Great. Just wanted to get a nice piece of your bluefish.
Sure. Now watch.
Have a good day.
Yep.
See you. Earlier today, we picked up some Bartlett pears, some local tomatoes, some Italian plums, some green beans, and some local bluefish. And what it's going to be, I'm going to sear the bluefish with a pickled plum and tomato salad. And then for dessert, a pear crumble. Let's get started. What you want to do right away is pickle the plums. Real simple cut, nothing fancy, nothing special. I'm just taking out the seed. I'm going to quarter the plums. I'm going to put them into a bowl. Plums are inside. Tomatoes. These are really sweet. All right, so inside the bowl, I'm going to add the salt, a little bit of sugar, the vinegar, chopped onion, parsley, and then here's a really cool trick take your garlic clove and rub it on the tips. The garlic is basically minced right there, right before your very eyes. Garlic and a fork. So we got that inside, a little bit of olive oil, right? And then the final ingredient in that are going to be the beans, which we're going to blanch right now in the water. Couple seconds. It's really all you need. You know, a lot of people always ask me what got me into cooking. And I guess quite simply, it was love. Everybody has this story about sitting in the kitchen with their grandmother, and I'm no exception to that at all. I'm going to cut them up, little dice, and then that's going to go directly into the bowl. So that's pretty. Pickled plum and local tomato salad. So we're going to let that sit. While that's happening, we're going to do the fish. I'm going to sear mine, and then I'm going to finish it off into the oven. Grab a pan, get it hot, and I'm going to score the back. What that does is keep the fish from curling when you put it into the saute pan. So the pan here is ready for the fish. I'm going to sear it skin side down. Kind of hold it in the pan just for a hot second. So once it hits the pan, you know, you kind of want to let the skin sear up very nicely. And you can see right there, the little slats that I cut, everything is nicely formed, flat. From this moment, I'm going to put it directly into the oven, finish cooking there, and then we'll start on the pears. So this dish here is a throwback to my youth, hanging out with my grandmother. She would make this dish with almost any kind of fruit. And the topping for that is so easy. I call it 1, 1, 1, and 1. 1 cup sugar. 1 cup flour. 1 tablespoon baking powder. And 1 egg. You just want the cubes to be somewhat bite-sized. You don't want to have to choke on it as you're eating it. So just get them inside. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of cinnamon, and just toss it up. And then put them directly into some baking dishes. Here's that 1, 1, 1, and 1 mixture. You're going to mix it up by hand. And you want it to be crumbly. And then with that, put it directly on top. A little melted butter. And then this is going to go into the oven for about 20, 25 minutes. And let's check out the fish. See, now that's beautiful, right? So again, real simple plating technique. Fish on the plate, salad on the fish. Little juicy juice around the outside, and bang. And then the pear crumble, and it's dinner time. Look at that, nice and golden. The juices are bubbling up. It's fantastic. Here's your meal right here. The local bluefish, the pickled plum and tomato salad, and the pear crumble. And don't forget that whipped cream. Enjoy.
Dream of the
I had this girl come in. I had two of these, like, I think we were younger, but from LA. And first they were stealing garnishes, like, and I was like, guys, right? Yeah. And I was like, guys, like, it's really not a free salad bar. You gotta, you know, really, if you just ask me, like, I'll probably give it to you anyways. But cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers.
I want you.
Thank you.
Oh, very nice.
And then they calmed down a little bit. But then she gets up to say something, like whisper something in my ear, and gets up on the bar, knocks a glass over with her breasts, which breaks into my well. So I've got ice in my well.
Typical Friday.
Right? Yeah. And then she went back and like tried to steal another cucumber from the jar, and I was like, okay, you guys, I've had it. I can't deal with it anymore. Like, I was trying to be nice, but it's time to go. Here's your check. I'll see you soon.
I remember my first job bartending. I was working for Be Our Guest, and we did tons of margaritas, and we had like all these blueberry margaritas, mango, prickly pears, all these fruit garnishes. So it was like my first job, and this big guy came over, and he's having margaritas, and he's being great ordering all these drinks, but he's like right in front of my service station, and he just starts going for these blueberries, and it's like literally day 2 on the job for me, and I'm like,
Are you kidding me?
And I go to my boss, I'm like, what do I do? What do I tell him? And he's like, don't worry, I got this. He goes over, he's like, dude, this is a service station. You can't be eating these fruits, and this isn't kind of like a buffet. But he said it in a nice way.
Right.
The guy's like, sure, sorry about that. And that was great. But to tie it up, I went to a bar the other day, and I was actually standing by the garnishes. And for a second there, I almost felt like that guy. So I just literally, like, because I got like the urge, I was like, wow, those oranges look really good. So I just ended up standing on the other side of the service station. I'm like, I'm not allowed to be by the garnishes. I'm having drinks. I'm not going to stand by the garnishes. I don't want to be that guy.
I think that's the biggest thing for me too. It's just that like self-awareness and just a little, you know, being thoughtful.
Hey man.
Yeah.
Can I get an extra olive?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Have 3. Cheers, brother.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got it. You know, it's all those little things of like, it changed, like, those are the only things that really bother me, is if you're not being considerate, you know?
I don't know, like the guy who comes up to the bar and wants to close his credit card after every round, and you say to him like, mate, if you're gonna be here for a while, you know, just leave it behind the bar. It's easier. And then it's like, oh no, I'm just gonna close it this time. This is my last one.
So what can I get for you?
Yeah, can I get a vodka tonic?
Yeah, do you want to just keep that open?
Nah, you can close it. I don't want to forget it.
Okay. Another vodka tonic. Yeah, you want to keep this open?
Nah, this is my last drink.
Okay. Another vodka tonic for you?
Yeah.
You want to keep it open this time?
Nah, this is definitely my last drink.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear, and then 20 minutes later, he's back again.
Right, ordering the exact same drink.
Thing. Right, and he says, close it.
The amount of paperwork that you have to do, and just paper itself that you've just wasted.
Exactly.
In,
I had
like,
a buddy
going
who would
through
be
and
like, save a tree, dude. That's what he would say. He's like, really? Save a tree.
Have you ever had anybody that's like actually like reached over and like grabbed you or like given you like, hey, like,
I think the worst was the snap.
That's always.
Those are weird.
That's
yeah.
only because you don't really know how to. It's like, did you just snap?
Am I a puppy?
Yeah.
You're like calling me
hey,
up
hey,
there?
hey.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. What's your name?
Hey,
what's
how
your
are you
name?
doing?
I'm good, man. Can I get a dark and stormy?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get you going.
Thanks.
I don't know. I guess I kind of understand when people have money or credit cards that they're like
I was just
trying to
thinking,
let you know that
I'm still working that out.
But
like,
I still don't. I don't like it
50
at all.
on the fence, yeah.
Right.
You know when people like wave money at you at the bar?
Right.
You know, I feel like I'm in a strip club. It's just, I don't know how to react. It's like, I see you, I know you want a drink, I've turned around and I said, I see you, I'll be right with you. And they're just like, hello.
But part of me just wants to take the 20, put it on the till, and go back to work and be like, I'll get to you
No, that
in
was
1
just
second.
for me,
Yeah,
apparently.
exactly.
Yeah, that's a nice little tip for me.
I'm still working that one out.
Yeah. Okay, how about this one? When you get somebody on the other side of the bar and they want to let you know that they bartended in college or somewhere in the past for 3 months somewhere, and it's like, great, I'm happy for you. I'm great, you know. But anytime I go into a bar, even though I work behind a bar, I never tell the guy I work behind a bar. It's just, you know.
It takes a while before that would pop up, and I appreciate when it's slow and there's the one guy who's, you know, in by himself. It's like, I don't really have anything going on. I know you're here by yourself. Let's rap. Let's just chat and we can talk about whatever. But it's that point when you get busy and you've got 5 more people came down inside of your bar and he's still just like,
yeah, so basically I graduated from 2 colleges and I broke up with both those girlfriends. After that, I started splitting time between DC and Seattle. That was around the time my mom needed knee surgery. Or actually, she's my stepmom, but we're really close. Hold on, wait, I got a good one for you.
Like, no, and I told Mabel, and Mabel says to me that, I'm like, I got a bunch of other people to talk to
Or
right
the
now.
guy who wants to check out every top shelf bottle off the bar top.
Could I
Not
see
to
that?
actually drink it.
No, just
but
read the label.
Read it, great, ask you about the tasting notes, give it back to you, and then he just works his way across. That's always like, count to 10. Yeah.
There's a lot of meditation that goes on behind the bar. I mean, people on their phone at the bar. I get when you're sitting there and you're on your phone. I think the thing for me that's like the irritating part is when somebody comes up to the bar to order and then is like talking to somebody. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, because I'm not going to talk to you if you're just sitting there on your phone literally right now. Like, hey man, what can I get for you?
Yeah, could I get 2 red wines?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, just give me a second though. Hey, yeah. Okay, do you have tequila sunrise?
Yeah.
All right, one of those. Hold on one sec. Yeah, what does Joe want? Yeah, do you have Incredible Hulks?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, one of those. One sec. Yeah, hey, what does Nancy want? Yeah, okay. Do you have absinthe?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just give me 1 minute.
Be right with you. How are we doing then?
Can I get a Corpse Reviver number 2, 2 rye old fashions, and 2 dark and stormies?
Absolutely. Let me get that going for you.
Great.
I'll be right back with you. It's such simple little things to be that person at the bar.
Yeah, people who just get it. And the moment they realize it's a dialogue, not an order, but like they work with you, it's like perfect, you're golden.
Hey, thanks for a great night, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for coming in. Hey, you want a little shot on me?
Sure.
Awesome, man. No, it was great having you come in. Good talking to you. Come back anytime, man.
Definitely.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, man, I've been here all night. How about 1 on the house?
You know what? Here's your check. You have a great night, buddy.
Yeah. But like them, like especially like that guy saying, hey, I get what's going on, I appreciate it. Like, sure, no problem, you know? Because at the end of the day, for me, I also do realize like I'm here, I'm trying to like pump out some drinks and make people have good times, but if they're working with me, it makes a world of difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said. Cheers
to that.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
Sounds like this couple needs therapy. That's why I'm here. I'm Dr. Lisa, the self-proclaimed psychotherapist. Even though I have no formal training, I've had more patients than any shrink could have in a whole lifetime. I've done psychotherapy on stage, on the street, and in my private office. Today, I'm going to have an office visit with a young married couple, Katerina and Kenny from Bushwick. She's the founder and editor-in-chief of the Bushwick Daily. Kenny is an artist and he manages the business side of the site as well.
You're arguing about the location of the second chakra in your body?
Yeah, it's an ongoing dispute.
Yeah,
and that's what you're
always
arguing
comes
about?
up and like, yeah,
Wow.
again and again. But it's important, you know, it's like a really important chakra.
So what, well, tell me about it. How does the argument go down?
Well, it's pretty much, there's like 7 chakras in your body.
Okay.
And supposedly there's the second one is sort of like in your pelvic area.
Uh-huh.
But Katerina seems to believe, against the well-known fact that it's there, she seems to believe it's actually higher, more in the area of where the 3rd chakra would be.
That's how the dispute always arises. I'm like, I feel it in my belly, in my second chakra. It's like, you mean 3rd chakra? You know, that's pretty much how it goes.
For me, yeah, it's like sort of based closer to a fact and diagram-based information.
So you've read about this,
Yeah.
and why do you think it is where it is?
Because I also read about it, and I also feel it.
So Kenny doesn't believe you, even though it's your body. Now, why is that, Kenny? Do you need to, like, I mean, if your wife knows how it feels, like, why are you not agreeing with her?
Well, I'm not disrespecting what she feels. I'm just...
Feel like you
it's
know
a
more. Is that it?
A little bit, yeah.
You
A little bit when it comes to classifying the feeling.
So, you mean you feel like you just know more about all this in general?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not about to toot my own horn or something like that, but...
But you are. So, Katerina, you know you feel like where it is, and he's denying that. So, what's that like for you?
Well, it feels a little bit like hopeless. Like, how can I like explain this guy where is my second chakra? You know, it's...
So you don't feel like he's listening to you, or you feel like he doesn't understand you, or he's being an authority about something that you feel like is your body?
A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or like just in general, you know.
The way you feel now and the way you feel now about this, do you ever feel this way about other things?
Yeah, maybe.
Like what
Maybe,
else? Like what else?
I don't know, maybe some things around the apartment. I don't know, agreeing where things should go, furniture, stuff like that.
So what kind of argument might you guys have about something you do with the Bushwick Daily and where the funds go? Like, what would an argument like that be about typically?
I don't know, where to place our costs, you know, can we afford to...
That's a
Mostly about the money.
Yeah, I guess so.
And so are you the one, since you're the one in charge of getting the money in, do you feel like you should have some say over that?
Well, yeah.
And he's keeping the books too, so...
And he's keeping the books.
So he sees how it's coming
So
out
how do
and
you
going
feel,
in.
like, how do you feel about that? You resent sometimes when he says no to things?
A little bit, but you know, mostly.
You trust him. You
Mostly
trust-
he's right.
He's right about the money.
Kenny, I want to talk to you. Come with me into the control room now.
Okay.
Here's what I want to understand about you. You have a need to sort of monitor and maybe guide Katerina a little bit. And in a certain way, I think it's adorable because you obviously love her and care about her. But in another way, it's a little controlling, and I want to know, like, where that need comes from.
I don't know. You really think, you think it's an issue?
It's an issue only because it's causing some friction, and I just want you to know what it's about so you can sort of own it and use it effectively, because some of that is great. You know, helping her and looking out for her is great, but some of that feels like it's a little, you're overstepping what she's comfortable with. Do you feel like those are your areas that you own, like the home organization? And that
yeah, maybe.
Seriously, yeah? Okay, and then what areas? She owns a lot of areas out in the social world, out in the outside of the home.
Yeah.
And did you ever feel that way with like your father, your parents? Did they ever have their areas that they were in charge of? Do you see them in that way?
Yeah, it might have been more of, my mom was more of pushing on external, like social things, and my dad was maybe more the inverted one, introverted, I should say, of a relationship.
So you kind of feel like that you guys are sort of mirroring that, but you have that, so
maybe.
you need to understand also that you have that perception when you look at your relationship with her, right? I mean, that's your sense. So you're bringing that to the table.
Yeah, of course.
What
What's with this chakra thing? I mean, really, this is ridiculous. What are you guys really arguing about? That's so absurd. You don't give a shit about the chakras, admit it. You're arguing about something else, and you know it.
While you were talking to Kenny, I actually Googled where the second chakra is. And on Deepak Chopra's website, it says that it's somewhere between pelvic bone and your navel. So, like, I don't know, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
See, I think that you guys are arguing about something that isn't even really meant to be specific. Because you're having tension about who's in control of, you know, who knows more about the whole chakra, the whole ridiculous chakra thing. How can you believe in that crap? You're involved in so many things like that are very public, like the Bushwick Daily, and you're the social, you know, butterfly, and everybody knows you and all that stuff. And he's kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah, he did.
Like he's like Katerina's husband.
Yeah.
In those situations. And I know that has nothing to do with your vision of him. He needs to balance out being like behind the scenes with you. Is that ever occur to you, or do you think that's part of it?
It never occurred to me.
You never thought about that?
No.
That he might be like, well, this is mine and that's yours, or I want to have this.
No, I never thought about it that way, to be honest with you.
When he works on the Bushwick Daily stuff with you, you're the breadwinner in a sense. In a sense, you have that control because people come to you and the money. See, that's very different when the money is coming in through something that you ultimately have control over, right?
I guess.
But what's also really interesting is that Kenny hasn't made you aware of that in any way, because there'd be a lot of dudes that would be like, oh God, I can't believe my wife is in charge of all this and I have to help, and you know what I'm saying? Like you don't even think about it. So you're not even aware of that he might be feeling that way. Do you think that he feels appreciated by you?
I don't know how he feels about it, but I feel about it like it's kind of balanced, you know, because like in the beginning when I had Bushwick Daily and I was just like blogging like an insane person, like day and night, and I was making like zero money and I was like really, really broke. Like he actually really helped me out, and he was going to work and he was like supporting me, you know, because without him, like there wouldn't be Bushwick Daily. I would have to quit and like I don't know what, you know.
Right.
So the Bushwick Daily is where it is because of him. Like he really helped me, and then I kind of feel like it was my turn to like help him. So not even that it was like a conscious decision. It just like happened that way, and I was like, yeah, that totally makes sense that it's like that, you know, that he was able to quit his job, which was like soul sucking, and he came on board in Bushwick Daily, and it's like better, more flexible arrangement for him, you know.
But how did you feel when he was making all the money and you were doing the Bushwick Daily?
You know, not great, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't that, I didn't like the fact that like I had to be dependent. Yeah.
Wow, we're really getting somewhere now,
I think
we?
we are, actually.
Wow. I think you guys did so great today. I think we all had a growth experience, without a doubt. And I just want to give you guys flashcards so that you can take home something and like remember in your head the next time you're feeling annoyed at each other, look at what you personally can bring to the party to make things smooth. Ken, I think that if you open your mind a little bit, think about your role in the relationship in a more fluid way. Not that this is your thing, that's Katerina's thing. I think that will open up a lot of rich possibilities for you. And I think that you won't even care where anybody's chakras are. Okay, so I wrote that down for you. Here's your flashcard.
Thank you.
Katerina, let Kenny know how much respect, how important he is, and what he is, the role he plays in your life, because I think if you make him feel like he is great at all the things that he genuinely is great at, which is a lot more than just chakra locating, you will find that he's a little less resistant to holding on to the things that he knows he's good at. Okay, and I wrote this down for you so you can remember it.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa.
And you guys are doing great stuff too, and I want us to remark on that. So, Kenny, you get an award. Oh my God, look at that. You get an award because you know what? You're a really generous husband, and you really give a shit where Katerina's chakras are. Good for you. You care. Katerina, you get an award. You realized in the ladies' room that you're not giving him enough appreciation, and I love how open you were to acknowledging that. So I'm really proud of you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa.
Hey, that was great, right? What a lot of fun. We learned all about chakras, even though I still could care less. But you know what? We made some progress, and I could help you too. If your partner's giving you a hard time, just tie them up and drag them down here. I'll fix it up, I promise.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
see these snakes in the grass be. They need to give it rest. Word around town, Wonderland, tasty tea. Speaking through sounds, I can hear you whispering. Such a faint voice tempting me to folklore. Fanning flames of persistent mediocrity. Can't put no dirt on the crown. Won't see no sweat on the brow, baby. Believers all in the crowd. Now we creating a sound. Fan the flames up and burn the stars down. Bring God here and play him our song. Angels singing in the background, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth. Filling up the heavens, bring it down to earth. Filling up the heavens, bring it down to earth. Bring it down to earth. Sing loud, sing out, sing loud, sing out, sing loud, sing
Yes. Well, you are listening to Azeb and her experimental band bringing that lo-fi, high vibe right here on B-Side. I am your host, Queen God Is, helping you navigate the soundscape of this little studio with a big heart. Yes, Brooklyn, please show your love one more time for mood music mystic, Azeb. How do you feel today?
I feel lit.
You do? You feel lit. Was it the lights from the studio or the light from within? Which one is it?
Oh man, all together, I guess.
Good, that's a good kind of lit. Azeb, you are singer, songwriter, producer, MC, poet, and aspiring fashionista or designer in many ways. So there's a lot of things to cover in this episode.
I've
but
never
let's
gotten
start.
that.
Well, I mean,
Fashionista designer?
yeah. You should I take it back or you want to keep it?
No, I keep it.
Okay, she's gonna keep it. All right, good. Because in Brooklyn, New York, that is a difficult thing to just be shoving out to everybody. Everybody does not earn that one. So we'll come back to that later. But tell us where you are from and how you actually made your way to Brooklyn.
Well, I just moved from the Midwest, like Chicago, Indiana, Gary, Indiana area, and I just moved over here because I wanted to get a little bit more inspiration. I kind of wanted to throw myself into a bigger pond to kind of just feel out where my music belongs and stuff like that. So I've been received very well, and so I'm very thankful for that in Brooklyn. So shout out to Brooklyn, thank you, for accepting the music. Before that, I've been traveling around like
Terre Haute, Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana. So I was down there laying roots for a little bit.
With your family, or was this just kind of part
Solo
of your
trip? Kind of just
trip?
me and Sydney Phoenix back here.
Okay. Were y'all finding yourselves? Is that what was happening? Okay.
Yeah, finding ourselves.
And so far, how does Brooklyn compare to these other places that have been part of your journey?
I would say that I actually really like Brooklyn a lot.
And are you saying that because you're in Brooklyn right now? And most of the audience is from Brooklyn, and Brooklyn has this way of like giving people that look like, watch what you say about us.
No, actually I haven't gotten that. I've gotten more of like an accepting kind of, I got your back, you know, I got your back, you give me your back, you know, kind of thing like that, you know what I'm saying. So I like Brooklyn a lot, actually. There's a lot of love here.
A lot of love here. Well, spread love, it is the Brooklyn way. If anybody does not know where that comes from, you have to be escorted out of the audience right now. Okay, that said, before Indianapolis, before the Midwest, before Chicago, your family has roots in
Ethiopia and Eritrea.
Eritrea. Ethiopia being considered by many the cradle of humankind and of civilization. Let's talk about, have you ever been there?
Yeah.
Were you born there?
No.
You were not born
I had my first birthday there.
You did?
Yeah.
That's big.
It is, yeah.
Tell us about that. I wasn't going to ask, but I think that's important. What was your first birthday like?
It was amazing. I don't really remember it. Obviously, what am I saying? It was amazing. But it was just like the stories that I've heard.
The way she said it made me feel like she had some kind of memory of it. Well, speaking of memory, the first song is called Deja Vu, and it's followed by a series of songs with the word memory in them, and it's from your most recent project called Inner Child. Before we talk about Inner Child and these songs and like how your style, your song, your craft, everything evolved from when you were in the Midwest to now in Brooklyn, let us introduce these awesome people playing with you and tell us how you met them.
Okay, yeah, sure. I was working with Jen Giamanco here. She's the bass guitarist. She plays many instruments, but this is just what she's doing now. She was working at Guitar Center, and she's been supporting my music a lot, so I'm really thankful for that. And then this gentleman back here on the drums, it's Josh Allen.
Hi, Josh.
Yeah, he's also, I met him at Guitar Center too. They're both teachers there, so they're very talented individuals. And then also have Sydney Phoenix over here, DJ, sample man.
Hey, Sydney.
Yeah.
Y'all are all so cute. Yay. In the Brooklyn most raw gangster kind of way. So you met them at Guitar Center, but Sydney you knew from before, and y'all traveled many parts of the globe together.
Yeah, Sydney and I are actually together.
Oh, good. So I didn't have to do a Wendy Williams and dig that up. Good.
Nope.
Good. Oh, and that's a ring involved in that equation.
Little engagement here.
You must have liked it and then put a ring on it. Yeah. Hashtag Beyonce. Give a round of applause.
Thank you.
So, do you have a ring too? You do. So she also liked it and then put a ring on it. That goes both ways, people. I just want us to be fair and clear on that one. All right, cool. So Ethiopia, Midwest by way of Ethiopia, now Brooklyn. And this, do you feel like, in addition to being embraced here, that you can see the ways in which you've grown or been challenged? If so, how would you describe that?
Like my growth?
From each of these places to now being in Brooklyn?
Outside of music, I always try to make sure I'm mindful of my actions. So one thing that I'm kind of proud of myself that I've achieved is to be more quiet, to kind of silence my mind and be a better listener, because that's really important to me. Aside from that, just seeing myself in a more positive way, because the way you view yourself is most important.
From when you were in the Midwest, was that something that was a challenge for
you?
you?
It was a challenge because
Why?
I was continuously trying to compare myself to other people and trying to place myself in, with other crowds when I was just scared to be an individual, I think, and I'm becoming more blossoming, myself.
That's so interesting. I just want to say this really quickly because Brooklyn is so big and there's so many artists here, people from all over the world now more than ever. And that simple fact and just the idea of New York City alone can make people feel like, going from big fish, small pond to a bunch of tiny fish in an ocean, you know what I mean? So to hear that you as an artist in the land of artists, I would say, that you feel more centered, more confident, and more fully yourself and courageous enough to share that. That's a big deal. It almost seems backwards for, you know, relative to many people who come here and feel lost.
Gotcha. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could give advice to someone who has an opposite experience right now, another artist who came here seeking opportunity and got here and started to feel swallowed in a bit, what would you say?
There's only one you, you know? There's really only one you, so that's what I try to remind myself of. No one can do me better than me. You know, that's how I feel. And everyone should feel that way.
And that's a good quote to go into the next one. I want y'all to reflect on that. Y'all got it, right? There's only one you, and no one can do you better than you. We are listening to songs from the current EP called Inner Child with Azeb Abraha and crew. Give it up one more time. The next song is called Memory One.
What if I could remember? What if I could remember everything? What if I could remember? What if I could remember everything? Would you wait for me, wait for me? Or run away from me, wait from me? Would you wait for me, wait for me? Or would you run from me, run from me? Would you run? You said you would wait for me. In the next life, in the next life, in the next life, in the next life, maybe next time. You said you would wait for me. In the next life, 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 maybe next time. Running, 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 running and running away, running and running away, way, running and running away. I don't want to run no more. I'll be right here forever. I don't want to run no more. I'll be right here forever, forever. No more, 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 no more. I'll be right here forever. I don't want to run. I'll be right here. Forever.
We have a fairly new audience today, so feel free to just jump right in there with the claps. No instructions needed. Yes. We are listening to the sounds of Azeb and crew, who has been described as being lo-fi experimental hip-hop, but also soul, jungle, classical, trance, pop, and a partridge in a pear tree. Everything that you can think of is on this list to describe you. And we just heard the song Memory One. before that, Deja Vu, both of which are on the recent EP called Inner Child. What are you talking about on this album? Obviously, there's this thought process or this inner reflective process, this recalling of something. And then the lyric in this song says, I don't want to run no more. So what are you talking about? What were you running from? What are you recalling?
I mean, I'm just running from all the bad memories. I'm running from, mislabeling memories as being bad.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of trying not to look back, I guess, in that kind of way, and not get caught in the past, and don't let it determine my future.
Okay, let's clarify. So, well, you are looking back, but you don't want to look back in a way that qualifies as what you're seeing or what you've been through as bad or negative.
Right.
Right? Okay. But then you also don't, so you want to kind of face it head on, but you don't want to get stuck.
Exactly.
In it. That's
Exactly.
a pretty universal theme. I think that's a big challenge for like most people. How has this song helped people who've been going through something similar?
Oh, actually, somebody just hit me up on Instagram the other day. They listening to one of the songs that I had on Inner Child, and they asked me if I had put a frequency inside of it, one that like hits you or whatever. And I was like, not intentionally, but like I said, beforehand when we were talking, I really like to heal with my music. I like to heal myself, and I think by doing that I can help others do that. So that was one case, like very clear.
That's really interesting thought. For those who may have missed that, so the idea that in music is more than just sounds and keys and notes and melodies, but that there is also frequency in these sounds that can affect mood, thoughts, patterns, habits, addictions, the list goes on. And that is not a tangible thing, but it's a powerful thing nonetheless. And so you're not doing it intentionally, but what is interesting is that more than just a vocalist and lyricist, you are actually a producer, so you are creating the sounds that we are listening to. So are you saying that when you go into the studio to make these songs, that you know that you want to inspire and heal, but you're not necessarily thinking about it in a scientific or...
Right,
okay.
exactly.
Do you think that that's something that you're going to be leaning towards?
Yeah, like Lupe's lyric was like, music saved my life, like people say hip hop saved my life. So, music, I would say, it helps me, it pretty much saved my life.
Do you find yourself that when you're having those moments of regressing or looking at memories from a judgmental eye or being affected in a low way from past occurrences, that you have a song of yours that you play for yourself?
Yeah.
And what song is that?
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, it depends on how. I don't know. Now, if I were to try and pick myself up, I would listen to the Inner Child theme song that is kind of like the one that the guy heard and actually healed himself. I don't know if you...
Okay,
my
explain.
titles are so vague.
Okay.
But it's just like, please don't forget, your inner child, and that's like the mantra inside of the song, and it's just me playing piano and with like some calming beach sounds of kids
And
playing.
the name of this song is called Inner Child?
Yeah, the anthem. Yeah.
The anthem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also have a song on this album that you dedicate to your sister. We won't hear it today. Your sister's name's Leo, and she is currently pursuing a medical degree in Curacao. Shout out to her if she gets to watch this streaming at some point. But you created this song to inspire her as she was making that journey. And the repetitive lyric in that song is your inner child.
Oh yeah, please don't forget
your inner child. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's been wanting to be a doctor since she was like 12 or something. So the fact that she's like 32 now, so the fact that she went and actually did it, I mean, I couldn't see a better example of pursuing your inner child or like not forgetting who you are or like what really matters to you than her. And I got the pleasure or like, blessing to escort her down to her school. So while I was down there, I was like, well, let me just shoot some video, because it kind of reminds me of the song, so I might as well.
And this is your older sister.
Yeah.
Which is awesome, right? Because you did still, as the younger sister, get to escort her. And then you created a soundtrack for her next however many years in school and then residency that she gets to. Like, how many people went through school or you got a job or you do some kind of activity and then you have a set of songs that help you get through that 4 years or 6 years, right? So you've created music to help not only your sister but other people do that.
Yeah, I guess I am kind of doing that on accident now. Not really thinking about it. I'm glad it's going that way.
Right on. All right, let's talk about your songwriting process. As a producer, which is big because that can be something, that means that you're self-contained. You don't necessarily have to wait for other people to send music your way. Artists at home, you know this whole process. You got your email, you find somebody on SoundCloud, you love what they do, you send them this note with your fingers crossed, can you send me something, and hope that they don't be like $1,000 per song, you know, or something like that. And because sometimes we're inspired by people who are really awesome and we can't always afford them. And then there are moments when we have these relationships that just work and people are willing to work with you. But you, as in the case here, but you have this really special situation. There's a select group of artists who do produce their own work. Kanye West is a great example of this. We don't know the Kanye West that we would have got if he wasn't producing his own songs or producing first. Right? So he got to discover sound and then create a sound around his own life, around his own work. What is that process like for you? How often do you get lost in the beat making? Or how do you pull yourself out of that part of it and get into the lyrics, or does it happen at the same time?
It kind of happens all at the same time. Yeah, kind of happens at the same time. The reason I started making beats to begin with was because I got tired of listening to the radio.
Right. This is a favorite response of yours.
Yeah.
Every time you get interviewed, like you got tired of listening to the radio.
Yeah, I just got tired of it.
What year was this that you got tired of listening?
When I was like 15.
Okay. So that was a while ago. Because radio has really evolved.
It's true, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We're going to talk a little bit more about that after this next song. Just the transformation of listening. We have all of these other arenas to engage artists and to learn about new stuff and to be inspired. And I think we can definitely see that in your work. Give it up one more time for Zeb and crew. We're going to be listening to Memory 2.
Standing here fighting, I'm already trying to write it and write it and write it again. Standing here fighting, I'm already trying to write it and write it and write it again. Right all these wrongs, build up your soul, filled up with gold. Take back your glow right now. The war is over. The war is over. The war is over. Right all these wrongs. Build up your chi. Fill all these holes. Get what you need. The war is over. The war is over. The war is over.
So in Memory 1, we talk about not wanting to run anymore. In Memory 2, which we just heard, we talk about the war is over. Is there anything else you want to share about these two songs and their relationship?
Well, when I was producing them, I made all those songs together.
Sweet.
Yeah. So it just kind of kept flowing into each other.
Okay. And they are based on real situation or incident, or after the first song, did you find that your imagination just started to go wild and it went from the first song being about an actual memory and then the next two being about a theme?
Yeah. The first, I blame myself a lot for things, so that's kind of where Memory 1 came from. I wanted to stop trying to blame myself, and that's why for the second one I was like, the war is over, you don't have to fight yourself anymore, you're good, you know? And then in Memory 3, which you'll hear next, is like, wasn't it you that told me to let go? You know, so it's just kind of like healing myself and like talking to myself in second perspective, so yeah.
Wasn't it you that that told me to let go?
Yeah, wasn't it you that told me, yeah.
And that is a question to yourself.
Yeah.
Once you forgot what you learned from Memory 1 and 2.
Exactly.
It happens. All right.
It
so
happens.
for those of you who are going through a parallel journey, start with Memory 1, go to Memory 2, go to Memory 3, go back to Memory 1, then go back to Memory 3, just in case you forget. I think that's brilliant. I think that's really wonderful because we learn things all the time.
Yeah.
Things that potentially help us grow, things that as soon as we learn it, we want to get on social media and start telling everybody else, you know, like these amen sessions that we have on Instagram with the quotes and stuff like that. But I think one of the upsides of doing that, learning something and then want to post about it right away, is that eventually when you go back through your own feed, you have to remind yourself. There's going to be a day when you're going to need to remind yourself to do that. All right, well, speaking of memory, I'm going to call out some names, and I want you to tell me what these names mean to you.
Okay.
Bjork, Coldplay, Gorillaz, MIA, Dido.
Oh, yes. They're great people. Bjork is dope. She produces all her stuff. She plays like so many instruments, and she's just so weird and like fashion forward. I love how she's so cool with being herself. Like, I really respect that about her. Like she said it in an interview, she says, I have full creative control. It's like, I like that. I want to be like that, you know?
The producer wants you to know, or wants to ask, do you know that Bjork lives around the corner from Bric Studios? Wow. We are not encouraging anyone to become a stalker, not at all. Bjork, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, hey.
You should have told me that.
Boo. So big up to Bjork. And what about Coldplay, Gorillaz, MIA, Dido?
I love Coldplay. Like, I love Chris Martin because he plays the piano. I play the piano also. And he kind of made me feel like you could make cheesy music. Does that make sense? I don't want to call
This is a compliment though, right?
It is a very, yeah, it's a compliment. Because I just, like I said, I have, in the past I had a tendency to think of things as like bad or good, negative or positive. And I was
so
like,
what do you mean by cheesy?
Like,
I mean
cool.
Free.
You know,
free
of,
like
I can make,
cool, okay.
Yeah, I can make happy music and it's okay.
So all of these songs are the happier time of radio. Like, this is when you heard these, there was a time where these artists may have come on your radio station and you were still happy with radio. And then there was a point around 15 years old where that was not happening anymore, right? And you decided that if you want something and it's not being provided, you got to make it, and then your career as a musician was reborn. Or I say reborn because, speaking of National Poetry Month, which we referenced briefly at the beginning of the show, you started out as a poet, correct? Spoken word artist. A lot of times people try to separate the world of poets and musicians, but for me, my perspective is that they very much are intertwined in a lot of ways. A lot of poets do make the transition from writing and, if you're a spoken word artist, sharing aloud, but then carrying that relationship with lyric making into songwriting, which is not an easy craft. What was that journey like for you, going from being a self-identified poet, which is a big deal, to now being a singer-songwriter?
Well, I mean, like you said, it wasn't difficult. It wasn't that hard for me. I mean, it kind of seemed like it just did naturally. It fell into that, you know, because I was playing piano, and then I was writing lyrics separately, and then I was like, well, why don't I just put these two together?
Okay.
You know, so.
So would you ever perform your poems to music behind you?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah, sometimes I would.
Well, let's talk about that transition. Was that transition to keep up with the times? Like, you felt like the direction of people's attention was going more into like people who had songs? Or was it like a natural like shedding? Like, you felt like your poet self really wasn't doing it for you anymore and you wanted to evolve?
That's exactly what it was. Yeah. Yeah, there was a time where I was just like, man, I don't know if I can really, I don't know, this spoken word thing is kind of I'm getting tired of it, I guess.
Tell me why, tired. And you're speaking to someone who has been self-identified as a poet and a spoken word artist and a coach of poetry and spoken word for over 20 years. Yeah, so I hear you, but I would love to hear from you why.
Oh no, just because I like to push myself forward. So into like a different direction, like try new things.
Try new things.
Yeah, so I was like, let me, stop spitting all these words. I feel like it's falling on deaf ears. Maybe if I put some music behind it, it would I don't know, feel different, I guess.
Do you ever dabble back in poetry or take the music away and just get on the mic and...
I haven't in a while, actually.
How about now? Give her a round of applause for a freestyle poem from Azeb. If you would like me to hum behind you, me, I can totally...
Are you serious?
Jen and I, yes, right there. You don't even have to move. The mic is on.
Oh, I can't remember any spoken word pieces right now.
Or a freestyle one. This has never happened on the B-side stage before, by the way.
Okay, gotta take advantage of it. Okay.
And it doesn't have to be long.
Very good. This might sound like a rap. All right. Don't underestimate this pretty face and thick frames. I'm a monster. Nature ain't got to do with my nurture, and I'll vulture your corpse until you only elope in catacombs. Call it necra, cause I know my feel has euphilia. So in love with these twisted words and fake thugs that honor these. Drake like Dracula's, suck the blood right out of you. Ooh.
I'm so glad that we got to that moment. We are going to continue with more music, but that was a special moment for me because hip hop and poetry is such a big part of my life, my trajectory, and my relationship with a lot of artists all over the world. And I always love talking to them about the role, particularly of lyrics, of lyricism in their craft. And it's not a conversation that you can have with everybody all the time. A lot of people rap, but everybody don't got bars, right? For those at home don't know what bars means, please hashtag it and look it up. But I think it's something really special about a human being who has a relationship with language, whatever their language is, and putting words together to express not only straightforward thought, but a whole world, a universe of thoughts to play with words and all that stuff. That in National Poetry Month, I wanted to take this extra moment to emphasize that because it is a gift. When we know that when a lot of people do not have access to that gift, that they struggle in a lot of ways. So we don't take it lightly. And so let's give it up for her one more time for those bars. The next song is what happens when people do not have a healthy sense of expression. And we're seeing a lot of that in the world today. We're gonna hear Uncivilized, Azeb and crew. Thank you.
This is kind of like a poetry song. Right on your heels, bite your Achilles, ashes to dust, I'm hurting your feelings, I don't give a what, it's not appealing, smile turned upside down, such a short notice, I barely noticed, bearing yourself, shake it for quarters, had to step up from dimes, to the east side, more comfortable quarters, now all of your time, is tracked on recorders, don't step out of line, what they made it put us. Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Did they ever show you anything? Believe none that you see, half that you read, and all that you feel. Why is trusting yourself such a big fear? Mislead your mind, rewriting history, one test at a time. Society's perfect, the uncivilized. Third world country, third eye blind. Pineal gland, calcified. Dismiss me as crazy, toss her outside, she's uncivilized. Do you even know?
to show you anything.
What I love about this song is that we get to kind of address a few things, but we get to redefine the word uncivilized. It's a term that has been used to abuse nations of people because of their differences, because of their relationship or lack of relationship to technology, which has nothing to do with wisdom or advancement, true advancement. And it's also a great segue into a really prominent theme in the world right now. And it's always been, but it's kind of been re-propaganded. Is that the word? I don't know, I made it up. Anyway, immigration. Let's talk about immigration. As a woman or child of Ethiopia who has migrated a bit, traveled a bit to end up here in New York, the States. And I imagine have a relationship with this conversation around immigration and not being welcome or wanted or worthy. And there are other layers in the song as well. Let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about your relationship to that concept and this experience that we're having in the world right now with all this anti-immigrant sentiment that's being rehashed.
Well, my mother is an immigrant, so I'm a first generation here. My mother was kicked out of her country because they were warring there in Ethiopia. They were like fighting for their independence and all this kind of stuff. So in the 70s, she was forced to leave. When she came here, I mean, she wasn't very well received, you know. So she tells me a lot of stories, and I can't really say everything, but
of course.
It's just like, it's just sad, you know, it just really sucks. It hurts.
Is she still here?
Yeah, yeah.
Has her experience changed a lot, or has it gotten worse as of late?
She's pretty stubborn, so
yeah.
I don't think she's gonna change anymore.
Right on.
I think it's for others.
It's that stubbornness of like immigrants, which is why we're even able to like maintain and sustain through the craziness of the world right now.
Totally.
First of all, let me just say this: for anybody who does not know, people usually say, "I hate to break it to you." I'm so happy to break it to you right now that there is no such thing as a non-immigrant in America unless you are indigenous. Everybody here has come either through being forced, seeking asylum. Expectation of a greater possibility or options. Like there's so many lists, and I think that regardless of where you fall on that spectrum of why you ended up here or how, the point is that we made our way here from somewhere else. So this idea is really a false effort to find another divisive way, another way to divide people. How do you think music, or your music in particularly, counteracts that?
Well, like I said, I mean, I feel like I don't discriminate in my music. I don't know. I just make music. I don't know.
Well, that's not true. I don't think I mean, obviously you don't discriminate in a way that you're trying to cause harm or destruction to someone or, you know, a group of people. But you do have opinions, and you do have things that you believe that are contrary to things that other people believe, and whether or not.
Yeah, like the whole concept of third world country is just ridiculous to me. It just doesn't really make sense. Like you said, everyone's an immigrant, you know, things like that. So I just try to speak life into people. I try to open their minds with my music. I try to make them see different perspectives. And try to, you know, just unite in that sense by like helping you come to your inner self and actually have an honest conversation with yourself, because I feel like a lot of people don't really want to have that conversation, you know. So if you can just be honest with yourself for a sec. You might learn something.
Right. Let's talk about spirituality. Let's talk about how spirituality, whatever that is for you, has a role in your process of self-reflection and wanting to share that, offer that to your listeners.
Right. Yeah, spirituality. I was reading this quote the other day. It was Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, that's how you pronounce it, right? All right. Mahatma Gandhi, he said, you can tell the true nature of a society by how they treat their animals. And I think that's a very good point. I try not to kill anything and stuff like that. So I think that's spiritual kind of thing. And if you have respect for an animal, you know, an ant, then you can like, life is different. It's bigger. It's like more important. You know what I mean? I don't know. If I'm
no,
saying
it's
makes
interesting
sense.
because I think here in America, there's a grand dichotomy with that. On one end, you have people who are slaughtering, butchering, putting animal head, you know, trophies on their wall. That's taxidermy, right? Is that the word for it? I don't even want to know the word. Like one time I saw a giraffe head on a wall. Do you know how long a giraffe neck is? Okay, that's neither here nor there. But the point is, like, that happens. Obviously not in this country. People go to Africa, people go to other places where animals are in their natural habitat to shoot and kill them down. I mean, it also happens here. But then the other end of the spectrum is you have dogs who are better dressed than anybody in this room, dogs, you know, animals that have their own homes and things like that. What does that say about this country, that we have both extremes of that in relation to the Mahatma Gandhi quote?
I mean, I guess it means we have hope, if you want to say it in a positive way. Yeah, we have hope. One thing America has is a little bit of everything, like you said. So, like, but it also, at the same time, it's distracting. You know, if you want to get lost, if you get lost in it, you know. My mom always says America gives you the room to F up. It's like freedom, the freedom to F up. You know what I mean?
So, and some people are just doing it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Speaking of, really quickly, I just want to acknowledge Stephon Clark and the young man who has just gone down not far from here. Speaking of the treatment of animals, there's this conversation underneath this that when horrific things happen to animals in this country, people are way more up in arms than when they actually happen to human beings. Let's take that note. Take a deep breath on that. Let's segue into a conversation about hip-hop. I feel like hip-hop is really quickly an immigrant in and of itself. Like it made its way into the music world, and it was not quite welcome. It was not quite native. It was not quite, the list goes on. But then it became something that taught a lot of people something new about themselves and about the world. You have a strong relationship to hip hop because you went from being a poet to being an MC, and then ultimately to being a singer-songwriter. Let's talk about your MC days. What is hip hop to you?
Hip hop is like freestyling, and hip hop is like, I guess in like a general way, the positive form of rap. If you want to, that's kind of the general way of saying it for me. It's like hip hop actually has conscious lyrics, like things that I appreciate, you know, as opposed to rap is just about being like flashy and stuff like that. But in the same token, it's like rap is kind of being misdefined. I guess it just means words on beat.
How did you end up becoming an MC? Was it something that you stumbled upon? Just a natural progression from poetry? Were you writing poems that rhymed a lot?
Yeah, yeah. I was always writing things that rhymed. Yeah, definitely.
We want to continue this conversation about hip hop after this next song, which is called Memory 3. If you want to tell us anything about Memory 3 before we hear it.
No, we can just listen to it.
Okay, we're just going to listen, and then we're going to come back and talk about hip hop and some other really cosmic, insightful, and down-to-earth things. Give it up one more time for Azeb and Ruthie.
Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go. Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go. Well, let go. Well, let go. Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go then. Let go then. I took offense when you left me back on the battlefield, empty-barreled and haggling, long-limbed LeBron, and now I'm traveling. Flounder on and swim with a different flow in a different pond, greener grass on a different lawn. Indifferent path with a lasting bond. Yep, double cup to savor. I don't need no favors. Labored hard for my own work. Start working smarter than your homework. Heart in the wrong place, only getting older, colder. Drinking more and getting less sober. Always listening to everything that they done told ya. But I got to be me. I got to be free. Yeah. But wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go then, babe. Let go then. But wasn't it you? Let go then, babe. Yeah. Let go then.
So we are hearing a combination of songs from several of Azeb's projects, including the most recent Inner Child, a previous album called Azeb, self-titled, and this song again, Memory 3, rounds out our memory collection where you are speaking to yourself. Like, didn't I tell you we went through this already?
I know.
It's cool, it happens. There's a lot of things to talk about here, but one thing I want to give a compliment. I really appreciate your lyricism skills. I always love a good song when a rhyme just sneaks in there. Your lo-fi brand of music, I mean, it's just really scaled back. It's like we really get to sit with the vibe and also zone out to the words and hear them. And not every artist relationship to hip hop allows for that. Like, we are in the generation of mumble rap, which is also fine because it's the sound of things that's also important. So sometimes we're grooving to the sound. We have no idea. They could be telling you to go home and do such and such to the person you love the most. You would have no idea. You're just in the club nodding your head like that. You know, we're at risk of that right now at this generation. But, you know, there's also a value in range of material. You have some MCs who really want you to get every word that they're saying, and then you have some that be like, please don't hear anything that I'm saying at all. Just nod your head and move along. I want to talk to you about your hip-hop influences. Name your top 5 women MCs of all time.
Women MCs? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I don't really listen to female MCs.
Ooh!
That sucks,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, yes, be sorry. Be very sorry.
Oh, Lauryn Hill.
Okay.
Lauryn Hill for sure. I guess MIA is kind of like a lyricist, but she's not really hip-hop, but she still be rapping.
Lauryn Hill, MIA. Okay, just give me one more. We'll cheat.
Uno, más. Oh, I can't think of
Azeb. We're going to add Azeb to the third person on that list.
Oh, wait, Queen Goddess.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We need you to go home and do better on that one.
Yeah.
Because you actually have a strong relationship with MCing and hip hop, and I feel like even though you may not necessarily be an organic fan of everybody, there's some jewels in there to explore. Speaking of jewels, you have these three wonderful musicians behind you, two of whom you met by working at Guitar Center, which you're no longer there. You're kind of really going full force into your craft and into your work. But I just wanted to acknowledge both of you because you are still not only musicians, but you are teachers you get to teach instruments to whoever is interested. Give me one word each, what it's like working with Azeb. You say it, I'll repeat it. Speechless. Powerful. Experimental, good. Experimentation is good. We get to discover new things. And last but not least, we're going to hear him on this next song called Ragnarok. You've heard that term before. And this song is going to be on it's on the album Fox and Wolf, which is a very interesting idea. We don't have too much time to talk about it, but I do want you to tell me one word, what it's like working with your wife.
I would say it's pretty awesome overall.
Awesome overall. All right, he said awesome overall for those of whom can't hear it. That is the perfect answer, sir. Good job, congratulations. I also think it's kind of cool, speaking of hip hop, I don't mean to compare, but is it a Jay-Z, Beyonce kind of vibe? Meaning, when y'all are having one of those natural days where you're not quite getting along, whether it's because of the music or the stresses of the world or just mood, does that help us get like a next set of series of albums out of you? Like, so for example, like your version of counseling to make the relationship continue to work is that y'all battle rap each other on the next album? Is that something that happens? It could, he said it's coming to a theater near you.
Yeah, I feel like we battle rap before. He motivates me to freestyle a lot. He's a freestyle beast.
Do you take the relationship or the energy of the relationship, the challenges, the highs, the lows, out on the music?
It definitely pushed me to like push my production and like structure with like metronomes and stuff like that.
Shoot. Okay. So he's saying that you're not mic'd, and you're not mic'd, and so I just want to say he's saying that the relationship does push his production, and the relationship for you pushes your courage and MCing and freestyle ability to experiment. Lots of cosmic, grounded, experimentational, fun, deep, centering things happening here. Give it up one more time for Azeb and crew. We had a good time. In the wise words of today's special guest, and as evident here, you must be involved to evolve. Thank you, Azeb and crew, for transforming this space with your musical explorations of time and space, and for making time and space for us to join you. If you all want to stay involved with the magic of Planet B-Side that is, you can check out this and past episodes on our YouTube channel using the hashtag BSideBK and our podcast on soundcloud.com/BSidePodcast. Or just come on by the studio and feel the glow up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, saluting National Poetry Month, along with some of our great champions of word and action, Winnie Mandela, Maya Angelou, Martin Luther King Jr., and you, Brooklyn, we love you. Till next time.
All right, it's time to get it.
You guys see me out there?
Go!
I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock.
Yeah. I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock. Come on. Just let your spirit fly. Just let your spirit fly.
Come on, come on. I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock. Yeah.
I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock.
Come on.
Just let your spirit fly. Just let your spirit fly, fly.
I came to rock, you came to rock.
Yeah, you came to rock, you came to rock. I came to rock, I came to rock. You came to rock, you came to rock.
I came to rock, I came to rock.
You came to rock, you came to rock. You got to let be your being. Don't stop, don't stop. Breathe out and in again. Don't stop, don't stop. Feel it come from within. Rise up, rise up. Grasp on to it. It only lasts for a bit. Grasp on to it. It only lasts for a bit. Grasp on to it.
People in the crowd, just put your hands up and wave with me.
Grasp on to it.
Feel the vibes,
How you guys feeling? Feeling good?
Oh, we got some more bars.
Go! Burn like a phoenix reborn in the hillocks. Creeping like a steel pond, moving like a newborn.
People like a stillborn, ripping like I'm still toy, feet is flame, mixing mouth boy, babe, people are staying back.
Moving to another level up, elevated in my temple, it's irregular, they don't understand us.
They can never brand us, elevated in my tour bus, elevated till I feel trust.
Stand for the feeling, regardless if it's appealing. Put your hands to the ceiling and self-heal for real.
Hands to the ceiling, even if they're killing. Had dark skin, label him a villain.
Hands up! For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Against the assault of laughter, nothing can stand.
That was Mark Twain in 1916. Now, Twain was a genius, but I suspect he couldn't have imagined the state that we'd be in today. When comics think that conservatives don't want you to make fun of Trump and liberals don't want you to make fun of anything. That was a laugh line. Thank you. That's what comedians navigate today. In 1916, the world was at war, literally. In 2019, although there are armed conflicts, the war I'm talking about is one of the cultural variety, with front lines on college campuses, television screens in our headphones, and musty basements with 2-drink minimums. If music brings the people together, what is the function of laughter? According to one theory, laughter developed from the roar of triumph in an ancient jungle duel as a sign that one person or group is being dominated. Well, if laughter is an assertion of dominance, does it work the same when we're making fun of the president, or cracking jokes about Caitlyn Jenner's genitalia, or even poking fun at ourselves? Too much, too mean, too soon, too far. That's not funny. All things at least half of our panelists may have heard shouted at them from beyond the lights and maybe even tonight. As we make our way together through this Be Heard Town Hall, laughing matters, comedy, and accountability. So I'm just gonna ask to get the lights up for a second. And I'm wondering, as we are thinking about comedy and accountability and where we are at this moment, now that I can see all of your lovely faces, a quick Instagram poll right now. So how many of you, thinking of comedy, think that we are, by show of hands, I'll give you the options, we've gone all the way too far, like it's too much, it's too crude, it's gross, nothing is making me laugh. On the other extreme, we've gotten so damn weak, no one can take a joke, a whole world full of snowflakes. And the last option, we're right in the middle. We're riding a good wave here. So who thinks we've gone absolutely too far? Like comedy is gross now. Ooh, tough crowd, not anybody. New York, are any of you from New York? Okay. Who thinks that we've really hit our stride, that we're right in the middle of this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Okay. That was a good showing. Now, who on the other side thinks that we've gotten way too soft? Like everything is in your fifis. Oh, a lot of these people think that we're in their feet. So before I do make my way over, is there anyone who has an example of any of those things? Does anyone want to bring the town into the town hall right from the beginning? I see you over there. So the question was, have we gone too far? Have we gotten too soft? Or have we hit our stride? Come and join us. So what do you think? Where are we now?
I thought that we were in the middle, but as I think back on it, I realized that people, their feelings get hurt a lot. But what I have noticed that there's been a shift where comedians are allowed to say what they need to say, and they somehow are able to tap on the pulse of what's really going on in the world around us, and to help us to laugh at it, and if we can't laugh at it, at least to think about it. So I think that we're in the middle, but we were very close to it being like we were snowflakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that was a great way to start it off. Anybody else want it? She was not a plant, I promise you, we've never met before, but I like it. Anyone else before we get into it? Any feelings? All right, I'm watching you all, and I'll be coming back to you later. There's gonna be a test on all of this. So, you do have index cards on your seats by way of a little housekeeping. So if something sparks or you have a question or are outraged at all, you can begin the letter to the FCC or your congressperson with that card that we have there. Thanks, Keegan. So by way of introduction, this is Beck Crefting, who is an associate professor at Skidmore College, where she works in the American Studies as well as Gender, Media, and Film Studies departments. They get a lot out of her. Her monograph, all joking aside, American Humor and Its Discontents, charts the history and economy of charged humor and stand-up comedy aimed at social justice. So thank you for being here, Beck.
Thank you for having me.
I'm looking at, oh yes, loud applause. Ray DeJean is here. Ray is the host of the wildly successful and popular Laughaholics, which airs right here on Bric TV. I heard it, yes, you have a fan back here. So Ray, in addition to hosting Laughaholics, has been in the industry for over 18 years and is an industry veteran whose hosting skills and production work and popular hosting on Video Music Box have delivered him here tonight. So thanks for joining us, Ray.
Thank you.
All right. I'm looking at Carrie Coddett over here, who is a Brooklyn homegirl who has made it in the big time working on HBO. She's has a long roster. She also has specific credits that I'm going to share now from Why It's an Axe Problem Areas on HBO, as well as Laugh Mobs, Laugh Tracks on True TV. And you can listen all the time when you're not watching her to her podcast at On the Chopping Block with Carrie Coddett, as she is Carrie Coddett. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And Judy Gold, who made my life by heckling me in the dark, is here. She is a multiple Emmy Award winning for her television writing. She's a performer who's an actress as well as a stand-up comedian. She is also the host of a very cool podcast called Kill Me Now, and the author of the forthcoming Yes, I Can Say That. We'll see how long it takes you to say that tonight, but Yes, I Can Say That. Available at major booksellers very soon. Thanks for joining us.
In June.
In June.
It's not
even.
that soon.
Moments away. It'll blink and it'll be
go
time
by
to buy
fast.
the book.
Yeah.
Judy Gold, thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
And down at the end, Rebecca Trent is the proprietor of one of the most popular comedy clubs in New York City, as named by Time Out New York in Long Island City. The Creek and the Cave is a club that she has there, and she's long been a producer of comedy and working in television as well, and is one of the driving forces behind Skankfest. Thank you for being here, Rebecca. Yep. Also polite. I love these golf claps. And Howard Lieb is here. He is an attorney as well as a professor at Cornell Law School. Howard is a longtime comedy historian and enthusiast, and has also tried his hand at comedy as well when he's not teaching. He serves as a producer of critically acclaimed comedy recordings, and he's also writing a book right now that is a legal handbook for stand-up comedians, improv comedians, and comedy writers. So please, collectively, welcome all of our guests to being here. Okay, so they've heard your names, but let's get a little flavor for who you actually are. You saw how the audience is responding, and we saw how you responded to the too much, not enough, are we right in the middle? So just share for me and us quickly, so we know who you are, what your experience with either too much or not enough or hitting the right stride in the way that we look at comedy is, Beck.
Well, I think that I've raised my hand for being in the middle because I hear enough from people who are consumers of comedy who feel slighted by offensive comedy that they hear in comedy clubs, and I'm very sympathetic to that as well. As coming from my own positionality as a queer woman, I too can certainly take umbrage at those sort of slurs or slights in comedy clubs, but I also think it's important that people speak their minds and have the floor to be able to speak freely. So I feel like I'm caught in the middle here. I think everyone should be able to say their piece. Comics should be able to say what they want to say, but then they should also have to deal with the fact that we too, as consumers, have that right and the latitude to say things back to them and start a different kind of conversation. So I want all the voices to be heard. And I do think we have, I think we can create better comedy. I think we have great comedy out there, but I think we can create better. Yeah.
Ray, what was your vote?
Well, I've been doing comedy now, in the business for about 30 years. So I grew up in the era of Def Comedy Jam, which is a little different. It's kind of sort of urban comedy versus mainstream. And so it's kind of treated differently. But even recently, the show that I have here on Bric, the last meeting I had, they said, hey, listen, Ray, you have to talk to the comedians about #no Me Too movement jokes, #no immigration jokes, because right now, in the temperament of the society, it's a little bit too sensitive. And so when I sat down and I talked to the comedians about it, they were all like, like, 50% of my jokes may surface, around that. So it just makes it a little bit more difficult for comedians to write their jokes because basically they try to go with what's relevant and what's happening now. So they can make light of it in some instances, and in some instances they just can't. I am a firm believer in the way you deliver a joke. You should be aware of how you deliver it. Like, for instance, if there's someone in the audience that has an inborn dignity and you actually see it and then you emphasize it, to me, that's not cool. But if you generalize something and you're not really pointing or the finger at someone, I think that it's okay. So from a producer and from a stand-up comedian, my perspectives vary. I have to look at it from a producer perspective because I'm doing a TV show, and then I have to look at it from a comedy club perspective.
So Judy, I could feel the breeze over here from you shaking your head at no Me Too,
First
no
of all,
immigration.
all right, I believe, first of all, it's called a sense of humor because it's a subjective thing. So some people like, slapstick. Some people don't like slapstick. It is a very personal thing. What people laugh at is very personal. But I think what we're missing here is the intent of the comedian. The comedian, we want to make people laugh. That's our whole goal. When a comedian gets on stage, all they want to do is get a laugh. How they get a laugh, that's a whole different story. But you cannot, censorship and comedy do not go hand in hand. And comedians and great comedians speak truth to power, like what this lady had said before. You can't say we can't discuss this topic because people are feeling sensitive. A comedian can talk about any topic as long as it's funny. I have jokes about the Holocaust. They're funny. And you know what they do? They remind people that the Holocaust happened. But when we're holding comedians to a higher standard than we're holding the President of the United States, it is beyond ridiculous. And we're in clubs, there's a certain thing, when you're on TV, of course, you have corporations that are saying, I want people buying our products, don't say this, don't piss this person off. We have the cancel culture, and all that kind of stuff. Right. But when you're in a club and you're working out your set, you don't know what the line is. Most of the time, a comedian doesn't know what the line is until they've crossed the line and they realize, okay, I have to push back. And the only way a comedian can work out a bit is on stage. We can't do our job without an audience. It's not like a writer or a painter. Yeah. So that's where it sort of is muddled because, the audience is getting insulted and the comedian's trying to work out and do their bit. And if you're offended, fine. Turn the channel. There's plenty of us that, might, there's a lot of us. But I really believe this oversensitivity and saying you can't discuss this specific topic, it's killing comedy. And we are unafraid, and we are unafraid of the truth. And I think that society doesn't like to hear the truth a lot of the time.
We've got miles to go, so I hope you are all taking points from that. But Carrie, how did you vote? I think you were saying we're very sensitive.
I put 2 hands up for that. We are very sensitive. I think oftentimes the audience hones in on these buzzwords. So if you say things like immigration, Me Too, they've made up their mind about how they feel about it without even hearing where you're going with it. And that to me is very problematic. Like we're so eager to be outraged and to be upset that we don't understand where someone's going with it. And like Judy said, the reason we get up on stage is because it's therapeutic. Now, I'm not going to be someone that says they're just jokes because we know comedy can't be, it's either this important piece of art that has the capability to change a culture. So words do matter. So it's not just jokes, right? What we do is important, but it's also like the reason we're doing it is just to make you laugh. And everyone in the audience comes to the table with certain sensitivities. So you can't tell me I can't speak about this. You don't even know what I'm going through. Right. Maybe I'm a rape victim. Maybe this is therapeutic for me. You don't know. And certain times it's like, people, I just think that we have to be allowed to do what we do, and comedy is the last place where we can do that. Freedom of speech, it doesn't mean freedom of consequences, but it's also like, this is our job, and we say the things that maybe you can't say in your workplace because you might get fired. So don't try to stop me from doing it in my workplace. Like, this is my workplace. This is the place I'm supposed to say this.
It's your safe space.
But
Sorry, kids.
can I just add to that? I know I'm never going to shut up, and you can tell me to shut up. But, you know, what you're saying is, you know, a comedian has intent. What is the intent of the comedian?
Yeah.
What is the context in which they're telling this joke? And also nuance. You know, people will hear a word. I'm offended. I'm not listening anymore. That's it. I'm done. And no, why don't you listen to what the full idea is, what the comedian is trying to say? The great comedians, what they do is they let you see the world through their lens, through the way they've experienced it.
Yeah.
And it can really open people's minds. And as you said, say the things that we're all afraid to say.
Howard, I'm looking at you, and I'm cheating you for a second.
Looking at me.
Because instead of asking you about that original thing, I'm listening to Judy's point saying it's through their eyes and context matters and all of these things. But does that hold water legally?
Sure, legally, if you can find a place that'll put you up, you can say anything you want. The point is, nobody is responsible for putting you up. I mean, I put up my hand for middle of the road.
Okay.
Because I look at it historically. If you go back to the court jester was invited to sit at the king's table.
Right. Yeah.
But if the court jester offended their audience, they might not have dinner the next night anywhere.
Yeah.
If you were Lenny Bruce and you offended your audience, you went to jail. And he did. As the saying goes, Lenny Bruce died for our sins. George Carlin, you offended people, your stuff was pulled off the radio. Today, you lose a gig on Saturday Night Live. And what I'm listening to here is two sides. If you're the comedian, and I have great love for comedians. I have done stand-up. I'm a failed stand-up, successful lawyer, but a failed stand-up. Then yes, you have intent. You have nuance. But if you're an audience and you're offended, who cares?
Right.
But that doesn't mean you don't have the right to say it.
But I also don't think you can compare George Carlin and Lenny Bruce to Shane Gillis.
No.
I certainly don't.
Right.
I-
But you're saying you get fired. I think that was not about.
No,
I
it's a
think-
completely different.
Yes,
fight. That was
I
a fight
agree.
For
It's
being
not
able to
completely
critique the government and being able to say certain words. And I know Rebecca.
Well, Rebecca, you are the only person here who is a gatekeeper in an official capacity all the time running your club. So where are we on Snowflake to Burning in Hell, or right in the middle?
So
and
a
where
big
do you
part
come
of
in
my
on this?
club is also about teaching audience members, because we are an incubator for comedy. We do over 25 open mics a week.
Teaching audience members.
Well, sure. The audience has to learn how to receive comedy just in the same way that the comedians need to learn how to deliver it. And frankly, if the audience is offended,
Yeah.
I feel like the comedian's doing something.
Right.
I don't feel like that's
Can
a
I
bad
ask
thing
you
at all.
if that's unusual? I'm still stuck on part of it is teaching audience members, because I never heard
Sure.
anyone put it like that. Is that something that's like an ethos of yours, or do you guys have a cabal, you get together
I
and say
didn't
we're
read
gonna
it
shoot
somewhere or
live?
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, I
But you feel like it's part of
We get
the
a lot
mission.
of first timers. We get a lot of
Okay.
people who just sort of wander in and don't really know what a comedy show is about or what to expect or whatever. Sometimes we'll get vets that come in that think that they're just supposed to outright like have a conversation with the person on stage, and we have to teach them that that's not the case. And hopefully they'll come back and continue to grow with the comics that are
Right.
performing there. And not to say that we don't have seasoned, brilliant, amazing legends that come through the creek as well. But I raised my hand for Too Sensitive. I mean, I have obviously a lot to say on this subject. It's what we've built our lives on, right? And I hate seeing it come under attack. I hate seeing comedians themselves become so sensitive that they're attacking other comedians. And that, I think, is something that I'm seeing more as a new advent of this ongoing conversation that I don't feel like we noticed so much because these conversations have been going on since the 1900s, right? We had to get rid of blackface. We had to get rid of minstrel shows. We had to get
Some people didn't get rid of it, child.
So, well, apparently, yeah.
Rebecca has a whole chapter.
And I would argue it's still alive and well in
but these
comedy.
are things. These are things like as our society learns and grows and becomes more progressive, so does the comedy. But I also find it wildly unacceptable and deeply unfair that we are forcing comedians to have an immediate response to all of this stuff that's going on in the world, an immediate response on for monologues, for late night jokes, for like in every capacity. It has to be that day, the news is out, now we have to make the joke about it. And then we're also expecting it to be a nuanced response. Like, pick one. You can't expect a comedian to have 100% hits, having to respond within 90 seconds, within a day of some sort of topic that's very sensitive, that might upset a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's a little bit ridiculous to expect there to be zero offense inside of that. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Well, you invoked Lenny Bruce, and I'm thinking right now of the way that he died, basically broke, on his way to a workhouse to serve a 4-month sentence after saying something that was deemed a no-no. He really paid a price. There were stakes. This guy didn't get a job on SNL, so the scales aren't exactly balanced. But from all of you, what are the stakes now? What does it mean to be a sacrificial lamb or a victim of the culture that is sensitive?
Well, you know, Lenny was arrested for cursing, but what they really wanted to get him on was what he was talking about.
Right.
He was talking about segregation and how disgusting segregation was. And he was talking about the war, and he was talking about all these issues that the powers that be didn't want him to talk about. So what did they do? They got him on the cursing.
Actually, they got him on the blasphemy.
That's
what the cursing too.
Right.
But the big charges, especially in Boston,
Right.
was bad-mouthing the Catholic Church,
Right.
which was another power structure, especially
Right.
in that town. But to your question, you know, the stakes are now more economic.
Yes.
You're not going to jail. Are you going to get an SNL job? Are you going to be booked at a major club or a major festival? Or are you going to get ridiculed? And you know, bear in mind, Shane Gillis, you know, for whatever else, how many people have actually seen any of the videos of what he actually did and said?
I wrote an article for CNN about, so
Very few.
I did twice.
But most people have an opinion about it.
Yeah.
I saw one, which was his podcast, which was talking with the other person about Asians. And you know, his claim was, I was just a comedian pushing limits. No, he was a guy having a conversation with another guy, and it was a bigoted conversation.
Right, but it went on, besides Asians, and then he was using the word faggot to describe people.
And it wasn't comedy.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
and
what I
the
was...
difference. Like,
Right.
he wasn't on stage. So what we do is we craft these jokes and we have a point. There's some type of commentary. There's a reason we're doing it. What he did was he happened to be a comedian that had a podcast, shooting the shit with his friend and saying some wild stuff he had no business saying.
Right.
So it's completely different. He wasn't at work in the same way. It wasn't crafted. He
I
was just
spoke
talking.
to him after I had written this article, and he's like, it's a character, it's a character. If I don't know, I've been doing this 37 years, if I don't know it's a character,
it's not
and you know, he claims he's pushing boundaries. It's been done. And it's been done way better by, you know, people who've been in the business for a really long time. That is, using racial epithets is not pushing boundaries.
So Ray, and you two put people up. You put people on stage every week.
But I still think he has a right to get on stage anytime he wants.
Of course you do. You've performed with him.
Kerry said something about he had no business saying whatever he was saying. And so who decides that?
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I
So
didn't mean that.
it's like who decides that? So like I sit on
She
two
might have
sides.
meant about him defending himself, not about exactly
Right,
what.
but what I'm saying is like I book comedians, and I also do stand-up. So there's some comedians that request being booked by me, and I'm like, nah, this guy is not going to be too good for my audience.
Right.
So it's more about the room than about.
It depends on the room. And the type of comedy that they do. It also depends on whether I would book them or not. So you have some comedians, like she said, intent to me, because I'm a person first. intent, if I feel like you have intent to actually hurt someone's feelings and you're taking it, because some people use the stage to abuse other folks. There are comedians that are like that. And so I have to be able to censor that. So I may see them once, I let them come and work out, and I'm like, okay, this guy's not a good fit for this particular show. Right. So I'm not gonna really deal with him because they can be overly aggressive to the point where they really, really hurt someone's feelings. And so when it gets to that point, then I have to make a decision. Although there's freedom of speech and there's this and that, and then comedy is an art, I still, as a producer,
Right,
again,
that's all business. You're
right,
trying
it's
to,
business.
yeah.
It's
And
business.
But how do we assess comic intent? To your point, I wonder, isn't that a crafted thing too? So can't a comic go, I want to get X number of laughs and I want to achieve it in this way, and so I want to make a joke that's maybe unsavory, but I'll put it in palatable terms. So I want to joke about gay people, so I'll talk about my gay best friend and use this rhetorical strategy because I got a gay best friend here. So now I'm going to slam gay people for the next.
Because that's not a good comedian and that's not a joke.
I was like, that's lazy.
But
so wait, does the market correct itself then? Just the bad comedians who might employ that stupid device, they just aren't put up because
I don't call
it's just
that
bad
comedy.
comedian?
I don't call that comedy.
But there's still a market for that too. There's still people that enjoy that type of comedy. There's still audiences that will support people like that because that's what they like to hear.
But it's like Trump at his rallies. He stands there like a crappy, hacky comic and saying horrible things about people, and the audience is like, and he stands back like, oh, I mean, it's
So-
lazy, it's gross, and it's not comedy.
Rebecca,
it's not funny.
are you giving Trump a tight 15?
He couldn't do a tight 15.
I'll be honest with you. I have been asked multiple times if I would allow Trump to perform at the Creek, and which is an odd question because he's not a comic, even though we're laughing at him. I personally would love to get Judy Gold and Donald Trump in a room together and have them have a conversation. I think that would be amazing. I probably wouldn't sell tickets for it though. You know what I mean? Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like I'm not trying, but it would be interesting. You know what I mean? I also like a lot of times people sort of like try and like challenge me by booking somebody who's terribly controversial to come to the Creek, and I find that challenge to be very boring. Mostly because any conversation can happen anywhere. And I'm not afraid of putting a microphone in front of somebody and letting them have a conversation. I don't think that that's dangerous. I also don't believe that I'm going to put my audience members or other talent in harm's way. So I have a responsibility to make sure that no one's throwing cement-laden milkshakes or whatever the new thing is this week. I have to make sure that that kind of stuff isn't happening as well. But again, I find it very boring. I think that the upheaval and the outrage and all that stuff gives attention to people that we shouldn't be paying attention to in the fucking first place. You know what I'm saying?
But can I? Go ahead. I know I'm monopolizing. I'm sorry, but I just wrote a book about this, so it's all in my head.
Out in June.
But there is, I've been through multiple, administrations in my comedy career.
Sure.
And never presidents have always been fair game. Always. Even like the Smothers Brothers were fired, and Lyndon Johnson, who they just were brutal to, wrote them a letter saying, I just want you to know it was an honor to be the subject of your satire because that's what makes America great. Even though you were
instrumental in their being canceled.
Right, he was with CBS. But he did write them a letter, but his daughters were big fans of the show. But what I'm saying, Trump, it's like a cult because you could make fun of Bush and Clinton and Carter, everyone. And the audience, the people who were supporters of them weren't like, I'm not going to laugh at the rest of the show. These Trump people, the minute you say something, they got up, they leave.
Have you been to a rally?
Oh, no, I can't.
I have been.
You've been to a rally?
I was, because I was a tour manager for Trump versus Bernie. So I went with Anthony Atamanuik, and Anthony went as Donald Trump to the rally. And we were there, and the thing that I was blown away by, just completely blown away by, was the level of anger in the room. It's so angry. I had to get out of there. It was literally the opposite of going into when Bernie won the one aisle or whatever. We were
Right.
there for that night, and it was the exact opposite.
Right.
It is absolutely, absolutely crazy. The amount of fervor and the amount of sensitivity and the lack of sense of humor that this entire administration has is bone crushing. And I really honestly believe that part of the reason for it is that Donald Trump believes that he's the funny one.
Oh,
He doesn't want to be
absolutely.
out funny.
He thinks he's hilarious.
That's all it is. You know,
Oh,
it's
don't
just
hold their
ego.
head when they get in the car.
But it is
car,
ridiculous.
yeah.
When you go on the road, you're told you can't talk about Trump now.
I want
Brian,
to say,
Can't
too, I don't know that it's, I do think all that is valid and we are seeing things with this administration, but I do think that people are sensitive, if to quote Trump, on both sides.
Oh, the left is the worst.
The left is the worst. Like
The
I do
worst.
jokes about white feminists, they're up in arms. I did jokes that were about Hillary and her pantsuits and people just can't take it. So it's also like no one is allowing you to tell jokes about people who they respect. Everyone has their limits and the people that you can't talk about. And for comics, everyone is fair game. Like I will talk about anyone. I talk about my mama.
Including Donald Trump's son.
Yes.
Has to be.
We live in a time where people feel that they have a right to not be offended. Anywhere,
And that's ridiculous.
anytime.
Who gave them that
It is
idea?
ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
This is New York City. I get offended walking out the door. It's
Right.
part of the reason I fucking moved here.
Right.
But the other thing that is different now is not just that feeling, but we have mass media that is driven from the bottom up.
Right.
I'm old. When I was growing up, we didn't have that. We had national media top down.
Right.
So now if you're offended by Dave Chappelle, I saw his Broadway show on Broadway. I didn't like a lot of the jokes personally, but I wasn't offended, and I think he's a fantastic craftsman. And there's a difference between the two. Every joke doesn't have to work for me, but you can appreciate the show anyway. But now if you are offended because he is punching down instead of up, there is, if that's how you see it, we can disagree. Then you have these media that allow you to find other people who agree. And now you have a core of people.
Right.
And now maybe we can start a boycott and we can get at the sponsors. And to be fair, there's a lot of people who here would say, oh my God, we can't boycott Dave Chappelle, are thrilled when we boycott Laura Ingraham or whoever by going after her sponsors. So it's really a question of whose ox is being
Well, Laura
born.
Ingraham is not a comedian.
No,
Number one.
she's not a
and
lot of things.
She's just a liar, and no, that you can't compare the two.
I'm not comparing their talents, their abilities, and certainly not their funny bones.
Or their sensibilities.
What I'm talking about is audience reaction.
Right.
And
And
sensibilities and how we go about dealing with these kind of perceived offenses. Now that Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and probably lots of other things that I don't even know are out there for everybody to connect on and go, rah, my team.
I think it also gives us a false sense that it's a really large number of
Absolutely.
people that are outraged.
Right.
Really, it's a tiny number.
Yeah.
It was a tiny number of people who gave a shit about what happened with Shane Gillis. A tiny number of people. Nobody really, really cares. Like, we're just inside of this microcosm, and we're just like looking at this because our world is something that we've created now by our
but
feast.
it does force,
it
forces comedians to become a little more restricted in the way they write. Now,
It
Dave
does.
Chappelle can do whatever he wants. He's already there. But there's a lot of folks that are still coming up, and they're worried about their content.
and
they're worried about these.
and I feel like
be
it's
worried.
stunting
Why?
the conversation. I think
Because
that they do have to be worried, though, in this day and age.
I think it's stifling as an artist.
It's very stifling.
It's working within the art form. The art form evolved. I'm not saying I approve
Right, no,
of it.
I understand you're being
But,
you're being
but it is a
very-
business. At the end of the day,
I
it is
get
show business, not
Right.
show art.
Right.
To say use a trite
But
phrase.
that's why the creek and the cave is a haven for people
Totally
to
agree.
do right. And that's what we need more of.
I agree
I
with
feel
that.
like you guys are agreeing, but just very loudly
Not
at
right.
each other. And
Right.
watch
And we're sitting next to each other.
It's like
I agree. You are so right now.
So,
Please stop being correct.
But you can't compare
But
Laura Ingraham and a comic, you know?
Well, I think what it all boils down
But
to
if we're
is-
talking about,
It's your
if
show.
we're talking about, it's our show. We're talking about this sense of outrage and how it can be amplified by all of this thumb
Right,
typing.
yeah.
But there is something to be gotten at here with the use of technology and the way that we can all interact so readily and find your people to be offended with. I want to look at it from the other way. What of this moment is people becoming empowered who never had a voice before, where there is an Asian person who was offended by something that Shane said and they had no seat at the table or a voice, and now everyone bemoans that, oh, well, you're a snowflake and you all gotten together, but they never had the agency before to say, excuse me, that's not funny. And the people who are in power and making money and making moves, and the old white men in the room brokering comedy are now saying, oh, you can't say anything anymore, everyone gets offended. But it's about them continuing their dominance and someone saying, hey, that's not funny, I'm from a small group, you don't get, my voice isn't as big. How much of it is the people in power feeling all snowflakey and saying, you're not allowed to come at me, I'm an artist?
I think it's definitely both, right? Because I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. I think that we have people that have been historically marginalized, that always haven't had a voice. So now they're using social media to amplify their needs, and I think that that's valid, though. Especially as a young Black woman, I feel like it's valid to be able to feel like, oh my God, here I am being seen. But I think what's happening is it's this overcorrection. We're going so far that now we're mad at everyone for everything. We're not being discerning. It's not nuanced. So what's happening is people are pushing back. People who otherwise may have been open to listening and being more sensitive are like, this is going too extreme, and now I don't know what you're talking about at all. Like we even see like with the Me Too movement, men are like, now we can't say hi to bitches no more. Can I even call bitches bitches, right? Like they're just like, now I don't know, I don't know what to do with my hands, la-di-da. And it's like, that's not what we're saying, but that's the impression because it seems like we're nitpicking. So it's also like, where's the middle?
Well,
you know?
And I think another big part of the problem inside of this is that we're also not allowing artists room to grow, room to learn from their past mistakes, room to learn from, you know,
if you're
the culture's
a grown-ass
different
man,
now.
you should know that you shouldn't say
I
something
don't really
about
think it's
something.
my place to say what people should and shouldn't know because I
then
wasn't
it's
raised the way they were.
place.
But
I have a
you
great
also
quote.
have to agree that culturally there was a lot more permissibility going on 10 years, fucking 5 years ago.
Yeah.
There was a
5
lot
weeks
more
ago.
permissibility. So now we have all agreed to make an adjustment, and we're not going to jerk off in front of each other, even if we get permission and all of that stuff. But there also, at some point, me neither actually, but at some point there also needs to be some sort of agreement amongst us culturally that allows these people to learn their lesson. If there is a lesson for them to learn.
Right, but we used to just do it in the club.
And now it's
if you didn't like
played
it,
out
don't
everywhere.
and then it wasn't a
videotape
thing. But
you.
now it's here
I'm gonna
forever.
take one little portion of
And
it,
that goes
and I'm
around the
going to
world.
excoriate you.
What were you saying, right?
Yeah.
No, what I was going to say, Brian, is that nothing changed. It was the same before. We just didn't have the social media outlets that we have now. It was the same. People felt the same before. But I tell you this, regardless of whether we live in a sensitive society about comedy, comedy is still in demand 100%. My club is filled up every week. If you go to the Comedy Cellar, they got 100 shows. Yeah, people get offended, but the shows go on, and folks still go there and support it and pay their money to see comedy. It's just that when you're in a position and you have money, and if there's a big social media outrage, now it's going to affect my numbers, I have to do something about it. As long as it's not affecting my numbers, everything is okay. I've had 7 seasons of Laughaholics. No one has ever sat me down and said, Ray, do not talk about this and do not talk about that. But I just had a meeting 2 weeks ago. Why? Because they've probably been getting a lot of reaction and response from certain people. So now they're restricting. Now I have to, hey, make sure you do this and that. It's only because of the reaction and the response on social media, or whether it's letters, or I don't know what it is, but now I have to be a little bit more sensitive.
One of my favorite comedians, just 1 second to interject this, Patrice O'Neill, who's not with us anymore, said a great thing that has stuck with me. I wrote it down. There's nothing more stupid than an individual audience member. None of you withstanding, none of you here. There's nothing more stupid than an individual audience member, and nothing more intelligent than a collective. Ooh, right? So that's 2 sides of one coin. So there's the individual, like, keyboard gangster who's out there taking your video and putting one little clip up online and excoriating you for that. And there's also a collective of people who, when they do reach critical mass, you get the call.
Right, but he wrote that before there were cell phones. As a comedian, I work at the Cellar a lot. they don't allow cell phones.
Yeah.
And I went on stage a few months ago, right after I was on stage, I was like having the best set. I was doing an hour. I was like, oh my God, this is so great. And I looked down, I realized no one had a phone. It was like this cohesive audience. I almost started crying because it was like, it was amazing. It was like the old days.
Yeah.
So are phones ruining comedy or the
Mhm.
comedians ruining comedy?
No, it's the people with the phones
It's the
trying to
people.
watch the comedians. No, what I think is also important to note is that there are certain environments that are conducive to comedy. We make sure the temperature is right in the room. We make sure the lighting is right. You make sure that the doors are closed so that the sounds aren't leaking out. There's all these things that producers do to make sure that the audience is having a great time.
Yeah.
So when you pull a clip and people that weren't in the room didn't see the context, people that are in the middle of their shitty day on the toilet watching this thing, they haven't been prepared to laugh, okay? There's a reason we warm up rooms. You have to be prepared to laugh. So here you are in the middle of your boring day and you're like, harumps, how can I ruin someone else's lives? You weren't there. In the room, that bit destroyed. You know what I mean? But sometimes people that watch it online, they're like, oh my God, and they bring you down. But in the room, we all had a good time and we knew it was love.
But also to your point before, and your point, you know, I came out on stage in the mid-90s after I had children because I had all this material about being a gay mom, you know, like all this stupid shit people would say to us.
You were a trailblazer. No one was doing
No one was talking. I mean, there were gay comics. There was Bob Smith and, you know, Leah DeLara, Robin Tyler. There were you know, what's her name? Suzanne Westenhofer. But, and you can even go back further and, you know, to women. You have to look at Jean Carroll. Women would come out on stage, basically say, look, I know I'm a piece of shit and I should be in the kitchen. Here are my jokes. And it was sort of like that. But when I came out and I said, I'm a lesbian and I have these kids, it sort of I can't tell you. Like these people would come up to me and be like, oh, I never realized why gay people should be able to get married. You know, there's a power to comedy. And people would forget that I was a leslie, and they were, sorry I say leslie, but people would forget and just say, oh, she has the same issues as, you know, these are just jokes about a family. So there is a power that comes with,
this is breaking down the cultural barriers and why so many comedians get up. But what are the things that still persist? What is the next mountain to climb that perhaps comedy can break down? If you talked about humanizing lesbians, and we know that humanizing lesbians.
Well, no, just humanizing gay people. Then you have people with we have a lot of disabled comics now who go out on stage and talk about their disability, and it's amazing because you acknowledge it, and then you listen to their jokes.
But at an even more base level, I happen to know you were in the room when the guy who's huge in France, always falling down. Jerry
Lewis, I was there,
said, women aren't funny.
Right.
And I know that you've devoted a lot of scholarship to getting at this idea of women not being funny and how it is that this persists.
Oh, yeah, it's a flat out lie. We all know that. I mean, look at these
clearly
women
we know
making
it's a
us
lie,
laugh.
but why won't it go away?
It won't go away because we're not changing the systems that we're inculcated in. So as long as our political and social institutions, that includes the language that we use as well, stays the same, then we are going to continue to make the same or have the same beliefs about women's inferiority in that realm.
Look, we can't even get a woman president who's overqualified for the job. We get this idiot, you know? And and come on.
Yeah, I think we'll have women comics before we have a women president.
Right. Well, being a comedian, you guys can admit, it's the most powerful position you can be in. Because what's better than you're on a stage and you're controlling that room. You own that room. And there are people, women and men, but mostly men, who feel threatened by a woman standing there with the microphone controlling the room. And
They're very intimidated by funny women.
Ryan, the other
There's
side.
another side.
The other side to us comedians is there's a very dark side to it as well. And I mean, we hear all the stories of comedians overdosing and so forth and so on. So like, you know, writing and sitting back and hoping that it's gonna work and going out there. And I don't know about you, but you know, I've done over 1,000 shows and I'm still nervous at every single show that I do, no matter what. I still get that nervous feeling until I get out there and I start performing. And that's when you're demanding you connect with the audience, you try to figure out who's in the room, and you just, like, sometimes you don't know who's gonna be in the room. I've done shows with just completely, everyone in the room is a tourist. There's a language barrier, there's this and that. I'm like,
I thought you said a tourist. I was like,
A
they are
tourist.
stubborn. I was like, those tourists.
a tourist.
Tourist.
Oh my God.
That being said, I wanted.
Oh no.
Let's establish a fact. Stand-up comedy is the hardest form of performing
Absolutely.
there is. It is. There's no, any singer gets up there. Worst singer in the world. They're finished, people go, thank God they're done. I'm so happy. There's no such thing as polite laughter. It doesn't exist. You know second by second when you were up on that stage how you are doing. Back in August, I did stand-up for the first time in 33 years. The same week, I had a panel discussion, and I was in front of the Southern District of New York arguing a case. Of those three, it was stand-up that had me the most nervous, because I knew I was going to see people I knew afterwards, and I was going to get feedback on that. You know, the rest of the stuff, and no, it worked fine.
No, I just hate when people, it's like, shut up, I want your feedback.
But,
Wait,
no, I
when
mean,
you as a professional are standing up there doing the hardest job in performing, how much does, or is there a point when you don't care if the audience laughs? Like if there is a where it's like, if you're getting up there and you're doing it for the culture, you're making all these
Sometimes you got to
statements.
take the power back, man.
You're
I don't know
changing
what
the
to tell you.
world, and like if you like, I don't give a if these people laugh
I think
at all.
that's an age thing. Like
Yeah.
like you get nervous. I love it.
Yeah.
I did this to be, a lot of people use stand-up to get something else. I fucking love doing stand-up. And when the comedian comes off the stage before me and says, oh, they're horrible, I'm like, yes! Like it's even more of a challenge, you know?
I love it too.
Yeah, I just.
Well, we know your particular pathology then, but I did hear another comedian say, if you got a room of 100, 50 of them should be laughing and the other 50 should be horrified. And that's how you know that you're rocking it.
Okay, who said that?
Depends on the
I
comedy.
think it depends,
No?
right?
Well, Brian.
They should be outraged.
So,
Like,
so if
no,
I'm,
that's
I've
not
done
a good ratio.
I've done Caroline's, right?
Right.
So Caroline's about 320 people, but then I've also done Madison Square Garden, where there's 15,000 people.
Okay, now you're showing off.
So, no. What I'm saying is that you cannot see the audience when you do a theater.
Okay.
But you can see the audience at a comedy club. You can feel their reaction. It's more intimate. You have no idea. You just got to keep going on blind faith. In addition to that, you got to change your whole pace because the people upstairs are getting the laugh 3 seconds later.
Yeah.
So you have to slow down. It's like, you know, if I'm used to doing a fast pace, it's just.
Yeah, well, that's a whole performance. I mean,
Yeah.
I think comedy is a very intimate art form.
Yeah.
Like, I love tiny rooms. That's what it was
Yeah,
made
yeah.
for. It's a spoken word art form. And then when you create these huge, I know it's awful because there's no connection.
Right, there's
you
no
know?
connection.
So let's talk about who gets into the large rooms, because there are people who are the funniest people you've never heard of, but they'll never get their chance to step out onto the stage at an MSG. They might
But who
slave
wants
away
to?
for
Like,
decades
I would
in there.
prefer not to.
That's
But
not
what is-
necessarily a goal. I
Right.
think.
But
It's
is
only
there
more
a
recent
way?
that people
Yeah.
are really into that theater circuit, really, you know?
So what is the metrics of success for being a comedian who's able to pay your bills and do your art form and not have to work at the phone company for 8 hours before begging Ray to get up on stage for $20?
That's a very
for me,
personal
I
question.
created my own way.
personal.
I created my own way.
Yeah.
At first I was a promoter, then I was a producer, and then I became a stand-up comedian. So now I produce. The only reason why I was at Madison Square Garden is because it was my show.
All right.
It was my show. Nobody booked me
really showing
and
off,
put me on it. No, I'm saying, like, I don't have success like that as a comedian. And I used to pay Kevin Hart $25 to do my stage. I don't have his notoriety.
Yeah. Oh,
I created my own. You know, so it's a little different for me, but other comics, they rely on the gatekeepers. They rely on the producers, the timing. Mike Epps was in LA and Ice Cube happened to be sitting in the audience. And at that time, the timing was perfect because Chris Tucker just quit doing the Friday movies. And he saw Mike Epps and he said, this guy would be a good fit. And that's all, you know, that was it.
That's how it always happens.
So
that's why it
you
always
both
happens that
are
way.
gatekeepers, respectively, and Ice Cube happened to be in the audience that night. But looking at this broader landscape, and we're talking about writers' rooms and who's making this mass TV that's pushed out, who books the clubs and the rooms, who are the gatekeepers in comedy right now, and even the bookers on college campuses, if we're talking about hotbeds of...
That's a whole other...
That's
a whole
well, let's get into it. But before we do, I just want to let you all assembled know that if you have a question, you can make your way over to the aisle, and I'll make my way over to you if there's something that sparked or you want to address them. But on the subject of the gatekeepers of comedy, who are we beholden to that is really getting to decide who makes the world laugh?
Yeah,
thinking of diversity.
I think it depends, right? Because there's a more traditional avenue where you're trying to still get your 5 minutes for late night, that you get your late night, that you work on getting a special. Now with all the streamers, maybe there's more different places that you can get a special. Before it was just HBO, now we have Comedy Central, we have Netflix, we have Amazon. And I think social media is also a powerful tool where people are able to create their own lanes and circumvent that process by having their own fan base. And I think that creating your own content is king. And I think that if you have your own fan base, and it's just people that are following you, people on a mailing list, people that are subscribing to you, it's a lot harder to cancel you. It's a lot harder to censor you because you have the people that you can put your product directly to. And you are in control of your own success. But there's so many different ways that you could be successful.
That's also not good in a certain way because, you know, some people will do it like a funny video for 3 minutes. It'll go viral, and then they get booked at a club, and they don't have 45 minutes. And they don't know, you know, like it takes 15 years to know what the fuck you're doing on that stage.
But this is not new.
Yeah, right, but it is new because, you know, I am of the era, people were going to audition for Saturday Night Live, or Evening at the Improv, or Caroline's Comedy, or all these shows. They did it live. That was it. There was no going on tape and, you know, you had to prove yourself.
But that also doesn't aggravate me because, again, the audience doesn't lie. So I used to think the same way, like I'm a stand-up comic, I'm a purist, the Instagram comedians aren't real comedians. But what I feel is like, Instagram comedy is good for comedy in general because it's making comedy more accessible. More of my friends care about what the fuck I'm doing now because they're following some other person. Now they're interested in comedy.
Right, but I'm just saying that they don't. In order to be a great comic, there's only one way to be a great comic is get on stage as much as possible, and that's it.
And I feel like it doesn't take away from what I do.
But you're not necessarily beholden to the gatekeepers as much anymore.
Yeah,
I don't think.
But to Judy's point, you know, that we're essentially stunt casting is really what we're talking about. This is not, go back to the days of vaudeville. You know, if you were in a major scandal, you know, public scandal in the days of vaudeville, they'd book you to come out on the vaudeville stage.
Stormy Daniels.
Well, I mean, she doesn't go back to vaudeville, but other than that.
I'm just using that as an example, you know.
But also in vaudeville, if you went out as a comic and you used the words heck or damn, you were handed your pictures on the way off the stage, and you were literally canceled.
Right.
Now, yes, we live in an age where you can go from the top down or the bottom up. Gatekeepers exist, but not in the way they used to.
So what's the accountability piece, if we're purportedly talking about accountability, what's the accountability piece for a gatekeeper figure versus an individual performer? If we're talking about systems here of comedy, where it's an individual thing versus a comedy industrial complex.
Not industrial
complex. I like that.
Jesus Christ. It's not a small money business.
Didn't Dwight Eisenhower talk about that?
I think it's a personal sensibility. Like, there are clubs that I love going to because they're run by people who love comedy. And there are clubs that are run by people who only count the numbers. And it is so apparent to a comic what you're doing, you know, and you get to the point, you know, in the beginning, you have to take every gig you can get. It's all about stage time. And then you get old like me, and you're like, you know what, not worth it. I don't need to feel like that. I don't need to do that anymore.
That's very true. And I love comedy, and I am so particular about my club. It's starting on time, no distractions, the audience. There's a recording that no cameras, no this, no that. If you're a heckler, you're going to be escorted out. There's a lot of things that you got to protect the integrity of comedy, to give the comedian an honest, platform to be able to perform.
Right.
And if you can't do that, you might as well not.
I don't
But
think
you know what? Oh, sorry.
I don't think we put enough emphasis on us as us, not you guys, because you guys are doing it, but the consumers. I think we talk about the gatekeepers, and we talk about the comics who are out there, and we're worried that the comics are saying the wrong things and the gatekeepers are letting the wrong people in. How about if we just stop buying the things that we don't want to hear, right? So if we find the rooms that speak to our specific kind of subjective sense of humor, go to those rooms.
Is
When
that
you
just
find the
cancel
comic-
culture by another name?
I think so, and I think we should problematize cancel culture, because are we really canceling things out? Like Cale Hartman has a job still. Beth Stelling, had on Instagram had photos displayed of him harming her in
Cale
2015.
But he's not in any way performing in live performances, and he's been kicked out of every comedy club in New York City.
But he still is getting paid.
Say again?
He's still getting paid, and Louis C.K. is still getting paid, and
well, yeah,
Bill
he's gonna
Cosby's
keep
become
getting
a
paid. He's
celebrity
brilliant
prisoner.
comic.
So do you book Louis, Rebecca?
I do, and I'm going to continue to book him.
Do you book Cosby on his out of prison tour?
No.
Cosby's a whole other.
That's a whole other situation. We're not talking of what happened with Cosby was way greater, and I have no interest in comparing the two. It doesn't make any sense to compare the two.
I agree with you. In fact, I saw Cosby in the last performance you could go to and not throw up, because literally 3 days after, it all broke wide open. And I was one of those who did not know beforehand.
You didn't.
I did not.
Almost everyone in the comedy world was very well aware.
Well,
and had
everyone
been
in the
well aware
comedy
for
world should have
decades.
been talking louder. But
We did.
Yeah.
We talked about it openly amongst each other.
But that's a separate issue. I mean, the bottom line is there is a difference. I agree with you. But it comes down to, and we've danced around this all show, is when we talk about cancel culture, what are we canceling? And what is it to cancel? I mean, Cosby is a felon. I mean, he's not somebody who said something wrong.
Yeah.
He is a predator. And, and it kills a lot of us. I do a radio comedy show bi-weekly on WRFI, Watkins Glen, Ithaca. And I don't play Cosby anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, and he
that
has...
sucks because his stand-up
It's
was so
brilliant.
good.
Yeah.
So wait, if
Brilliant.
we can cancel this person that we're talking about right now, this is an instance where you can't separate the art from the artist, but there are still people bopping the R. Kelly, or there's still there are still
take
people
Michael away
who
from
are
us. Right, it's
who
not gonna
still want to
happen.
rock with you. There are people who go and watch Woody Allen movies, or
But it's
I
a
don't play
different
Woody
art
anymore
form.
either.
Well, that's a different.
so this is what I'm getting at. The art form matters, whereas maybe the answer's blowing in the wind. There used to be musicians and rockers out there leading a social consciousness. Is the balance
But you're
different for
talking about
comedians now?
Bill Cosby, who went around, saying horrible things to young black guys, like pull up your pants and and do this and do that. Meanwhile,
Right.
he's a hypocrite.
Right, and he did kids do the darndest
Yeah.
things. So,
He was doing the darndest thing.
So let's too soon. Let's can we take it up
It's too soon if it's funny.
Right.
to the
Sorry,
10,000 square foot view then, and not individually talk about that person, but separating, because as I mentioned, in music and film and other art forms, they might be despicable people, but there's still a value to their art. But with
People
a comedian,
hold comedians to a different standard.
that's what I'm getting.
Michael Jackson,
But is
not,
that
not proof
fair?
guilty of anything,
Yeah.
but certainly a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Maybe yes, maybe no. R. Kelly, good God. But I love his music and I can dance to it, so oh well.
Yeah.
A comedian says one wrong thing, we never want to hear from this
Yeah,
person
but
again.
I don't think that's true in music, because I'm on Radio 103.9. I have my own radio show. We don't play R. Kelly.
Everyone's got a radio show here.
We don't.
Well, the rest of you have podcasts.
No.
Like, we're all
very quickly
no,
forgive
no,